Welcome one, welcome all to the Canadian Football Countdown CFL Free Agent Frenzy. We are live here February 8th for the next 8 hours talking all things CFL free agency. The free agent window opens 2 hours from now at 11 a.m. Central Time, and we'll go through all of the news, all of the signings throughout the day. We have a bunch of them already queued up. That we know are going to come down the pipe this afternoon, and it should be a lot of fun throughout. We are live on a bunch of different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Mike's station, GameTime TV, Twitch as well. If you're on the YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch feeds, you can follow along in the chat and comment along with us as well as we go through everything throughout the day. Of course, as we begin, as we always do on the podcast, we do want to acknowledge that this episode of the podcast is brought to you from Treaty 1 territory, traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Oji-Cree, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. Well, we've got a real fun show planned for you here today. It's myself, and the other half of the dynamic duo is here as well. Michael Garrell is here. Mike, how are you doing this morning?
I'm a little bit asleep still, but some of these signings I think will wake me up.
Absolutely. It's been a lot of stuff coming down the pipe now already, and plenty throughout the day also. We'll go through it all over the course of the next 8 hours. And if you're wondering, do you have to listen to just these two guys for the next 8 hours? The answer is no. We've got a ton of great special guests joining us along the way as well. You'll be hearing from them throughout the day, including other members of the Canadian Football Podcast Network, which we are a proud member of. We've also got a guest coming from Mike's team over at GameTime TV, who will be here shortly at 9:30 a.m. To help us tee things up as we kick off free agency. And then later on in the afternoon, is when we'll have more of a heavy guest load. We also have Daltz from the Rouge Radio podcast joining us this morning as well. And then it's just us for a little while for the rest of the morning. But Mike, let's get things started here. It's been a whirlwind of a week. There has been a lot of activity around the CFL throughout the past week because the negotiation window did open, I believe, last Sunday and then closed this Sunday, basically giving teams the ability to go or players the ability to go and, talk with teams, negotiate contracts before they're officially announced today at 11 a.m. What are your thoughts on the negotiation window and kind of what things have been like for the past week?
Too long. I don't like it, to be honest with you. Trying to do this show, it seems like everything has already been reported for the most part, and we're just waiting for the officiality of everything. But I believe the window would be far more efficient is if they told the teams to not say anything about their signings and everything kind of comes out at once. But really, this is just to make sure you're not tampering window.
Yeah, it's the Ed Hervey memorial. Well, not memorial because he's not dead. In fact, he's working for the Ticats now, I believe. But it's the Ed Hervey window because he, of course, has been accused of tampering at times throughout the history. No, it's an interesting week, and I think it's good for the players to have that opportunity to go and negotiate. Yes, it does, take some of the surprise out of things we get today, but there are so many free agents in the CFL based on how things go. Most contracts are a year, maybe 2 years long, regularly in the CFL. Sometimes we get the 3-year contracts, but not too often. So there is so much turnover. I've been preparing our free agent lists and building our free agent tracker, which you'll see throughout the show today. And there were I think there were 320 players on the CFL's free agent list for this particular day. Now, a lot of them have been re-signed or have signed elsewhere already, but there are still plenty of them to go. So, yes, the negotiation window did take out part of the fun of today potentially, but there are still plenty of free agents to sign throughout the day today that we don't know yet where they are going to go, and we'll talk about them all as we go along here, Mike. Let's go back to the off. Let's just talk about the off season thus far, and then we'll get into taking a look at some of the more recent signings. What are your thoughts as a whole on what we've seen from teams coming into this week? Were you particularly focused on re-signing a lot of your players? If you're some teams like Ottawa, maybe less so that, but more so focused on prepping for this week. But what have you seen around the league so far in the couple months since the Grey Cup in December?
Personally, believe that there's more free agents this time around than there was last time. I'm willing to attribute the 2019 sort of finish and coming back to familiarity in 2021 as the COVID-19 pandemic and everybody taking prorated salaries based on 14 games and then playoff bonuses. But this year we're starting to see, in my opinion, just a lot of players being brave, really betting on themselves. I think is the interesting way to say this, and time will tell later on down the line if they made the right call. Sure, and it becomes a question of, for me, a lot of times, do you go somewhere else for more money, or do you stay where there's, where your surroundings? And I think we're going to see a lot of people, a lot of players change places for money. And I have this concern all along is, you don't necessarily need to be cap compliant today. But how are you going to make that work, going into the season? And, we'll get into one of the teams that I think, Ryan, you know what I'm getting at if you're reading between the lines. But as a whole, I think every team has tried to the best of their ability to re-sign their core players. It's just, to me, it's, you have your core players. I hate to tie this to Winnipeg, but it's kind of, we are from Winnipeg. And, the Bombers started with that offensive line. They did the defensive line. They did the quarterbacks. They did the running backs. And, every team has to make a calculated decision based on that. And it's no different than in any other sport. It's hockey. You want your core players, and then you establish your core and you build around the core. Obviously, there's no blueprint to drawing up a CFL team, even though maybe there is. Heavy premium should be placed on offensive line. Obviously, defensive line, quarterbacks, and then the receivers. And, you give so much to a certain player, you have only so much of the pie left, right? So it's like you have this big pie of whatever the salary cap is. Okay, so you're gonna re-sign one guy. That takes this much of your pie. Next guy takes that much of your pie. Next guy takes that much, and so on and so forth, until you get to the end, and it's like, well, I got two guys here, but I think I want to keep. The money suggests only one. Most of this is going to have to be filled with rookie contracts. And that's where I think you get a leg up if you draft well. But in general, I think teams have tried to follow the same blueprint.
Yeah, it's interesting the thing you mentioned about some players going out, getting better money elsewhere, some staying locally. I know just with the local team here as well, Winnipeg, like Brady Oliveira supposedly had some bigger deals available elsewhere, but decided to take the local contract. I know we've seen that with some other players. But then you have a guy like Kenny Lawler who goes to Edmonton and is going to be going to Edmonton for $300,000, the highest paid receiver in the CFL. And it's kind of like, yeah, you wish he would have stuck around, but like, do you really fault the guy for going there and making that kind of bank? Like, no, of course he's going to if it's available to him. So, every player in the CFL has their different reasons for either wanting to stay with their current club or go elsewhere. And it makes for a very interesting time when it comes to free agency because we do get that overhaul. And I think the thing I love about this day and about this league, and it being a smaller league, 9 teams, and so many things changing places, as much as I would love some more continuity, is you look at a team like Ottawa or a team like Edmonton that really struggled last year. Like, they have the option to turn things around, and we don't know what we're going to get from them this coming season. We know Ottawa's been very busy, as we'll get to them shortly. Once that free agency window opens, expect a lot of announcements officially from the Red Blacks that have already been out there, and they're going to be a very vastly different football team coming into next season. So we'll see how things play out throughout the day today. We've got some comments already in the chat, which is wonderful. Will from the Argos Fancast is there. He'll be joining us later on this afternoon. He says, I don't recall so many things being leaked out during the previous year's tampering window. Yeah, I agree. I know last year we had, I think the big Michael Riley, was it last year or the year before? I think Michael Riley in BC was let out a couple like the night before. Bo Levi Mitchell's big contract a couple of years ago, bits and pieces here and there, but certainly not widespread. A plethora of free agent signings that we already know about. Randy in the chat says, I don't get the signing announcements either. Ottawa emailed its fan base about Mazzoli signing yesterday, but isn't he still under contract until noon today? That's one that confused me too, because a lot of the reported signings thus far, we've seen the reporters, the Justin Dunks, the Dave Naylors, Farhan Lalji's of the world, reporting these, and in some cases, the players themselves, kind of hinting, okay, this is where I'm going, but nothing officially from the teams outside of Mazzoli. I wonder if, maybe quietly Hamilton did let him go for free agency. I don't know particularly on that one. Do you know, Mike? Why Mazzoli to Ottawa has already been announced?
Yeah, the only thing I could maybe think of is that there was a handshake agreement and Mazzoli was maybe released from his contract early.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Weird that was not made publicly available like most are, but that's one of the fun things, or not so fun things, when it comes to CFL free agency is, who is actually going to be a free agent, who is not. Sometimes you get the official free agent list out, and a guy might not be on there, and then all of a sudden he was expected to be a free agent. It's a wild time in the CFL right now, but it's a really fun time, I think, and should be a lot of fun throughout the day. Mike, should we take a quick look at where we stand with potential free agents coming into today? All right, let me switch this over to here. This, by the way, is our fancy free agent tracker that I have spent the last week working on, and hopefully everything works as expected. But here it is. Here's who is a remaining free agent, not signed, not potentially signed right now at the quarterback position. We've got, a pretty thin crop here at quarterback, wouldn't you say, Mike?
Yeah, you know what? It strikes me more as QB2 versus QB1, which isn't all that surprising. The question I have is, where does Trevor Harris go? Ottawa, they have it. I am Mazzoli. Like, you run through the teams. I mean, the only guy maybe is the only place, sorry, maybe is BC, but BC seems to be tied to Nathan Ward. So Saskatchewan got Pizarro, Toronto's got Macbeth, Winnipeg's got Colaros, Hamilton's got Dane Evans, maybe Edmonton.
Yeah, well, is Trevor Harris going to go back to Edmonton? That's the question. That's an interesting theory there. They are a team that we're really not sure what they're going to do because they've got Nick Arbuckle, they've got Taylor Cornelius under contract, but it's Chris Jones, and you can never put a definitive stamp on what's going to happen when it comes to Chris Jones and what he does with his team. Could he be going after one of these quarterbacks here as well? Randy in the chat says BC seems to be the most logical choice for Harris. He's got the connection with Rick Campbell, but probably wouldn't be starter money. Yeah, I agree. I feel like that is a logical place for him to go. Yes, Nathan Rourke is the starter in BC. They're claiming, but he's so unproven at this point. If you're Harris, maybe you're looking at that as a potential to get a starting job if you don't think you can elsewhere around the CFL. But they're starting a Canadian at quarterback as their starter. Do the Lions then go after Michael O'Connor as the backup and go a full Canadian duo? Wouldn't that be a sight to see? I don't know the last time or if ever, we've seen a starter and a backup at quarterback as a Canadian. Harris to me does feel like the big piece at quarterback as well. I agree. I think there's some other pieces here. Does a team look at Matt Nichols as a veteran backup option at quarterback? You've got a couple of younger guys there, like a Sean McGuire, who is, we saw him play as a passer in a game or two there this season in garbage time at the end of the season, and only 40% completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 4 interceptions. Not the most promising in terms of the quarterback play. But Sean McGuire was definitely a force to be reckoned with when it came to those goal line plunges, which is something you like to see from a backup quarterback.
Well, here's an interesting thing, Ryan. And Will kind of brings this up in the comments. And I'm kind of barking down this tree too. He's as far as believes that the Lions are leaning toward Michael O'Connor as their QB2. That would make an awful lot of sense. Just given the fact that if you lose Nathan Ward to an injury during the game, it doesn't affect your ratio. Otherwise, you have to make other changes on your team in your formation potentially in the middle of the game. So that's a very interesting. It's a very interesting situation. I also wonder what is the I guess situation with Matt Nichols. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm sitting here in Winnipeg going, okay, Sean McGuire's sitting there. Doesn't exactly exude confidence if something happens to Zach Colaros. He's a great rusher. He leads the 1-yard rushes, really, but didn't really inspire a whole lot of confidence for me in that Montreal game that they played. I wonder how I would feel about a guy like David Watford here, because to me, trying to go with a step down to Drew Brown, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. To me, the whole thing is just interesting. And, I have to wonder if it might be to the advantage of Trevor Harris to wait till the season starts, wait till somebody loses their number one quarterback for, an extended period of time, and then, for lack of a better term, swoop in to save the day. It's possible. It's possible. Isaac Harter, not really a surprise. Saskatchewan backup quarterback last year. I think the writers expected more out of Isaac Harter than they got. I think we were led to believe that he would challenge for a number one, position when he first came in. This was obviously, before the emergence of Cody Fajardo. So yeah, there was a lot of backups and not really a one starter that showed last year that he could be a 1A if needed. And I don't know. I think Trevor Harris doesn't sign today. I think he'd be smart to wait this out. It's going to be interesting.
Let's take a look at the running back position next, and I think all eyes right now are on the big fish at the top, Andrew Harris, and where he is going to be going today. The Bombers have already re-signed their two other running backs, Brady Oliveira, Johnny Augustine, to 2-year contracts. It seems like Harris is then the odd man out. From that scenario, there are reports, the Bombers are potentially still trying to bring him back, but if so, I think it would have to be on a pretty cheap deal. Where could we see Andrew Harris going is the biggest question to me, and it's an interesting one because you would be thinking coming in, after the last 2 seasons, and I think I said this here on our podcast, after that West final, it kind of seemed, and going out to win the back-to-back Grey Cups, Harris is up there in age. I think he's 34, 35 this season. Seems like the perfect time to go out on top of the career, but he's, especially after missing, a good chunk of time this season, but he still wants to play this year, and it looks like that might not be with the Bombers, and I really wonder where Harris is going to land when the ball drops today.
Yeah. You know what? I can just say this. I'm going to be very careful with my wording here because I know what Andrew Harris means to this fan base. I know what Andrew Harris did to reinvigorate this football market. I believe that when the Bombers drafted Brady Oliveira, this was the succession plan. Idea in mind. Johnny Augustine, I just remember, was a highly sought after, taught highly of in his draft year. Was with a couple other teams. I think his other team was Edmonton before signing with Winnipeg. But I just, to me, there's something not. There has to be something that we do not know about. Because you pointed this out to me. I think it was you that pointed it out to me. We were both at the West Final. And, when you're in at the 3-minute warning, one of the Saskatchewan players, I think it was when Duke Williams was injured, we saw Andrew Harris making the run. We saw Andrew Harris making the rounds and kind of waving, so everybody thought that would be the retirement. But again, it's just one of those scenarios of, I hope the Bombers don't live to regret this because I go to Bomber games and I say, I see a couple hundred Harris jerseys at least. But again, you have to hope that you can trust in Kyle Walters and Mike O'Shea. And personally, if he does sign somewhere else, then good on him. This fan base is gonna have a heart attack if he signs with the team directly west of us. Which, to be honest with you, sounds like a very real possibility. But yeah, it's unfortunate. If you would have told me that the Andrew Harris era ends this way, I wouldn't have believed you. But I think it was John Hodge of Three Down Nation who this out there that the Bombers were 9-0 last year with Andrew Harris in the lineup, 4-2 with Brady Oliveira, and 0-1 with Johnny Augustine. Again, it's something that you have to part ways with people when you think it's time and you have somebody else. And I wonder if we would be having a different thought and feeling here if Andrew Harris wasn't a local guy. If this was somebody else that wasn't local. Because I can't help but feel in the people that I talk to that this is going to sting as much as they understand it if he doesn't move on. And, again, I wish Andrew Harris all the best. He's a good guy. He did a lot for the Bombers. I just never would have seen him play for somebody else.
Well, the interesting thing to me is I saw this on Twitter this week, and I resonate with this totally, is that, if Andrew Harris was not a local kid, if he was an American running back, we're probably looking at, people being like, yeah, this is absolutely the right move to do. It's the attachment to the local kid who is a legend of the CFL in his own right, like a fantastic career. That is the big thing that's tough to swallow. But I said this on Twitter yesterday. I think for the Bombers, it is absolutely the right move to, yes, it sucks to not bring back, Andrew Harris, but to invest in the future with two Canadians at running back on 2-year deals that both showed some flashes this season, absolutely the right move. Let's take a look at some of the other options still available at running back. A lot of them have been signed or potentially signed. We'll go through where they could be going, but let's see which ones we might see go places that we don't yet know about. We've got John White from Toronto as a free agent. He was brought in as the starter last season. He was a 1,000-yard rusher the year before. Lots of expectations for him in Toronto, but with John White, it ended up being DJ Foster kind of split time with him. White didn't have himself quite the effective season we expected, but still a quality running back for many years. Could we see him go somewhere today? Timothy Flanders, 385 rushing yards over in Ottawa. And then you get into a couple backup roles there. Milanovic leader, Chris Rainey, primarily used in the return game, sometimes gets used in the run game by the Lions, or did. Terry Williams, mostly used in the return game by Edmonton. And then Rock Thomas, who I thought showed some flashes in the one game he played. Maybe we see him go somewhere as a cheap backup deal at some point as well. But this is where we are at running back so far. We do have our first guest of the day in the studio with us. Let's bring him in now and go back to here and welcome from GameTime TV's hit show, GameTime Today, alongside Michael Garrell. It's the great Brian Peterkin is here. Brian, good morning. How are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you? It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
Oh, yes, likewise. And of course, love checking out GameTime Today with Mike, Brian, and some others as well, talking through all of the local sports and the national sports throughout the day, right, Mike?
Yeah, you know what? It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Brian, before we get going, I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. I realize this is the CFL show, but I do have to slip this in there, and my apologies. Have you still come down from Dreamland?
No, I'm still riding that CMNT high. So we'll hope that's going to continue all the way to Qatar.
True. By the way, Brian's one of the biggest soccer fans. Brian is one of the biggest soccer fans that I know. He said on our show while ago, but anything after, I think it was 5 points or 6 points, he said would be Dreamland, and Canada got all 9 points there. Brian, we were just talking. I don't know if you heard the tail end of our conversation. I just saw the comment here from Jordan. He says, I just flew with the free agency teller, eh? Well, Brian, I think you're wearing this year's sweater. I'm gonna pull my camera down. I'm wearing last year's. So that's, I don't know, unplanned, planned.
I'm just wearing a blue shirt. It's a nice solid blue polo shirt. I think that's what it's called. We did not color coordinate. It was just a happy circumstance.
Got to
So
rep the blue and
anyway,
gold
Brent,
for free agency day.
So I don't know if you caught the first half of this half an hour, but where do you sit on the whole Andrew Harris thing? Because honestly, this thing wasn't going to bother me. And then I thought about it and then thought about it some more. And now it's starting to irritate me a little bit. Ooh.
I mean, I think the worry for Winnipeg fans is because I think right now all signs are pointing to Andrew Harris going to another club. You just don't want him coming back and terrorizing your team. You know, if he comes back and wins the CFL rushing yard, if he comes back and puts up a career game against the Bombers, based on last year, Andrew Harris wasn't impressive. Yes, he dealt with injuries. You know, there's been rumblings about his attitude potentially in the locker room. Now, all that points to, are you willing to pay this guy? Andrew Harris is going to still want to be one of the higher paid running backs. So do you want to pay for somebody like that, somebody disruptive, when you have the likes of Brady Oliveira and I can't remember who their backup is. Is it not? It's not Johnny Augustine, no?
Yeah, so Johnny Augustine, and then they drafted a guy from the OUA this last year, Kyle Borsa.
There we go.
So again, I think, you know, the writing's on the wall. The other thing I wanted to ask you about really quickly, and apologies everybody for kind of jumping around. You're in Ottawa right now for school. Ottawa has signed Jeremiah Mazzoli, so we are led to believe, along with a couple of other rumored signings. How has that been received by the fan base so far, if at all?
From what I've understood, they're happy to get a quarterback. You know, I think Dominic Davis and Matt Nichols last year simply just didn't work out. You know, he's a proven winner. I mean, yeah, the Ticats didn't win anything, but you know, him and Dane Evans were a dynamic duo, leading Hamilton to 2 Eastern Division championships. You know, I think you're going to bring in stability. You're going to bring in, you know, a mobile quarterback. He can get yards with his legs. I get Dominic Davis could do that as well, but I think the quarterback skill itself, there's no comparison. Dominic David, at best, is a backup quarterback. Jeremiah Mazzoli, like I just said, proven winner. The championship rings may be missing, but I don't think that should take away from anything. So I think, you know, Paul LaPolice has his guy. And trying to get Ottawa out of the basement of the Eastern Division.
We've seen that franchise do it once before, Brian, where I think it was their second year in existence. They had 3 or 4 wins in their first year of the franchise. They went out on a spending spree. That was when they got Greg Ellington. That was when they got Trevor Harris and a few other pieces. We've seen it work with this franchise with the quick turnaround and the Grey Cup appearances and, you know, the Grey Cup championship and albeit in a lackluster division at the time, because that was the years where there was often a lot of crossover. Would you be happy as an Ottawa fan if these rumored signings become true with what they've done? I mean, to me, it strikes me like they have a lot of money because, you know, they didn't really play to a lot of reasons to bring a lot of guys back. They brought some guys back. But this to me seems like almost like a clean slate with a new general manager in there who I think worked for the Ticats for a time. And now, of course, they bring in LaPolice. And, you know, one could make the argument that LaPolice didn't have an awful lot to work with based from the previous regime. But I think this now, assuming these rumored signings come true, this is where the evaluation period begins on Paul LaPolice. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. You know, Paul LaPolice comes in, it's a lost season due to a pandemic. And then everything kind of shortened season going on. But now, there's a new GM. He's worked with Paul LaPolice. He's able to bring in his guys to fit his system. Clearly, it didn't work out. I know he brought in Matt Nichols. Matt Nichols dealt with some injury problems, and then I think it hampered him all season. Is age catching up with him? That remains to be seen. But no, Paul LaPolice, from here on in, he'll be judged at how he does. If they go and it's another if it's a 4-14 season, is he still the head coach? Remains to be seen. But there's the leeway is gone. It's time for Paul LaPolice to start delivering, start showing the offensive pedigree that helps the Winnipeg Blue Bombers to the 107th Grey Cup.
Yeah, and from what a Paul LaPolice offense looks like, and we can kind of start to see him replicate the pieces in Ottawa. It was very clear last year that he tried to do what he did in Winnipeg, but it just didn't work. Whether it was the offensive line. If Ottawa, and I'll say this about the Red Blacks, if Ottawa would have had 25% more offense in a lot of games than what they got, I think they would have won a lot more games. The defense did great until the end of the season, where it just all fell apart, and they had the 3 games in 6 days, or there was the short week there where I thought it really did them in. And it's hard as the season goes on, of course, and you're slipping from the playoff races, to stay focused.
Let's take a look, because you're talking about the additions for the Red Blacks. Let's take a look at who they will presumably be bringing in today. Here is your list of potential additions. We're just waiting until, of course, 11 a.m. Central Time for free agency to open, and then they'll be starting to get announced from there. Of course, the big one under confirmed addition already, Jeremiah Masoli at quarterback. You've talked about that. But you've got William Powell coming back at running back, former Red Black there. A bit of overhauling on the offensive line. Ucombre Williams, Hunter Stewart, Darius Siracco. Those are all, top-tier offensive linemen. A couple of receivers, Jalen Acklin, the big fish there. And then even some big pieces on the defensive side of the ball. So Ottawa being very busy today, lots of different moves that they'll be making throughout the day today. And I really like what I've seen from them. It kind of feels like Sean Burke woke up during yesterday morning and chose violence on the rest of the league, because signing after signing, we hear, reports, so-and-so is going to Ottawa. And I like a lot of these signings, but the one that I'm most excited to see is William Powell, because Powell did not too bad. Like he had some good seasons in Saskatchewan the past couple of years, but he broke onto the scene with Ottawa a number of years ago. And the biggest knock I've had on Powell in his time in Saskatchewan has been that they just haven't used him effectively, right? Like they barely run the ball. It's a heavy pass game in Saskatchewan. Well, we know Paul LaPolice likes to use his running backs. So how could William Powell factor into that Red Blacks offense? That's the most exciting thing for me to see this year from them.
Brian, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think Jalen Acklin too. Again, a nice, sure-handed wide receiver. I think they've kind of been missing that kind of consistent deep threat with Greg Ellingson departing for Edmonton. I think Jalen Acklin will bring in a little bit more consistency at the wide receiver position. But yeah, look at Ottawa to be a scary team in the East.
Yeah, I think this is it's going to be interesting too, because we talk about all these moves on the opening day of free agency, but we see this every season. Last year, Toronto signed everyone. A couple years ago, BC signed everybody. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, right? Toronto, kudos to them, first place in the East Division last year. They built a good team there quickly. A couple seasons ago, BC, brought everybody in, but that just didn't seem to connect well on paper. Heck, last season, we saw Edmonton go out and be very busy in the off season, and we had high hopes for them coming into the year, and it didn't quite work out. So, we can talk about these signings throughout the day today as, yes, this is exciting on paper, but we won't know how this plays out on the field until training camp hits. And at the same time, we don't know if all of these players signed today will be on their teams come opening night.
Yeah, that to me is an interesting part. The name I just want to address very quickly, and David kind of brings this up in his comment, is that Jay Winatwin. He's kind of been under the radar there in Hamilton for a while, right, with Brandon Banks and those types of players. For me, this is a great situation for Atwin. He's got a quarterback that he's familiar with in Jeremiah Mazzoli. He had the chance to take a more prominent role in the offense. So to me, it's interesting. And, I can't help but think about, David's comment more. And it says, Atwin is following Ellington's path and is probably going to burn Hamilton. Yeah, again, we can get into Hamilton later, but it's clear that, Brandon Banks won't be back, Jay Winatwin back. Like, what is the plan in Hamilton? I understand they have a plethora of receivers that are going to probably start to get some more time, but, do not underestimate Jay Winatwin in Ottawa. Now, of course, they are rumored as of right now to also be bringing in Levi Noel, who was previously with the Argos. Again, Rome wasn't built in a night, but these are great pieces. And suddenly the expectations start to go up in Ottawa just slightly. Brian, we only have a little bit of time left with you. I know we're probably halfway through because we said we'd keep you for a half an hour. But what kind of jumps out at you? I know we hit on Andrew Harris, we hit on Ottawa, but what are you looking at today? Like, what interests you?
The team that interests me the most is the Edmonton Elks. I think, re-signing my God, the receiver's name escapes me. Re-signing their top receiver, going after Kenny Lawler. Quarterback, I believe they still have Arbuckle. So
as of now.
As of right now, remains to be seen. And all these names, I come on the show and all these names are escaping me. And then
let me pull them up here for you. Here's who the Elks have re-signed thus far. You mentioned Darrell Walker was, I think, the big name you were mentioning at receiver. Tavon Smith, Mike Jones also brought back there. Wilder Jr. at running back. A couple guys on the defense there. David Perkins, Antonio Simmons along the D line. Maxime Royer on at linebacker, and then Woodman and Hoover at defensive back is who they've brought back thus far. Other moves they have, other pieces they've brought in. They brought in Tony Washington from Montreal. I believe they also brought in Martese Jackson. I think it was a trade there. They sent D lineman Mike Moore over to Montreal in a deal for that. Also signing David Foucault, who was let go by the Alouettes. So some moves there on the offensive line. But so that's what Edmonton's done thus far.
Yeah, James Wilder Jr. bringing in some receivers. We'll see where Kenny Lawler ends up. But protection too, bringing in some new O linemen to protect. I think it's going to be Nick Arbuckle. Like I said, it remains to be seen. Trevor Harris took a lot of hits last year, which kind of led to some decline, and obviously him being shipped off to Montreal to cover for Vernon Adams, who went down. I think this is the team to watch. Again, we said this a couple years ago as well. The Edmonton Eskimos at the time, now Elks. So, much like Ottawa, it looks good on paper. Are they going to be able to play for Chris Jones? He led them to a Grey Cup his last go around in 2015. Yeah, it's like I said, this looks great on paper.
What do you make of that? Because they bring in a new president and CEO, Victor Cooey, who has already been the most engaged guy, and he's only been on the job, a week or two. You bring in Chris Jones, the name recognition. A lot of people say, "Oh, that's because of the cap, the coach's cap." But you have to have it either the defensive coordinator has some kind of special teams, is the head coach, and is the general manager. His assistant general manager is G. Roy Simon, who I believe will be a general manager one day in the Canadian Football League. My big question there is, how quick can they change that culture, which we are led to believe is fractured? We could see it from, at least that's how it strikes me. It strikes me that they don't have a great relationship with their fan base. It sounds like the in-game experience wasn't the greatest. I guess my question to both of you guys is, are they in a pressure situation to put up wins now to draw fans back?
I think every kind of CFL franchise has gone through, dips in attendance, dips in popularity in the city. I know the Hamilton Tiger Cats, when I was growing up, were basement dwellers for the longest time. The Bombers had their ups and downs. And I think it could just be the Elks' turn. I think, a new president, new head coach and GM. Obviously, Jones, I think, was their plan B. I think they really wanted Mike O'Shea, who showed his loyalty to Winnipeg. It's a results-driven business, sports. They want to do it for the fans. They want to do it for the city, but at the end of the day, they're doing it for their jobs. And if that's not enough motivation, then I really don't know what to say. I think, like Ryan's been saying, when we talk about Ottawa, on paper, this is a good football team. How's it going to translate? Are they going to gel in camp, or are they going to, return to Edmonton Elks football? What's the fan engagement going to be like? There's a ton of questions. Is the pressure on the Elks? Absolutely. I think, it's on every football team that kind of goes through rebuilds like this, which in the CFL happens a bit more than any other sport. So I don't know if there's any quote unquote new pressure, nothing that people haven't dealt with already. But I think the Edmonton Elks are going to have a lot of eyes on them come this 2022 football season.
I think they've hit a home run thus far with the addition of, particularly with the president, Victor Cooey. I think, we saw him first day on the job. He was interacting with fans on Twitter and talking to them about how cool that, their Twitter banner was with some players in it, and wants to get some fresh ones made. Like that's the thing that's going to bring people back into the stands, is both the combination of the on-field product, which Chris Jones is absolutely your, fix now, worry about it later solution there, in terms of, is Jones the best addition for the long-term health of the club? I don't know, but short-term, if you're in win now mode, Chris Jones is the coach to do it, I think. And, the off-field improvements that I think the new president will bring there as well. I think Edmonton has hit a home run there so far. Off the field, now on the field, it's going to be interesting to see how things play out, because Jones is that interesting guy when it comes to general manager and coach. He likes to play players at different positions. He brings back, different pieces that he's worked with in the past. In fact, if I just refresh the free agent tracker here, a couple of names to add to the list that I was missing earlier is a couple of weeks ago, 3 big additions at wide receiver: Emmanuel Arsenault, Caleb Hawley, and Adarius Bowman, who have not played since 2019 or 2018 in Bowman's case, but, premier receivers in the CFL back when they were playing. Now they're brought back in now. It was a wild time when these signings came out, because, it was like, oh, I thought Adarius Bowman's career was done. I think he was coaching high school somewhere. Then again, so was Chris Jones. But now all these pieces are brought back in, and that's a way to flip the culture in the locker room around right away.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're starting to see something on the field here in Edmonton. I just wonder if it's going to be this year or if they're planning toward 2023, which is hard to believe to say already. To the years just keep going and going and going and going. But what would you boys define as a successful season for Edmonton? Because based on what we know now, I guess my bigger question is, how many wins is the Chris Jones effect? Are we talking playoffs? Are we talking home playoff game? Are we talking crossover? Do we know?
I think obviously the easy short-term answer in this case is playoffs. The Chris Jones effect, I could see them hosting the first playoff game. But I think a good season for the Edmonton Elks is making the playoffs. And then we know, based on, again, the Bombers in 2019, you just have to make the playoffs. And then, playoff football is a completely different beast. But for me, a successful season for the Edmonton Elks is playing in that divisional round, in which will most likely be played in Saskatchewan or Winnipeg.
Yeah, I think it's so tough with the West Division to determine, how much is this going to vault Edmonton up the standings, because I think the talent is so close for a lot of these teams out west that I think they're going to be an improved team. And then the question becomes, because there's so many division matchups, who do they take those wins away from is the interesting thing to me there.
Yeah, because for every one win that they gain, somebody else has to have lost. And that's a very, how that dynamic, kind of works. It just remains to be seen as well. Is there any other team, Brian, that you're kind of watching? We talked on Ottawa, we talked on Edmonton. Is there a specific player maybe that you're waiting to see?
I'm waiting to see Bo Levi Mitchell. Are we going to see the Bo Levi Mitchell of, those Grey Cup runs in Calgary, or are we going to see kind of Bo Levi Mitchell? I don't think there's any question that he did take a step back last year. I understand he was injured, a couple of longer-term injuries. I'm excited to see how a player like him bounces back, what this Calgary offense is going to do. They're no longer the juggernaut of the West like they were for so many years. That's been replaced by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, or to some extent the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You talked about, we just talked about Edmonton getting into that divisional round. Is the Battle of Alberta that much more intense now? Because it could be for that number 3 slot.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Calgary has done thus far here and pull that up. The big addition, they made a swap with the Argos, surprise, because Toronto and Calgary are basically one and the same at this point, it seems. Making that swap, sending Royce Mechie to the Argo, getting back Cameron Judge, who I think is one of the top Canadian linebackers in the game last season for Cameron Judge. 13 defensive tackles there for him, but I thought he had a solid season there at linebacker. In terms of who they've re-signed, they did restructure the contract of Bo Levi Mitchell that you were talking about already. Brought back Jake Mayer. That's going to be interesting to me, because Bo's on his last year of his contract now, and they managed to bring Mayer back, even though I think he potentially could have gone elsewhere for a maybe closer to a starting job. Is how does Calgary manage things this season and coming into next year with the quarterback position? Is this going to be the start of the changing of the guard there, is what I wonder.
Yeah, I think you can even, is now that the quarterback controversy seems to have died down in Hamilton, is this the new one that we're going to watch? Instead of Mazzoli and Evans, are we going to be watching Mayer versus Mitchell?
Yeah, and I think Mitchell Bo Levi Mitchell is the starter hands down this season, and he's earned it over the course of his career. I am high on Jake Mayer and what I think he can bring from what we saw last season, and we'll see what kind of the leash is, so to say, on Bo Levi if he does struggle in games this year. It's not a bad problem to have two good quarterbacks on your roster. In fact, that's how we saw Hamilton get to the Grey Cup and come oh so close. Was, in those playoff games that flop back and forth between Jeremiah Mazzoli. Oh, he's struggling. Comes Dane Evans. Perfect performance in the East final. Then in the Grey Cup, Evans struggles, gets injured. Mazzoli comes in, plays a great game as well. Like, it's a good problem to have two quality quarterbacks, especially in the CFL where they get injured so often.
What do we think of Kadeem Carey reportedly being the highest paid non-Canadian running back in CFL history?
I think he earned it. I think, there's a lot of contracts we'll talk about today that are absurd in terms of pricing given the traditional norm. But teams are starting to be willing to pay players a premium to keep them or to lure them away. And Carey, I thought, was a very promising option at running back, finished second in the league in rushing last season. If we look at his stats here, 869 rush yards, 7 touchdowns, which I believe led all running backs. I think Kadeem Carey is a fantastic running back. And as I've said here on the podcast before, it's exciting to see kind of the shift of Calgary again to be a little more run game focused, a little more balanced between the pass game and the run game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Brian, our time with you is almost up. Do you have any closing comments?
No, just that I think you're going to see a much tighter, divisional race in the East and in the West. I think it's going to be, the fans are ready for another full season of CFL football. I think on paper it looks like it's going to be, a pretty close season in terms of all teams. Obviously as a Bomber fan, we enjoy, watching them run away with the West and back-to-back Grey Cups, but it's good for the league to have some parity in it. It's good for the league to see competition. And I think we're all just hoping for that three-peat.
True. And then this comes from a Bomber fan. I will be upfront about that. Anyway, Brian, thank you very much for coming on. It's a lot earlier than you normally do. I appreciate you squeezing us in, and I'll talk to you on the bid show later in the week.
For sure. Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Brian. We'll talk to you later. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day.
You as well. Take care, guys.
All right.
As we thank Brian Peterkin for joining us, we move on to our second guest of the show, coming from the Rouge Radio podcast. It's the great Robert Dalton. Daltz is here. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Couldn't ask for a better introduction, the great Robert Dalton. I've never ever heard that adjective before. I've heard deplorable, but that's why bother going on further? I'll stop at that one. All right. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. First of 2 segments today. You'll be joining us later on in the afternoon as well. Free agency kicks off in exactly an hour and 1 minute, according to my clock from this point in time. So, we've got you on for 2 segments today. So I think the first one, we'll take a look at the available free agents and maybe make some predictions of where they'll land. And then we can check back in with you later on to see based on where they do. Let's pull up the list here of the free agents. Let's start at the quarterback position. Mike and I talked about it a little bit beforehand. Pretty thin crop here at quarterback, but where do you see some of these guys potentially going today?
I'll touch on a little bit of Trevor Harris because Trevor Harris is kind of like that iffy starter. I think guys like him, and I'll even throw out receiver Brandon Banks, and I know you want to talk about quarterbacks, but Brandon Banks, Trevor Harris seem like those kind of guys that are just going to, just wait till the market dries up and see which team has a little bit of money, waiting around for them. I think a couple of names to keep an eye on is David Watford and Matt Nichols. Matt Nichols probably not going to be a starter if he does play this year, but he does have a lot of experience, and he may have just enough experience to maybe join Winnipeg as a backup role. But who knows? It all depends on where the money sits. But guys like Isaac Harker, David Watford, possibly showing up in BC. I'd like to say Edmonton, but they've got a plethora of quarterbacks right now that I don't know where they're going with that one. Saskatchewan, are they fine with Mason Fine? I didn't mean that pun.
Save it for the dad joke segment.
Yeah, exactly. Winnipeg, are they satisfied with Drew Brown? Sean McGuire still not under contract. Are they trying to work on an 11th hour deal with him? Do they want to be in a situation where they hope that Zach Claros is going to be upright for the entire season? Hamilton, they did what they needed to do. They got Matthew Schultz. They released David Watford. So they've got that settled. Montreal could argue that they kind of downgraded at their backup quarterback. So right now, if you're looking at, for me, the top three names available will probably be Watford, Harris, and Matt Nichols.
Yeah, and one name we don't have here on this chart that could be an interesting one to see today, where if he ends up landing somewhere, is former Bomber quarterback Chris Streveler, who has been bouncing around the NFL a little bit and, has talked about potentially being interested in coming back to the CFL one day. Where do you see him potentially going somewhere in the CFL, or still trying to stick it out in the NFL?
If you're going to the NFL and you're bouncing around the NFL, you're going to try to exercise as many NFL opportunities that you can. Of all things considering, if he wants a lot of money to return to the CFL, he might. I had him pegged to going to Ottawa. I don't know if Ottawa's going to have enough money at the quarterback position to shell out to Chris Streveler, although Paul LaPolice will probably have a little bit of a package for him. Former offensive coordinator in Winnipeg. But if there's a couple of teams that could use a guy like Streveler in their offense. BC, who knows where Rourke is going to be? That offensive line probably would be better suited for a guy who likes to run first, pass second, in Streveler. Edmonton, they could dress Streveler as a safety. Who knows what Chris Jones would do? Saskatchewan, just for the chaos, because I know a lot of Rider fans just absolutely hate Chris Streveler. But ideally, Ottawa, BC would probably be a desirable landing spot, because they might have a little bit more money left aside for that secondary quarterback position. But if money is not important to him, maybe Winnipeg is the place for him, because there's familiarity in the CFL and the potential for a three-peat.
The big question mark for me, and I think the most interesting team potentially to watch in free agency, is the BC Lions, because they seem like a team they're playing with house money, right? Like Nathan Rourke's their starting quarterback at $80,000 presumably, whereas teams are paying $400,000, $500,000. Now, granted, they've invested all of that money in Lucky Whitehead and Brian Burnham already, arguably, but you have a significant cap advantage potentially over other teams, and that you're paying $400,000 less at quarterback. So I wouldn't be surprised to see BC, go for another a cheap backup like Michael O'Connor, who they've been talking about. There's been talk there, another national at backup at quarterback, and then just spending their money elsewhere this season, which gives me a bit of pause for concern, because we've seen 2-3 games out of Nathan Rourke. I would love to see them. I think Matt Nichols would be an interesting fit there in BC myself. In terms of, just a veteran presence, more of a backup coach kind of role to coach Nathan Rourke, and you have a veteran there available to you. But we'll see where things go at quarterback throughout the day today, see if any of these guys land there. Let's take a look at the running back position. We talked about this one at the start of the show as well. The big topic here really is Andrew Harris, and I know I've seen you chat about this one on Twitter here and there as well. And I think we're kind of thinking the same thing here, that, it's unfortunate for Harris to potentially be out here in Winnipeg. but them prioritizing the young Canadians in Oliveira and Augustine is absolutely the right call, right?
Oh, it is, and like I said a couple of weeks ago, when all three of them were still pending free agents, is that when the season kicks off, I believe Andrew Harris will be 35 years old, and he showed that he still probably has a good year left in him. But are you willing to have 1 year of Andrew Harris and forego potential of 2 or 3 years of Johnny Augustine elsewhere, as well as maybe another 2 years of Brady Oliveira going elsewhere? It's just, from a business standpoint, it just doesn't make sense to me. And as much as I love Andrew Harris, and I would love to have all three of them back in the Bomber backfield, Johnny Augustine was probably going to go if the other two were going to be brought back. And per yards per carry last year, Johnny Augustine had a better yards per carry. Now it's a small sample size in 2021 because he only played a game and a half or 2 games, depending on the meaningless games that he had in Calgary and a couple in Montreal. But when you take that into consideration, I think the decision was easy, and it very well could have been maybe a little bit easier had Andrew Harris maybe decided to retire. And that's not my decision, but I think sometimes when you leave the decision up to your general manager, these are the kind of things that happen. And to me, it was the right decision.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying as well. The most ideal situation would be if Andrew Harris just retired for the Bombers, right? It works itself out then. He goes out on top. They sign their 2 running backs for the future. Seems like that's not going to be the case. Seems like Harris still wants to play. We'll see where he goes there. Just taking a look at the comment section on the YouTube feed. David in the chat says, going back to the quarterbacks, Watford's a decent second stringer. He needs to work on his arm, but his run game and short game are excellent. Yeah, I agree with that. If you want to compare some of those backup quarterbacks like Sean McGuire, like David Watford, I think they've got the talent there in the run game. Just the pass game isn't quite there to the extent that you'd be excited to necessarily, have the full confidence in them to take the reins if their starting quarterback goes down.
Yeah, and essentially outside of a couple of games, we only saw David Watford through like third and short, third down gambles, and he, as well as Sean McGuire, were probably 1 and 2 amongst those. I mean, what was it? McGuire had like 4 touchdowns in the back-to-back games against the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It was the quarterback sneaks. That's all it was. And I mean, in an offense like Winnipeg and Saskatchewan, Winnipeg and Hamilton, those kind of quarterbacks you need. But you also, you need someone to come in an emergency situation. And we saw in Winnipeg when Claros wasn't starting, when he wasn't playing. I have hope for Sean McGuire because he's still young in the developmental process as far as CFL quarterback goes. But he did not look good in his rare games that he showed up in.
And they got very lucky that Claros did not get injured all season long. And when quarterback injuries are so common in the CFL. Let's take a look at the wide receivers for the first time today. Now we've got a number of them. If we look at the ones that have signed here that already have deals in principle. Kenny Lawler reportedly going to the Edmonton Elks. Greg Ellingson reportedly going to the Bombers. Jalen Acklin over to Ottawa. Darvin Adams reportedly going over to Ottawa as well as has been announced this morning. Levi Noel to Ottawa. Those are the ones that have changed or have deals in place to change teams thus far. We have a lot of big names re-upping with their teams as well. Burnham, Whitehead, Winicky, Kamar Jordan, etc. Those are the ones we've seen thus far. Let's touch on the big one. Kenny Lawler, $300,000 supposedly with the Edmonton Elks. Your thoughts on that deal?
That's a lot of money for a non-quarterback, and it's not like I'm going to be anti big money for non-quarterback positions. If you're going to shell out that kind of money to a non-quarterback, you better be a game changer. Now, Kenny Lawler is a top 5 receiver, maybe even top 3 receiver in the CFL, so he's worth being top 3 or paid top 3 in the CFL. But is he a game changer to make it worth that top coin? I don't know. I think he just completed 2 years of a CFL career, so I think that's too early. I mean, he does rank up there with kind of highlight reel catches, compared to Brian Burnham. No one's going to really compete with Brian Burnham in my opinion, but I think 300 is way too much for a receiver, especially one that probably is not going to be that much of a game changer. And we also have to keep taking into consideration as to what kind of offense Edmonton is going to run there, and who's going to be throwing the ball. I mean, it's not, there's time that the quarterback needs to have to find that target, and I don't think Edmonton has nearly that kind of offensive line that Winnipeg has had in the last couple of years. Also, the running game. I mean, James Wilder Jr. started the season but kind of trailed off, whereas Winnipeg's it was consistent throughout the whole season. So it's a much different offense. The one thing is that Stephen McAdoo has run a fluent offense, so you might have some consistency there in regards to his production. I'm not expecting too much, and I think one of our podcast friends, Andrew from the Turf District, said, "Listen, he's going to be under the microscope." So at first glance, how is he going to react if he's not going to have that great of a game? If he has 5 targets and he drops 2 of them, how is he going to react the next game? I mean, we'd like to believe that that they're all professionals, so they're going to bounce back the next game. But it's when you have that microscope as a top paid receiver in the CFL, that production better be up there.
Let's take a look at the free agents left at receiver. You touched on one of them as potentially most interesting for you today, Brandon Banks of the formerly of the Hamilton Tiger Cats. A ton of seasons there in Hamilton. 2019 was the league MOP, but unfortunately, this last year took a bit of a step back, had some injuries along the way. Are you surprised to see the Brandon Banks era in Hamilton over?
No, I think one of our Grey Cup wrap-up shows last year, I touched on, hey, listen, what are the Hamilton Tiger Cats going to have to do? There's 3 players that are kind of on the wrong side of 30 that they probably should take a look at. There, one was Chris Van Zyl, the other Simone Lawrence, and the other one was Brandon Banks. Obviously, Hamilton said, F Daltz, he doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll re-sign Chris Van Zyl and Simone Lawrence, leaving Brandon Banks as the odd man out. So it doesn't surprise me, just because they have a plethora of receivers. Even with Jalen Acklin going to the Red Blacks, it still leaves a lot of options available for Hamilton. I'm not really too concerned for the receiving group. I think that they could find, even scout one coming out from down south, maybe not to the extent of what Brandon Banks brings to that locker room, but as far as production goes, you probably may not even remember Brandon Banks as far as 2021. But like I said, Brandon Banks, he's like Andrew Harris. He's still probably got another year good left to be productive. Unfortunately, it's not going to be in Hamilton. I thought Ottawa, but they might be looking elsewhere. But like I said earlier, is that he's probably just going to be waiting around, just waiting for the money to dry out to see which team that has the most money is the best fit for him.
Let's take a look at some of these other options here at receiver. Mike, looking at this list here, any of these jump out to you besides we've talked about Brandon Banks, but who are you looking at as the big fish available and where they might go?
This one may not come as much of a surprise, but I wonder a guy like Herdy Mayala in Calgary, or formerly with Calgary. He's the name that has really, really intrigued me for a long time. They have a whole bunch of people, bunch of players from Calgary on this list, like Ambles and Huff, just to name a couple. Herdy Mayala, to me, has been kind of left out of that national rotation in Calgary. It seems like they're going in Hunchut's direction over Mayala. I think that was kind of the calculation that they made. I really want to see a guy like Herdy Mayala play outside of Calgary and get a chance to be that guy, because I think minus the injuries, he would strike me as a guy that would look like Nick Dembski just a little bit. He's got that kind of, I don't know, that might be a bad example, but he's got that game-breaking speed where if left in the open, he's got, that 1 or 2 step movement and he's gone. And I think it should be credited to John Huffnagle with the depth that he has assembled in Herdy Mayawa, Josh Huff, who seemed to have fallen out of favor in Calgary toward the end of the year when he didn't play in the playoff game, as I recall, which was a little bit of a head scratcher at the time. But this is not a very deep group of receivers outside of Kenny Lawler, who, and I was listening to your conversation in the background while I was doing some other things. To me, we all know what happened to Darrell Walker in Toronto at 285. Now what you've done is you've said, okay, you're going to take a $300,000 contract. Now it's time to show me more. Show me that, last year in Winnipeg was not a fluke. Because I'll tell you what, with a bigger paycheck comes bigger expectations. And how does he follow that up? But to answer your long-winded question, I'm curious about Herdy Mayala. Where does he end up? Because I think he was underutilized. And I think given in a situation, maybe in Ottawa, maybe in Edmonton, a team that's a little bit, looking for that Canadian at receiver, he could definitely be a boon. And personally, this might be overselling him a little bit. I see him in that 750 to 1,000 yard receiver given time.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to me because I was high on Mayala coming into this season. I think in our preseason fantasy draft, I think I took him as one of my options at Canadian receiver. But early on in the season, it seemed like he wasn't necessarily getting a ton of looks his way and not making the most of them. I mean, it's kind of hard to do so though in Calgary, right? When Bo Levi Mitchell likes to spread the ball around, you got 7 different people catching the ball on any given game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But again, I just think it's his time to show that he can be the guy. It's time to get out from that Calgary shadow. Huffnagle seems to develop these guys, and then they seem to move on. Now,
and
whether
Toronto seems to send them.
it rolls,
Yeah.
to be seen.
Yeah. Over-under, guys, today, a number of Calgary Stampeders going over to the Toronto Argonauts. If I set the line at 15, is that too high?
I think that's a very acceptable line because it leaves a lot of room to breathe for certain players. I honestly, I'm shocked that the number is rather low right now because it just seems. Like I jokingly said on Twitter, I honestly believe that the Argonaut scouting staff consists of one person that he or she lives in Calgary. Like that's where they go.
Yeah, that seems that's a logical theory. I like it. Some comments in the chat there. Slim Pickens at wide receiver. Yeah, there's not a ton of big names available because, like we said, a lot of them have re-signed with their clubs. There was talk of where would Brian Burnham go. They managed to get that deal done in BC. I thought maybe Jake Winicky would be available. Him going, back to Montreal. And then a couple of, if you scroll down the list, Saskatchewan got a number of big deals done. Duke Williams, Kyron Moore, Shaq Evans, all back in Saskatchewan. A lot of these players, as we scroll through the list here, you can see these are all guys that have signed already, most of them with their current clubs. So not too many left to move places here at wide receiver. Let's move on. Let's switch over to the defensive side of the ball. We haven't talked a ton about that yet. There are a number of premium players available on that side of the ball as well. In terms of players that will be changing places that we know of, it sounds like Jagarrett Davis on the defensive line is going over to the Argos on a big contract there. Kwaku Boateng going from Edmonton to Ottawa. Micah Johnson slated to go to Hamilton, which should help lessen the blow of losing Jagarrett Davis. Lorenzo Malden going over to Ottawa there as well. And then taking a look at I'll pull it up here, the list of free agents on the defensive line. Who to you is the biggest fish here, Daltz?
I was going to say Avery Ellis, but it looks like he's going to Montreal. And I think that's one of the bad things about having the illegal tampering period, or I guess legal tampering period. These things are leaked. Honestly, I think the majority. I was waiting for Montreal to do something on that defensive front because I thought that their inactivity so far just left a lot to be desired. But if they actually have signed Avery Ellis, I think they've got the biggest fish that was available, and it's very underrated because no one's going to talk about Avery Ellis, and I think he works well with whatever defensive scheme that they happen to put together for the 2022 season. Yeah, I think that was such. I think Woody Barron was also a big name. I kind of expect him to re-sign in Montreal. Steven Richardson is a name that actually comes off because I thought that while he's really good at stopping the run, obviously you could tell when he returned to Winnipeg's lineup, their run defense vastly improved when he returned from injury. All expected him to land in BC. Outside of that, maybe I'm looking at McCann-Henry, and only because he's a national player. I honestly don't know what to think about him because he's a great player, but he takes costly penalties, and you just know that if he's going to land somewhere, it's likely going to be on a very decent, like a valuable deal. It probably won't even sign until maybe a couple of days into free agency. Another name, and I saw, I can't remember, Ted Laurent. His status is probably up in the air because of Michael Johnson, Jagarrett Davis, that scenario. Where is he going to go? I mean, that's a big name. He's a Canadian as well, so it adds value to whoever is able to scoop him up.
Yeah, I think Ted Laurent's a big one there, Canadian defensive lineman, big piece there. One of the most interesting ones, I think, is David Menard because, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he was a nominee for Most Outstanding Defensive Player, Most Outstanding Canadian. He was a nominee for some sort of league award. I can't remember exactly which one, but he was mostly in a backup role all season long, which we had Tim Capper from the Alouettes Flight Deck on the podcast here a couple of weeks ago, and he made a sound argument that if you can do all of this while you're in a backup role, maybe you do deserve a nominee for Most Outstanding Defensive Player or Canadian or whichever award it was. I can't recall off the top of my head. Mike, anyone here stand out to you on the defensive line that you're looking to see go somewhere today?
I agree with the discussion on McCann-Henry. Man, I kind of agree with Daltz over here. If he can take the penalties to a minimum, he would be the number one guy on this list for me. I don't even think he would be on this list. I think he would be re-signed in Saskatchewan. And to me, I wonder, and again, Homer bias, I apologize. I wonder if the Bombers or somebody like that could get him in on a value contract, just like you were saying earlier, under that Mike O'Shea defensive discipline system to kind of reel him in a little bit. And because we know Coach O'Shea doesn't tolerate penalties. He wants clean football, hard football within the rules, that kind of thing. So, again, and I think, Steven Richardson, I feel disappointed just because you win a championship and you can't keep the band together. He's gonna help whoever he signs with, presumably BC. I wouldn't want to be a general manager, guys. Let me tell you, to make these agonizing decisions, this guy over that guy, and that guy comes back to bite you when you were thinking about that guy, right? So it's a big puzzle. To me, I dive it. But I look at, if we want to kind of go off this list, Cordero Law a little bit. I remember he had I think it was in Calgary, had a great season or two. I almost wonder if he was underutilized in that system in Toronto a little bit, which didn't really thrive to be for him. And I'm wondering if he bounces back with the change of scenery as well.
Yeah, I think that could be an interesting one there too. Only 5 games played this last year for Cordero Law. I think he, mainstay in Calgary for a while, went over to Toronto. We'll see what he does this year. I know we're almost out of time on this segment with you here, Daltz. So before we let you go and bring you back on later this afternoon, we've talked through a lot of these positions here. But is there any player or any team in particular you most have your eye on today of where you see what you want to see them do?
Obviously, being a Bomber fan, I'm interested to see what Winnipeg does. Greg Ellingson joining Winnipeg obviously kind of replaces the combination of Kenny Lawler and Darvin Adams. Maybe not to the production of Lawler, but obviously fills a role. And I think Winnipeg, their scouting staff is confident that they'll be able to bring up, either Kelvin McKnight or maybe even Blake Jackson, who was injured most of last year, to fill in the duties. But BC is another way, because I thought, okay, they're planning on throwing a lot of money at receivers to give Nathan Rourke a lot of targets. But I thought, why not, have a running game? If you're, they might bring Andrew Harris through freight, bring him back to BC, but also commit to the run. So what are they going to do? They have one of the best run blockers in Suk Chung, and really not that good pass blockers. So I kind of half expected them to load up on the offensive line. And looking at who's available through the offensive line, I don't know if that's an available option. I think Darius Sirocco being snagged by Ottawa was probably their last chance of having some semblance of an offensive line. Peter Gobber resigned, and as a 6th offensive lineman, probably not that bad. But if he's starting for you for 18 games for the year, I don't like BC's chances. So they're going to have to load up, maybe stock up on offensive linemen based on who's available. I don't like their chances, but I am going to keep an eye on it. Maybe they're going to make a trade or two to load that up, because BC, lack of a running game, lack of blocking for your young quarterback. I don't like their chances going into this year.
Yeah, and that's got to be the big focus. 2-3 years ago it was where they brought in a bunch of players. Michael Riley came over to BC, high hopes there, but he was on his back for the majority of that season because they couldn't seem to get the blocking in place there. I think that needs to be a focus for them too. I know they're losing some pieces there. If we look at who's been signed on the offensive line, Hunter Stewart going over to Ottawa from BC is the only one that is changing places so far. But you do have Riker Matthews, who I believe was with Hamilton previously, one of the top offensive linemen there, went over to BC, only got 1 game in last season though, and could be looks to be a free agent here as well. So definitely a position of focus for the BC Lions throughout the day-to-day.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they do. Nyla Kazatati, if he's available, would be a significant upgrade to what they have. I'm not too sure that's the guy that they want to lean on, but it is an available option for them. But that's, BC and Winnipeg, what they're going to do. It looks like Sean McGuire is not going to be coming back. He's got options outside of football. So Winnipeg, their backup quarterback, and BC on their offensive line. Those are two aspects what I'm looking for free agency.
Sounds good. We'll check back in with you later on this afternoon. Let me double check here. The time you are coming back at 2 p.m. Central Time, I believe. We'll check in. Free agency will be open for 3 hours already by then. So
yep.
A lot of these signings we already pretty much know are in place will directly be confirmed, and we'll talk about them more in depth then. Where can people find your podcast before we let you go right now?
We can find us. Well, first off, we advertise a lot through Twitter. You can find us on Twitter at Roosh Radio. We do have our podcast available through the majority of your favorite podcast apps: iTunes, Google Play, Spotify, TuneIn, and as well as we're trying to load up a lot of our episodes onto our YouTube channel. But you can find obviously one-on-one interviews, trade trees, which I've got a couple of trade trees lined up. Maybe I'll record some during in between the guest spots here, but that'll be fun to do. But those are the aspects where you can find our podcast. Myself and Tony, we just can't wait for the CFL season to start.
Really quick, Robert, if I could, just on your way out, I've always been fascinated by your trade tree situation, like your trade tree drawings and mapping them out. Where did that interest start for you?
Quite honestly, it's been an interest for me for quite some time. As a Bomber fan, I was like always okay. Where it originally started is, I don't know if you remember the Kahari Jones trade, where we set Kahari Jones draft pick and Randy Bowles to Calgary for Joe Fleming, Wes Lysak, and Scott Reichenbull back in 2004. And then I believe it was Joe Fleming who played, GM for Brendan Taman in 2005 and brought in guys like Willie Fells, William Fields, and Wayne McGarity. So in my mind, I'm thinking, oh my God, we got rid of Kahari Jones and Randy Bowles, and we got all these guys from Calgary. Spoiler alert, they sucked in 2005, so it really meant nothing for Winnipeg. But that's where I got an interest. And so I kind of in the CFL, contracts don't last long and trades don't often happen. So I never really did anything with it. And a guy you might have seen, Steve Dangle from Sportsman, who did NHL trade trees. And then it kind of revitalized my interest in doing these trade trees, and kind of took a while before it kind of got off the floor. The most significant one was the most recent one that I did, where the Saskatchewan Roughriders traded for the first overall pick in the dispersal draft, I believe from Hamilton. And it ended up with Kyan Schaefer-Baker in 2022. So for something that happened in 2005 and have results in 2022, it's a pretty good deal.
Awesome. Yeah, no, those trade trees are fun to watch, see how they all shake out, especially some of the weird ones. Once you get into 6 layers deep into the trade, and 10 years later, this is how it's all shaken out, the nested trades there. Dalt, thanks for hopping in here for the past half hour or so. We'll check back in with you later on this afternoon, and enjoy the next couple of hours.
Will do. Thanks for having me, and look forward to talking more results in 3.5 hours.
All right, talk to you later. Okay, Mike, it's back to just you and me now for the next little while here. We have a jam-packed afternoon full of guests later on this afternoon, but for the next, I think it's 2 hours, it will just be you and I. Here's what we will do. Let's go through and finish off the looking through the available free agents. Free agency kicks off in about 26 minutes officially here. So let's go through those. Then right before 11 a.m. Central Time, we'll take a couple-minute break just to get reset here, to fill some water, use the washroom, etc., all those things. And then we'll come back in and we'll be ready to go and go through all of the signings as they come out. How does that sound?
Good. I just put tennis slides up in here really quickly.
Yeah, we're still going here for 25 minutes till our break. So
okay. Yeah. Sorry. The reason I had to jump out as I was trying to get in on the Kyle Walters media availability because I was curious about the Andrew Harris situation. Kyle Walters is telling the media, we don't have much left to spend today. I don't think there'll be much today. We'll possibly examine price points on free agent players later in the week. Kyle Walters says he expects Brandon Alexander, who was injured in the Grey Cup, to be back with the team. Kyle Walters also said current number 2 quarterback Sean McGuire is exploring options for playing beyond this year. And Walters has also confirmed the signing of Greg Ellingson, began to pursue him after the Kenny Lawler sweepstakes went out of the Bomber price range. And the other news, Andrew Harris negotiates for himself. He's his own agent, and all Walters would say on the situation is he and Harris could not agree to a contract. And it also sounds like Ali Mortada will be back as the Bomber kicker.
Yeah, let's go over to the kickers here because we just got a comment in the chat, so perfect timing there to take a look at the kicker position. David wants to know, with how bad the kicking games were last year, with a few exceptions, what do you think the kicker market looks like? Well, there aren't a ton of current CFL kickers available. If we look at the ones that have signed, Rene Paradis re-upping in Calgary after last season. Brett Lauder back in Saskatchewan, I believe on a 2-year deal there. Boris Beatty going back to the Argos. I would say those were 3 of the most efficient kickers in the CFL this season. I believe Paradis led the way in terms of field goal percentage over 90. So them all re-upping with their teams there. Looking at the ones left at free agents, Sean White, probably the most notable name. You know, he's been in Edmonton there for a while. 87% of his field goals last season. Seems like White could be moving on. There's talk, I believe, of him going over to BC to fill over the kicking role there. Sergio Castillo's the other big one. 70. So kind of surprised me actually when putting these stats together. He was under 80% on his field goals when he did join the Bombers down the stretch. Maybe it's just because he was so clutch in the Grey Cup game, going 5 for 5. But Castillo was the big help at the end of the season there for Winnipeg to lead them to the Grey Cup. Sounds like there is no deal at this moment in place to bring him back to Winnipeg. So he could be going elsewhere and is probably the second best option there behind Sean White available as well. Ronnie Pfeffer also available. Didn't get playing time there in Calgary this season though, is more in a backup role. Will in the chat says, I wonder if Liram Haralahu returns to the CFL or whether he tries another year to catch on in the NFL. Mike, what do you see there from Liram Haralahu? Do you think there's a potential we could see him come back to the CFL and sign somewhere this season?
There's always potential, Ryan. For me, where I sit with kickers is, I'm going to use my old line, and I'm shocked. Okay, we're almost 2 hours into this, okay, and I haven't used my favorite line. Blank is a dime a dozen.
There it is.
So, kickers goes in there. Personally, I don't believe the Bombers can afford Sergio Castillo, what he would demand. That's why, but things can change. Only certain amount of people can take a hometown discount. Even though there's only 3 free agent kickers, and it sounds like Sean White's going to BC, we have these kickers available that seem to come out of nowhere, that seem to win. You know, at the beginning of the year, we don't have expectations on certain kickers. We don't have expectations on certain kickers, and they wind up being, nominees for special teams player of the year, et cetera, et cetera. So Yeah, it's titlers are a dime a dozen. Personally, I know in our CFC fantasy pool, the titlers I think we took were last. That seems to be a lot of on the bottom of the list. I think if a lot of teams can get away with signing a kicker for the minimum, they will. That's just the reality. Um, although I would suggest to you that I think the punter in today's CFL is more valuable than a kicker. Or a place kicker, just given the interesting, the kicking and the field position. I think you're also a benefit if you can do both. Um, that's you make yourself versatile to your team. The one that I don't understand to me, and maybe I'm just that far off base and out of touch. It's curious to me why the writers wouldn't bring John Ryan back. Um, yes,
Well, this is the interesting one because I believe John Ryan had in the chat in the media gone and said, he was a little bit upset with the Randy Ambrosie's global CFL initiative because he's basically been replaced by a cheaper global option. I believe it's Kari Vedvik, who came in later in the season when John Ryan was injured and filled in, and he did a fine job in the role. So, if you're going to go with, John Ryan's not going to demand necessarily a cheap contract. He's going to want some money. And if you can go much cheaper if you're a team, you're going to do that so you can spend your money elsewhere. So it doesn't surprise me. He is the only free agent punter available. So we'll see if he lands somewhere as well. Just on that topic in the chat, Nosebuzz on Twitch says they don't have to pay global players as much as the vet minimum. So they... supposedly he offered the minimum to play for the Riders, but they still wanted to move on because they could pay even cheaper there. So that's the situation with John Ryan. The only punter signed so far, Stefan Flintoff, who I think might have been BC's Special Teams Player of the Year nominee, ends up going back to BC. But let's check back in with some of these comments here, Mike, because we've had a couple along the way that we have not addressed here yet. Let's go back to... we were talking about the receivers earlier. We got a comment regarding Kenny Waller saying he's getting $300K a year, but he also has a history of making bad decisions. Mentioning his suspension last year for his DUI. Hopefully this doesn't go to his head and result in more off-field issues. Yeah, I think I'm very interested to see what this season looks like for Lawler. Solid 2019, 600 and something yards there. Very good league-leading receiver this past year. We'll see what he does there with that big contract in Edmonton. Big pressure on Kenny Lawler there. Will says, interesting that 3 of 4 top receivers in terms of yardage had no receiving touchdowns this year. Yeah, that's another one that to me was very surprising as well, that just a lot of these big name guys, did not pick up any touchdowns this season. Ricky Collins Jr., RJ Harris, Josh Huff among them seemed like big yardage, but not necessarily the go-to end zone guys. David says, talking about the defensive line, Tuggle and Coleman are underrated players who could make a difference for a team. I absolutely agree with that statement. Here's some Bomber questions for you from Blue Bombers fan on Twitch, Mike. Do you think there's any chance Speedy B Brandon Banks comes to Winnipeg?
This is the topic that I have not wanted to address, but I guess the time has come. There's a place for him, yes, but at what cost? I don't think he comes to Winnipeg today. I think the money is there and the money is fair and he wants to come here, absolutely. But I just don't know now with Greg Ellington. They're high on McKnight. They're high on, Rasheed Bailey. They're high on Drew Wolotarski, who's probably needed a bigger role. Nick Dempsey's still there. By the way, I'm just going through some stuff. It sounds like Darvin Adams is going to Ottawa with Paul LaPolice, which is not a surprise. Again, kind of like David's comment, right? It's everybody has money in their mind of what they think they're worth, but when they get to free agency, the money isn't there. It's like you oversold yourself in a way. It's interesting that way. And would I love to see Speedy Banks in Winnipeg? Absolutely. Do I think we need him? No. I think we're going to be A-okay without him. And I think it's time for those younger Canadian guys like the Wolotarskis to take this team to the next level, if that's even possible. And to me, that happens without Speedy B. If you're worried about a veteran presence, I think the easy solution would have been to bring Darvin Adams back. But I don't know. I do think a name that strikes me, but I think would be more efficient, and he's not a receiver by any means. But if you're thinking about a dynamic, player that could help that kick return game, with Jannary and Grant not under contract, with Charles Nelson having some question marks, you may want to look at a guy like Frankie Williams.
I think that's a fun one to me because great kick returner, and it also helps fill a role at defensive back where you're losing DeAndre Alford to the NFL there and possibly some other pieces, and with Brandon Alexander potentially out for the first half of the season. I like that idea. If you're looking for somebody to fill the return role. Some other comments here in the chat. We had somebody was asking, what do you think of Chris Streveler? What's his plan? We talked about that a little bit ago when Daltz was here. Probably going to keep trying to exercise his options in the NFL, I would assume, and but not opposed to coming back to the CFL. Could see him hitching in as a backup role somewhere. Will he come back to Winnipeg? Take a cheaper deal to do so there. That I don't necessarily know. To me, Ottawa with Paul LaPolice kind of makes a lot of sense in that situation. But we'll see.
Can I just jump in about that? Can I just jump in about that?
Sure.
I think one thing fans need to be cognizant of is Chris Streveler was iconic isn't the right word, but Chris Streveler showed us what he can do, and that has become a reliable running option. Fair enough. But I think if you're the Bombers, you need a guy that can throw the ball. Because what was reason number one outside of Streveler's injury that Zach Tolaro saw the field to begin with in 2019? It was because he could throw the football down the field, something Matt Nichols struggled with.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I love the guy, but if you're going to get a quarterback, he's got to be able to throw the ball. And we need to get this. I understand the fan base loves him for everything that happened, the fur coat. But, guys, sorry, but We're in the business of winning football games. Sorry, but we haven't been winning football games without QB1 in the game here as long as I can remember. And the problem is, I hate to get so animated. I love Strebler till the cows come home. Give me one backup in Winnipeg that has played well coming in the last 10 or 12 years. I'll wait.
I don't want to go back and remember all of them. So I'm sorry to say. I've blocked out many of those years from my memory, Mike.
So
Don't make me relive them.
It hasn't happened. We can't bank on Zach Collaros being healthy. We just can't. We can't bank on anybody being healthy. We need a quarterback that can control the ball and move the ball with some efficiency. Right now, no disrespect to Drew Brown, I don't think he's the guy right now. And if the Bombers are banking on it being Drew Brown and Sean McGuire moves on somewhere else, I'm still the same worried as I was last year.
Yeah, I'm really wondering who the Bombers do go at for backup quarterback. The guy I wanted, Matt Schultz, who ended up going over to Hamilton. I think he was the best potential backup option available. Perhaps Trevor Harris is the biggest name left at this point. I don't know if the Bombers would be able to get that done from a money standpoint to bring him in as fully backup role there. I'm not sure if that's something that necessarily interests him as well. But we'll see where that plays out throughout the day. A couple of comments here on the Brandon Banks discussion. David says, as much as I love Speedy B, he's probably looking for more money than most teams would be willing to spend. And Randy chimed in with saying it takes a pretty deep hometown he was willing to take a discount to play in Hamilton, but doubt he feels the same elsewhere. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what kind of contract Brandon Banks gets and who's willing to give it to him. And then the last piece of it, just catching up on the chat here, the last piece of info thing we have here, Mike, we have some breaking news, a breaking signing here for you. Defensive lineman Ted Laurent has re-signed with the Hamilton Tiger Cats as per TSN's Farhan Lalji. That was one, I talked to Mike Graham from Podski Wee Wee here on the podcast last week. We didn't think they were going to necessarily get that done. But all of a sudden, a very solid defensive line, yet again, a scary defensive line in Hamilton with they brought back Dylan Wynn. They've now brought back Ted Laurent. They're going to be bringing in Micah Johnson. And the last piece there on the defensive line escapes my recollection at the moment. But your thoughts on Ted Laurent re-upping with the Hamilton Tiger Cats?
Yeah, you know what? It's a sourly needed signing for Hamilton. This was the guy that they couldn't let get away. As I remember, he missed the Grey Cup because of a surgery that he had to have. He would have changed that Grey Cup game. I'm convinced if he would have played, that the Bombers wouldn't have won the Grey Cup. He's that much. He's also a ratio breaker on the defensive line. You turn one position automatically to national. That's just it had to happen. He's one of those players that you love him on your team, you hate to face him. And he's the lifeblood of that defensive line, and you need guys like him on your team. And he probably went to the market, shopped around. Somebody probably offered more, but he said, is it worth it going to greener pastures over a little bit of money, or is it worth staying what I know? It's interesting because, it's just very interesting the way teams value, and that's why Kadeem Terry makes me wonder a little bit, right? But the highest paid running back for an American, you work well with one another, and Ted Laurent brings something to that team. I think they need him. I think he would be a player that would terrorize Hamilton if he was with another team. And I'm not sure you're prepared to have nightmares about it at this point.
Not, and also, like, you're losing Jagarrett Davis, who's going over to the Argos. To bring Ted Laurent back, that's huge. Bring Dylan Wynn back, that's huge. And to bring in Micah Johnson to basically replace Jagarrett Davis there, that's huge. The Ticats defensive line is going to look good as ever. I think we'll go a little more in depth on the Ticats here throughout the show as well. But for a team that a lot of the talk has been on, this team is going to look different this year. They're going to, this is kind of the end of the era for the Ticats, and I do know, there are the big pieces there like Brandon Banks that are going to be gone. I think they've done an excellent job of bringing back some solid pieces to set themselves up for another solid year this year.
Yeah, and I honestly, I believe based on what I've seen today so far and what we're probably going to see today, it is still Hamilton's division to win, with the question mark being at quarterback. Who is that backup quarterback to Dane Evans? Again, that could be about 6 other teams that feel that way, right? It's probably only a handful that say, you know what, we have a very good 1A, very good 1B. It's interesting because I completely lost my train of thought there. I felt like I was going somewhere and then didn't know where I wanted to go.
Well, there is a lot going on today, to be fair. Of course, we're live for 8 hours of coverage today, and we've got multiple screens up each, scrolling through, trying to get all the news as we go. Make sure we get everything up to date. But yes, the top news at the end of this hour is Ted Laurent back to the Hamilton Tiger Cats on another deal there. So free agency opens up officially in just 3 minutes time from now is when the window will officially open. Teams will officially be able to start signing new players. I'm sure a lot of the players we've talked about now will become official. So we'll go through all of those over the next couple hours here before we bring in some more guests. We'll go through all of those news in depth. But first, we're going to take a couple minutes here. We're gonna put things. We'll leave the stream running here, but we'll be disappearing for 2 to 3 minutes here, just to get reset. Go drink some water because staying hydrated is important. And then we'll be back in and dialed in and ready to go through some of these signings. How does that sound, Mike? All right, we will take care of that. Let me put this up on the screen for y'all, and we will be back in a few minutes. Talk to you again soon. And we're back for hour number 3 of 8 here today on the Canadian Football Countdown CFL Free Agent Frenzy 2022. The free agency window is officially open, which means all of the deals general managers have signed over the past week are now legit and will be made public throughout the day today. So we'll be going through all of them. We'll be updating them as we go along. There's been a lot. And join in if you're on the Facebook feed, the YouTube, or the Twitch feed. You can join us in the chat as well. Leave your comments along the way. We've been taking them all day long. Love the discussion going on there from everybody. We'll have some more guests here throughout the afternoon as well from around the Canadian Football Podcast Network. Look forward to those. Our next one coming in is, let me pull up the schedule here, at 12:30 p.m. Central Time in an hour and a half. We'll have Steve from the Pitfalls podcast in Saskatchewan and Will from the Argos Fancast come on and join us for some Riders and Argos discussions, and then more guests to come from there. So I think, Mike, that's a good spot to actually start here as we go through announcing some of these deals is the Saskatchewan Roughriders, because we have not talked Riders very much here yet today. Let's take a look at who they should be announcing to join shortly and what they've done so far. Looking at the Saskatchewan Roughriders here, if we sort this by position, they've done a lot of work at receiver, bringing back their own crew. Kyron Moore is back, Shaq Evans is back, Duke Williams is back on a big contract there. Basically, their whole receiver crew is back for another season. At running back, they brought back Jamal Morrow and Keenan LaFrance, but haven't been able, or were not able to bring back William Powell, or either were not able to or didn't want to. Mike, what are your thoughts on the running back situation in Saskatchewan right now? Morrow and LaFrance under contract. Powell is out. Do you think that the Riders could be a team in on one of those available running backs we took a look at earlier? You're muted.
First time that's happened to me. Forgot to unmute my microphone. Sorry, guys. I think, the more I think about this, the less I think Andrew Harris is an option. I do believe they could go after a depth guy. I just don't know if they're ready to cash in on Jamal Morrow or Keenan LaFrance is their guy. But if, to me, something like a John White would look like an option to me. It depends, right? Because I have the Riders as actually one of my teams to watch today, just on the fact that it sounds like they're willing to spend a lot of money to make things happen because they're hosting the Grey Cup. But again, I just don't see a situation where they could go in with the two bats that they have right now in Morrow and LaFrance. LaFrance did have, as I recall, a pretty big playoff game with the Ottawa Redblacks a couple years ago. But to me, I just don't see how you can go into the season with those two guys right now. A little bit shocked, but honestly, if I'm being completely honest, but they moved on from William Powell.
I'm not. I think he never used them effectively.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem, right? If you don't use them effectively, why is he there? And I think that's something that Andrew Harris has to look at is, they have a history of not necessarily using the running back. Maybe Andrew Harris will be different. But do you want to bring a big guy in if your emphasis is to throw the ball 9 out of every 10 times? However, I do believe that Andrew Harris would help the run blocking, which I think is a little bit of something that William Powell lacks. Truthfully, I also see Jamal Morrow as that kick returner / punt returner option for this year. and then sliding in occasionally into the backfield. But the other thing is the Riders have not made a proclamation whether they plan it on national or American at that position. They have one of each right now. If that's something that you think you can flip ratio-wise to be a running back, then maybe Harris is your guy. If not, you're gonna bring in an American, and you've kind of established that position to be an American position right now. So
to me, I would love to see Jamal Morrow get a little more involved in that offense because I think he's got the speed, he's got the dynamic ability. If you look at his stats this season, not really involved too much on the offense, but over 1,100 return yards in all facets there. I know one game he did have a return touchdown, did get called back by a penalty, but then another big return right thereafter. So, Jamal Morrow had a fantastic season in the return game in Saskatchewan. I'd like to see him get a little more involved in the run game there as well. And, maybe do a dual back system with these two guys for Saskatchewan. Other moves they've made, offensive line, they brought back a couple key pieces there. Evan Johnson, who, has 66 career games. That's a veteran presence there. You've got Logan Ferlin, who stepped in to fill a role on the team after so many guys went down with injuries in training camp. And I think played some of the most snaps out of any all season. And then you've got Taron Vaughn, who's one of those guys, a great offensive lineman, 22 career games, but missed last season due to injuries. So some good moves there on the O-line for the Riders. But to me, the big story on Saskatchewan is on the defensive side of the ball. Bringing back AC Leonard for another season here, a couple of solid defensive backs and Mike Edom, Nick Marshall. But I dare say I think the Riders have, with what they are doing today, probably have themselves the best linebacking core in the CFL because you've got Micah Tights, who they've re-upped. He had 64 tackles, 3 sacks. I think was their most outstanding Canadian nominee this season. You've got Larry Dean coming back, who has always been a top linebacker in the league. Did miss last season due to injury. How does that affect him remains to be seen. But you've got those guys coming back. And then if we take a look at their pending additions, which are just waiting to be officially announced, you've got 2 of the biggest linebacker additions out there on the free agent market. You've got Darnell Sankey of the Calgary Stampeders, who led the league in tackles last season, I believe at 97 tackles. Big piece there going over to the Riders, and a former piece of theirs in Derek Moncrief spent some time with Edmonton last season going back there as well. I really love what Saskatchewan has done at linebacker so far this offseason. There was a lot of, naturally, a surprise to nobody, that a lot of heat on General Manager Jeremy O'Day from Rider fans. Why haven't we been re-signing guys? Where's the moves? Well, right here at the opening of free agency, some big flashes here from the Riders. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I like it. They got better at the linebacker position, something I think that let them down last year. To me, I still believe that their defense may have let them down in the West final last year. When they needed to stop, particularly in the second half, it seemed like they couldn't get it. They were a little bit weak in the linebacker spots. So, to me, I think we need to see, I hate to say this, but the jury is out on that offense. Can they get some element of a running game? To me, it doesn't matter what you have defensively. But we saw the adept inability and reluctance to run the ball, and I hope that changes. Because we see how teams like the Bombers like to play the clock management game with the running game. The Riders, to me, they're a curious case of they're just not good enough or they're underperforming. And this year, I maybe would make the suggestion that jobs are on the line. Because I just don't see how you could lose a Western semifinal to your rival and 2 Western finals and have that happen again to whether it's Winnipeg or whether it's somebody else, and there not be further consequences for that. So, not saying that this is Jeremy O'Day's last chance, but in essence, something needs to happen. And maybe you just say, okay, you know what, you ran into Winnipeg, you ran into the Grey Cup champs 3 years in a row, or 2 years in a row. And then you ran into Calgary. I just don't know. I don't know what this Rider team is right now. Is it the one that was started so well last year, or is it the one that fell off? And I don't know. But to me, there would be consequences losing 2 years in a row to your arch rivals in a division final. But I can't imagine 3 years in a row. And they're putting so much on this year that it worked for them the last time they hosted. I hope it works for them. If the Bombers don't win the Grey Cup, Saskatchewan will be a very close second to me. But then you get into that question of Edmonton, Saskatchewan, Calgary, Winnipeg, how you order that around. Given that Winnipeg has lost but also gained. And truthfully told, I believe Ellington and Kenny Lawler are, when playing to their full potential, pretty much uneven ground. Lawler maybe a bit more of a benefit. It's very interesting. The case of the Riders right now is stuck between a good team and a great team. And
yeah, let's take a look at some of these signings that have come in officially here now. Thank you to Will and David in the chat for pointing them out and calling them out as they come along. We've got offensive lineman Mark Corte, formerly of the Ottawa Red Blacks, is headed to the Edmonton Elks, so a change there, an addition on the offensive line there. We also talked earlier about Greg Ellingson coming over to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. That has now been confirmed by the team as well. So Greg Ellingson coming over to Winnipeg kind of seemed like it was the biggest, the best fit for him. Seemed like a logical place for him to show up there. We've got Bomber defensive back, linebacker Alden Darby is going over to the Ottawa Red Blacks. So that's a nice pickup on the defensive side there of the ball for them as well. We'll keep going through all of the news here as it comes and take a look at all of the signings. We've got the Riders shoring up the linebacker corps with Moncrief and Sankey, as we just talked about. Mike, let's go over to another one of these teams we have not talked a ton necessarily about here today and take a look at any players they may have signed along the way. Let's take a look at the Montreal Alouettes, who, in terms of who they've brought back, they haven't been crazy busy so far with free agency news, the Alouettes, but early on, right after the end of last season, they did bring back Vernon Adams Jr. They did bring back Eugene Lewis. Just a couple days ago, bring back wide receiver Jake Winicky, who is the go-to touchdown guy at wide receiver. Mario Alford comes back in a kick return role. Chris Schluger on the offensive line was a recent one. Nick Usher, a big re-upping on the defensive line. I believe that one came near the end of January there. In terms of pending additions, we've got defensive back Mike Jones from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers potentially going over to Montreal. Just waiting for confirmation on that. And Avery Ellis on the defensive line there as well. And confirmed addition a couple of days ago, Dominic Davis in as the backup quarterback for the Alouettes this season. They couldn't get the deal done with Matt Schiltz. So they bring in Davis as the backup quarterback there. What do you make of what we've seen from Montreal so far?
Quiet, but I don't believe this is a team that has to do much in the way of signing guys. Like everybody that listens to our podcast knows how high I was on Montreal last year. To me, if you could have brought in a guy like Jake Winnity, that's a pretty darn good re-signing if you're Montreal. I think the way to keep this as in-house as possible, that would be to their benefit because I think they got some really, really unfortunate luck. Things didn't go their way in the playoffs, which, again, I think if you owe it to this group to bring back as many of these guys as you can. And, if you can do that with your own guys, and let's take a page out of the Blue Bomber book from 19 to 21, it worked out pretty well minus the championships. But, again, it's Montreal. I like what you've done so far. And, again, I kind of view Mike Jones is that Patrick Levels replacement-ish. So you lose one, you gain another. To be honest with you, I believe Mike Jones is better than Patrick Levels, contrary to what Patrick Levels said about Winnipeg at the end of last year. But you certainly can't go wrong. Again, it makes this Montreal, Hamilton, Ottawa, Toronto discussion, trying to put the teams in order, knowing what we know now, very, very interesting because, you could make a case for the Argos finishing last. You could make a case for Ottawa finishing last. You could make a case, well, maybe not necessarily strong enough case for Hamilton, but Montreal may have lost some ground, but they may have also gained some ground, right? So with a lot of divisional games on the table in 2022, very, very interesting East Division ahead.
Let's take a look at another team in the East Division that we've been kind of quiet on so far, the Toronto Argonauts. They've made some additions that have been confirmed already that we know of. One being wide receiver Ernest Edwards, played some time last season with Edmonton, was in a return role, kind of filling in whenever Terry Williams was not ready to go. He comes over to Toronto. I think that's an interesting addition there. I think he showed some flashes last season, caught almost 80% of his passes, had a touchdown, 168 yards there, and a couple hundred return yards. I'm interested to see where he rotates it for Toronto there. Maybe he factors into their return game. I think we talked about earlier already the trade this week between the Argos and the Stampeders. The Argos sending Cameron Judge back that way, but picking up Royce Mechie at defensive back. Mechie had 31 defensive tackles, 1 interception, and a forced fumble this season. A solid season for him there. And a big addition here that was on nobody's radar coming into free agency, I think, is the addition of linebacker Wynton McManus, who I believe played with Calgary in 2019, had a fantastic season there, ended up going to the NFL, getting on some NFL rosters there. He comes back to the CFL here and signs with Toronto. I think that is a huge addition there to get Wynton McManus back at the linebacker position. In terms of pending additions, waiting for confirmation on these. We talked about Jagarrett Davis, luring him over from the Ticats with a big contract there, a couple $100,000, I believe, for Jagarrett Davis coming over to help that defensive line in Toronto. 6 sacks for him this past season and 39 tackles there. Also rumors of Deshaun Amos at defensive back coming over, another player from Calgary coming over to the Argos. In terms of who they've brought back from their own pieces, they've brought back McLeod Bethel Thompson to be their starting quarterback again this season. Some of their pieces at wide receiver, Juwan Brescison, Davaris Daniels, some help on some re-upping on the offensive line there. Arguably one of their biggest pieces in Henoch Mwamba at linebacker, and one of the league's top players in Boris Beatty at kicker. A couple other solid players on the defensive side of the ball there as well. Question number one on the Argos side of things here for you, Mike. McLeod Bethel-Thompson brought back as the starting QB. I know I've seen a lot of chatter online. There's the skeptics are still out there on Bethel-Thompson. Is he a legit starter in the CFL? Is he not? I've seen some Argo fans, wishing they would have gone harder after a guy like Mazzoli. What do you think on MBT back as the starter again this year?
Well, this is the year he better perform, or I would seriously look at moving on. You know me, Ryan. I've never really been high on McLeod Bethel-Thompson. I just don't know what it is about him. But again, I credit the Argos for trying to make things work with McLeod Bethel-Thompson. Am I sold on him? I'm not sure, because if I look at the rest of that division, Ottawa, Mazzoli, Montreal, Vernon Adams, Hamilton, Dane Evans. Where does McLeod Bethel-Thompson slot in? How do we organize those quarterbacks? Is he the third best, second best, first best? That's up for debate.
Well, the thing to me is this is the first offseason where he's coming in as the guy, right?
Okay.
Because the
I'll give you that.
The last couple of years, because James Franklin, I believe in 2019, and then this past season it was Nick Arbuckle brought in, and everybody thought maybe Arbuckle was going to be the starter there. Like, Bethel-Thompson has a full offseason, a full training camp where he is the number one guy here in Toronto. So yes, there's still skeptics out there on him as a starter. I like him. I think we've seen some strong games from him. I was a little bit disappointed after they did trade Arbuckle down the stretch to see what we saw from Bethel-Thompson. He didn't exactly light it up necessarily down the stretch, but we'll see what a full offseason brings for him. That's what the Argos have been up to so far. Let's move over to the Argos of the West, I guess the Argos are the Calgary of the East. Calgary, we talked about this earlier, that trade. They bring Cameron Judge back, or Judge in at linebacker. Solid linebacker there, addition for them. No pending additions so far for the Stampeders, so relatively quiet on the Calgary front thus far, it seems. And in terms of guys they brought back, though, they did bring back a number of them. Defensive line, I think they shored up really well by bringing back Mike Rose and Derek Wiggin. Some great defensive backs there as well. Brandon Dozier, Jonathan Moxey, who had, I think, 3 interceptions in that playoff game. Raheem Wilson. A couple key pieces on the O-line brought back, and Sean McEwen, Ryan Sevier. I know we discussed Kadeem Carey and being, the highest paid American running back this season. Although that might have changed now because William Stanback did re-up his contract and extended it. So I wonder if that has changed slightly. And then re-upping a good crew of receivers here. Reggie Bagleton, Kamar Jordan, Colton Hunchak, and Richie Sindani. Things have been relatively quiet in terms of new changes for the Stampeders, but in terms of who they've been able to bring back, do you like what you've seen?
Yeah, I do. I think this is about trying to set up Bo Levi Mitchell with familiarity. You born the last year, they didn't have Reggie Bagleton, right? Didn't really have Kamar Jordan, right? It's there's something to be said about having familiarity with your receivers. I think that was Bo's biggest problem. Bringing in Bagleton having the familiarity with Kadeem Carey, Hunchett as well. Is there an issue defensively? Don't know, because they lost 90. So who do they kind of go and bring in to replace that? Do we chalk this down to a bad year for Bo Levi Mitchell? Possibly. I mean, he had a shoulder injury, as we all know, it appears. The other side of this is, as I said before, I think there's really something about bringing in Reggie Bedelton. And maybe if we would have had Bedelton halfway through the year, we're looking at something completely different.
Oh yeah, he came in that first game he joined Calgary. He came in, over 100 yards, I think, a touchdown in that game.
Right.
And honestly, Calgary's probably sitting here laughing, seeing all this news in the last day or two, the bidding war between BC and Edmonton over the services of Kenny Lawler and the $300,000 contract involved with that, and some of the other contracts we've seen here. Because they got Reggie Bedelton early and for so cheap, like I believe under $200,000 is the number I saw reported on that. And honestly, I would put Bedelton up there with the likes of Brian Burnham, Kenny Lawler, etc., Lucky Whitehead, who are all making over $200,000 and in Lawler's case $300,000. I'd put Bedelton up there as a top tier receiver in the CFL just along with them. I think that's an absolute steal and a home run by John Hufnagel.
Yeah, it is, and you need guys that are going to perform. And if you extrapolate that 100-yard performance over 14 games or 15 games and throw in, a couple 125s, and you throw in a 75, you got about a 1,100-yard season. You add 1,100 yards to your quarterback. You change a lot of those close games around. You have a good quarterback. He's all of a sudden an MOP candidate again, and if that happens, more than likely your team starts to win. It's interesting because I wonder how much of this is about getting Bo Levi Mitchell going versus trying to see what you have in Jake Mayer. So that I hate to say it because it's been stressed already on this show, but I cannot help but think of a Hamilton situation developing. Jeremiah's the guy. Then Dane Evans is the guy. Who's the guy? If you can figure that part out, and both guys can kind of just realize that one's the guy and the other guy might be the guy, if not you're auditioning, for another team, you'll be okay. Full disclosure, I expect Calgary to bounce back, and it starts with Bo Levi Mitchell bouncing back with help from Kadeem Carey and Reggie Bedelton. We'll see if they get one of those Canadian guys back, but we talked about earlier whether that's Mayala. I would say Josh Huff is kind of out of it right now. Personally, I could see Josh Huff going to somewhere like Ottawa or Hamilton to replace some of their pieces. But I'd really like to know what happened and why he kind of fell out of favor in Calgary, because he was one of their leading receivers for most of the season last year.
And then it seemed like when Bedelton came in, all of a sudden Huff was he was let go, and he ended up going over to
and so that dynamic to me isn't really clear. You know what I mean?
So not much from Calgary so far. I really don't think we're going to see any big splashes from them throughout the day today. I think John Hufnagel had a quote yesterday in his media availabilities where he said he might be able to afford a sandwich from McDonald's, but that was about all they had left in terms of their cap space, which is a great quote from the general manager there. But this is typically the Calgary approach as well. We really don't see, I feel like too often, see them go out and make big splashes right on day one of free agency. They'll find the diamonds in the rough later on and tinker with their team in that sense is typically what we see from Calgary here. We've got another official signing. The Edmonton Elks have signed former Riders defensive back Ed Gainey going over to the Elks. What are your thoughts on Ed Gainey to Edmonton?
The Chris Jones guy, right? Now everybody's waiting for Duran Carter to come back, right? It's gotta happen.
Oh gosh. I know there's been talk of it. I know there has been. I'm really not sure what to make of if they do bring back Duran Carter and what position, but maybe they will. And you know what? For entertainment purposes, I am all for it. Mike, we did have some comments along the way. We were talking about the kickers earlier on, and you had mentioned that kickers are a dime a dozen in the CFL. We have some comments challenging that theory a little bit. So I want to give you the opportunity here to explain your theory that kickers are a dime a dozen, because I do, thinking about it more, I do kind of agree with what we've seen in some comments here that, we've seen teams with kickers for a long time. When you look at Rene Paredes in Calgary, you look at Justin Medlock was here in Winnipeg for a while. Sean White's been over in Edmonton for a while. And this season, no Justin Medlock this season. We saw the Bombers rotate through 2 or 3 kickers there until they ended up having to bring in Sergio Castillo. So, I guess let's revisit this conversation on the kickers here. What do you think? Does your mind change at all from what you said earlier?
My mind changes from a standpoint that maybe I used the wrong word. But then the word that I want to use could apply to everything. You know what I mean? The word I think I should use is interchangeable. But then again, you say a receiver is so interchangeable as well. He's making the minimum. You let him go, you bring somebody in off your practice roster. There's so many kickers available because there's only one of them on every team is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, it doesn't seem, though, this year to me like there are a ton out there. We do, I feel like actually this past season, more than normal, we saw a bunch of new kickers come in, right? Because we saw the Bombers go through a couple. We saw Hamilton go through a couple. We saw BC. They struggled, right? Some new kickers. We've seen some go off to the NFL. Liram Haralahu, Brett Maher in recent years, for example. We've seen, and then we've seen some mainstays in their current locations. So I think I'm of the standpoint there of, there aren't as many options at kicker available as you might initially think. Certainly it seemed maybe like there are because like I said, we did have that changing of the guard this year with a couple of rookies coming into some places, but I think there are definitely some teams, Hamilton, BC, and Winnipeg, for example, that could use an upgrade at kicker. And I honestly think somebody's going to be left as without a seat at the table, so to say, because there's only a couple options available there. And we'll probably see, will the Bombers give another year of training camp to Ali Mortada, for example, as the kicker here? And what does that mean?
Honestly, I don't think my anxiety can handle that. The only time I really felt comfortable was when Sergio Castillo was in Winnipeg. And he 100% was. When he was kicking that field goal to put them up 22-20 in the Grey Cup, I knew that ball was going through the upright. Would that ball have gone through the upright, or would we even be in the Grey Cup without Matata? I'm not so sure. It just goes to show that when you have a great kicker, you have to do what you can to retain them, i.e. Boris Biddy or Justin Madlock or who are some of the greatest ones? Paul McCallum. But those guys don't grow on trees.
Yeah. So to bring back the round table of the conversation there, slightly off wording perhaps originally that there are plenty of good kickers around the CFL, but most of them are locked into their current spots most often, so not a ton available to make the upgrade, so to say. We'll see where the available options like Sean White and Sergio Castillo do land this offseason, perhaps today already. Let's take a look at what another team has done, and let's talk about the Edmonton Elks. We've talked a decent amount about them already. Some moves on the offensive line to improve that there for them. We talked a little bit about the big receivers. We just talked about Ed Gainey. Under the pending additions, though, Dion Lacey at linebacker, Adam Konar at linebacker, two nice grabs there. And I don't think we've had you weigh in yet on the Kenny Lawler deal. Do you like Kenny the King Lawler going to Edmonton and making himself with his $300,000 contract? He truly is Kenny the King of wide receiver salaries as the highest paid receiver in the CFL.
Kenny the King? I'll go with that one. This is the guy that earned the right to bet on himself. Is he worth $300,000? Don't think so. But if somebody was willing to pay that amount of money, absolutely would I take that amount of money. It's fair, but the last guy to make $295 was Darrell Walker, or $275 when he was with Toronto. How did that end up? You know, I just got a message from Brian Peterkin, which he sent this morning, obviously, before the show. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, a quarterback like Pilaros could make any wide receiver look good. Fair enough. I think there's some legitimate concern about who's going to be the quarterback. I'm not sold it's Taylor Trainier. I'm also not sold it's Nick Arbuckle. And I'm also not sure if that's something Trevor Harris wants to go up or down. But again, I it's cool to have a shiny new toy. But how did the shiny new toy fit in the room?
Yeah, and that'll be an interesting play there at receiver. The most surprising thing to me, I think two of the more surprising moves, if we look at who they've brought back for the Elks, are two guys that they've re-signed in Darrell Walker and James Wilder Jr. I'm very surprised to see Walker back with Edmonton after last season. You know, it was a real down year for him. 50% of catch rate, only catching 50% of his targets, 530 yards, no touchdowns, which is hard to believe from a guy like Walker. I really thought, Edmonton would potentially look elsewhere, but maybe this is maybe he's a Chris Jones guy. He seems like he could be the Chris Jones type of player. I can't remember if they've worked together in Edmonton prior to this, but Darrell Walker comes back to Edmonton here for another deal, and we'll see how he rotates in at that wide receiver crew. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that James Wilder Jr. is back this season. He had a great year last year. Don't get me wrong. If you look at his stats, 770 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, added a bunch of yards through the air and a touchdown there. So almost 1,000 yards from scrimmage for James Wilder Jr. But you have to think he's not coming back on a necessarily cheap contract. And I think they have a really bright young piece at running back in Walter Fletcher, who we got to see play down the stretch there for a couple of games and looked really, really good there for the Elks at the end of the season. So That surprises me. If you want to talk about a position that is more so considered a dime a dozen, I think it's the running backs, because every year we seem to see ones, come out of nowhere and all of a sudden be bright stars in this league. And I think Walter Fletcher is that part of that next batch of that. So to me, I'm a little surprised there with the move of bringing back Wilder Jr. at running back.
Again, this might be he does it for a couple years and then hands it over to Walter Fletcher in a dual bat situation. You need 2 running backs in today's CFL. Look at Toronto. John White, DJ Foster. Winnipeg, Brady Oliveira, Johnny Augustine, Andrew Harris. In that case, they use 3 running backs. Just a couple other examples. Ottawa. They had 2 of their young kids split the running back. Kadeem Carey, Ante Milanovic Litre, Walter Fletcher, James Wilder Jr. Same deal here in Edmonton. It's you need 2 running backs in today's CFL, just like you need 2 quarterbacks. Just like you need 6 or 7 different receivers. Just like you need multiple linemen. Just like you need multiple D linemen if you're going to be a team that rushes the quarterback, and you need to go into a rotation. It's interesting that way for sure.
Let's go, but let's check back in with the Ottawa Red Blacks here, because I believe if I refresh the free agent tracker here, we've talked about Jeremiah Mazzoli coming over to Ottawa already. We've got a number of pending additions here yet to be announced, but on top of the ones we had seen earlier and talked about earlier already. Some nice help at defensive back. Ty Cranston, Patrick Levels, Alden Darby are a great crew there. Who else have we added to the list in the last little bit? Darvin Adams at wide receiver. No surprise here for Darvin Adams to go to Ottawa, right? If the Bombers aren't trying to bring him back, like very much a Paul LaPolice guy and a guy he wants in his offense there. And Darvin Adams.
You talked about all the connections, Toronto, the Calgary, right? Now it seems to be Winnipeg, Ottawa.
Yeah.
If you can't be them or scout like them, take their pieces that they deem expendable and hope that magic carries on.
Yeah, Darvin Adams is another. Yeah, Darvin Adams, Alden Darby are just 2 pieces from the Bombers going over to Ottawa so far, but a number of new additions that are yet to be confirmed for them. In terms of players they've re-signed from last season, not too many of them. I think Nate Bahar is a great Canadian receiver who had a strong season last year there for them. 439 yards for him last season. Randall Evans and Abdul Kane, 2 of the best defensive backs, I think, potentially in the CFL. Some big play there. Those 2 guys, along with those pending additions of Cranston, Levels, Alden Darby, that's a pretty scary good defensive backfield there for the Red Blacks and Mike Benavides as defensive coordinator this year. Ottawa's defense was such an interesting one to me last season because they started that first game of the year with that fantastic showing against the Edmonton Elks, where nobody gave them a chance coming in, and completely shut down Trevor Harris in that offense. And it was very, very impressive. And then all of a sudden, at times throughout the season, it was, okay, well, where did that defense go? And then it showed up again all of a sudden here and there throughout the year. I think all of the talk around Ottawa is consistently on the offensive side of the ball. And, are they going to get a quarterback? Are they going to get an offensive, an offensive line there. They need help at receiver. Nobody really talks about the defense in Ottawa. And honestly, I think I mean that in a good way, in that the defense has been a strong point of this team, the stronger point, I would say, of this team for the past couple of years. Now it seems like they've put a lot of focus on improving the offense, but it's also nice to see them still tinkering with that defense at the same time. And I think this could be a much more well-rounded team this year.
Yeah, I think too their quarterback puts them over the top. They have a young guy who played a lot of games last year, whose name escapes me right now.
Caleb Evans.
Caleb Evans, thank you. Kind of the Evans Mazzoli. Oh, are we back there again?
Evans and Mazzoli again.
It's interesting. But again, being at this for 3 hours, you got to try to find the fun in all this. It's still only five plus hours to go yet. Thank goodness we have some friends helping us out shortly. But no, in all seriousness, this has been a lot of fun. No, you have the quarterback. You have, Ottawa defense was good, as you said. I think they did great to juggle the pieces around. I think they got better at receiver. You add Jalen Atwin, you add Darvin Adams. Surprisingly, they also got good at running back too. William Powell, okay, he's probably going to go back to William Powell. Here's the question for you, and it will kind of help me out in kind of the rest of my statement. Do you believe William Powell to be an excellent back out of the backfield as far as catching the ball goes?
I think he is a pretty solid receiving back this year. He was targeted 49 times in the receiving game, 38 receptions there for him, almost an 80% catch rate, almost 300 receiving yards. I think that's a thing that you can use Powell pretty effectively if you do it right there.
Because as we remember, the Paul LaFelice offense here in Winnipeg were Andrew Harris and whoever was in the backfield. So again, you have an option, right? And then now you have Jackson. What's his name? Bennett?
Jackson Bennett.
Yeah. So again, another good option, right? To test passes and spell out William Powell from time to time as well. That I think nobody's really talking about is Bolton on the D line. With Edmonton, but the last guy that I wanted to face was a monster in those games against Winnipeg. As we can see there, 15 defensive tackles, 4 sacks, 1 forced fumble. Again, one tackle a game, right? Whether it's an impact tackle or a turnover or just his presence. Hey, make it count for something. And I think that is the one area where I don't know, I'm just asking, pardon the apology, but I think Ottawa had a little bit of trouble getting to the quarterback. I think if they could make that, adjustment of getting to the quarterback a little bit more, it would help their defense out and take some of the pressure off their back end. So is Ottawa improved? Yes. But how many wins does this improvement account for? My guess is it'll be somewhere around 4 or 5. And I can see as of right now, based on what we know and what we know could be coming, I could easily see Ottawa being a 9-9 team or a 7-9 team.
Yeah, I think they are going to be improved this year, but I think it comes down to the offensive line and how that holds up. I think that's one of the most important pieces on the field. And I do like the pieces they brought in, like Darius Siracco. That's a Hamilton guy. That's Sean Burke bringing in his guy. Hunter Stewart from BC, Ucambre Williams from Calgary. If we look at who they aren't bringing back, yes, there's a couple big names there. Mark Corte, he goes over to Edmonton. Nolan McMillan, those have been kind of 2 mainstays and solid offensive linemen there for them along the way. But You can see here a number of different guys that, as of right now, not being brought back to Ottawa, and I think it's understandable based on the season they had that they do want to tinker as much as they did. I like the addition so far of Jalen Acklin at wide receiver and of Darvin Adams there. I'm wondering, I'm interested to see what their lineup looks like at receiver this year, because I think they did have some really good young pieces there last year. Like Ryan Davis, for example, had a fantastic season. But I'm also, how do these guys slot in? Presumably they'll be in the starting lineup. I could see, Ryan Davis, RJ Harris, as of right now, is a free agent, so probably getting one in there to replace him. Kenny Stafford was let go by the team. I do like the formation of this Ottawa lineup so far, though, coming into next season, and we have to see how it plays out on paper or on the field, and not just on paper, of course. But Jeremiah Mazzoli as the starting quarterback. We knew Ottawa needed to do something this offseason at that position. Do you think they hit a home run here, or do you think, or would you have preferred they go a different direction? Muted.
Then I left the mic off.
There's number 2.
Can you repeat your question, Ryan? I only caught the back half of that.
Jeremiah Mazzoli, do you think that was the right choice for Ottawa at quarterback?
Yeah, I do. There wasn't many options in my mind at quarterback. It was either Trevor Harris or Jeremiah Mazzoli for me, or trading for Jake Mayer. And then why would Calgary trade Jake Mayer when you're going to put yourself in a position where you need depth? Fine, but you take the best option out there. Jeremiah Mazzoli's got a proven track record. He was on track to win the MOP in 2019 before his season-ending injury, and he had to give way to Dane Evans, which was inevitably the Dane Evans era starting. Now, as we know it, he's still got a lot of football in him, and now you build around him. Now, somebody mentions Duck Hodges. Yeah, that was under a previous regime.
He's still under contract, I believe, for a 3-year deal, but
yeah, he is. So he's got 2 more years, I think. Yeah, I think it was a 3-year deal, including the first year. Option as a backup. Yeah, he's possible, but who's kidding who? Jeremiah Mazzoli is the guy here now.
I think Hodges is the odd man out. I think it's Mazzoli's your starter, and I think Caleb Evans is your backup. Evans wasn't spectacular by any means last season, but he did have some flashes there of good games. I thought he used his feet well. Maybe just needs to work on his arm a little bit more there. So I see him as the backup behind Mazzoli, and I see Hodges as maybe the 3rd string practice roster type guy there in Ottawa. We saw him get a couple games of a bit of play time this year, but not necessarily anything major along the way. And I think that will play into next year as well. David in the chat says they might finally have a QB who can convert in the red zone. Yes, that's absolutely a nice thing here with the addition of Jeremiah Mazzoli. Let's go over to talk a little bit more in depth about the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The one major addition for them, signing wide receiver Greg Ellingson, played last couple years in Edmonton, 687 yards, 1 touchdown last year. Not a bad season for Ellingson, I would say, despite all of the struggles the Elks had and the rotation they had at quarterback. I think, I wasn't expecting the Bombers to be too heavily involved in bringing back bringing in new pieces today, because I think their focus has solely been on bringing back pieces of theirs. But I think this is a very good day 1 free agency addition for Winnipeg.
Yeah, I think this is all gone according to plan. Depth pieces, finding a replacement for Kenny Lawler while keeping everybody else in kind of their roles before. Very interesting day for the Blue Bombers. So Blue Bomber fan asked, should the Bombers make a trade? I'm assuming he means make a trade to get Hodges to back up Zach. Not sure how comfortable I am with that because, number one, the guy has term on his contract.
Well,
two,
term means nothing in the CFL, right? He has term on his contract, but you can cut him at any moment's notice. So
here's an interesting one. Adam Corner. Adam Corner signing with the Elks, according to David. So he makes it very interesting there with the Chris Jones return. Trying to remember where Adam Corner was before this.
BC last season was previously with Edmonton, though, but now is over in BC. Nothing else really for Winnipeg in terms of new or pending additions at this time. Again, a lot of big pieces re-signed. Most recently, the last couple of days was with the two running backs, Oliveira and Augustine. We've talked about that a ton already as well. I see we have a new guest in the building with us who I believe is all set and ready to go. So let's bring him in to talk some Saskatchewan Roughriders. So kind to join us during his lunch break today as we kick off an afternoon full of guests from around the Canadian Football Podcast Network. It's the great Steve Safamod from the Piffles Podcast. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Thanks for having me on today, guys. How you doing?
Not too bad. We're 3 hours and counting into this, 5 to go. Voice is only partially still here, but we'll see how it goes as the day goes along.
You're probably already in a better position voice-wise than I am, so I admire you for doing this.
Yeah, we'll see how long we last today. I'm sleeping for a week. I'm hibernating for a week after this is over. Of course, on the Piffles Podcast, over in Regina, talking Saskatchewan Roughriders all the time. So let's go back to the Riders and get you to weigh in on things so far for them. Bring back the Riders news here. The biggest two pieces we've learned today that are yet to be officially confirmed, but all but confirmed when the likes of like a Dave Naylor or Justin Dunk report them. Bringing in Derek Moncrief and Darnell Sankey at the linebacker position. What do you make of those two transactions for the Riders?
You know, after we lost a little bit of vet experience in the defensive backfield with Gainey and Purifoy, I think it was important for the Riders to make a move to stabilize the defense in some way, and to add guys like Moncrief, Sankey, to go alongside Larry Dean and Micah Tights in the linebacking group is phenomenal. I thought we would get one or the other, and I was expecting us to get Moncrief. He's got some family relationships here in the city, and he's been around the city most of the offseason, apparently. So when they announced Sankey, I thought, okay, kind of weird, but we'll take it. And then to get both of them is, you know, that was a killer start to the day for sure.
Yeah, that's like I was saying earlier, that really is, arguably the best linebacking core in the CFL right now to get Micah Tights back, bring these two pieces in. Larry Dean, who, what does he look like after his year off with the injury, but has in his past, been one of the top linebackers in the CFL. In terms of guys they brought back in Saskatchewan, the big news coming out a couple of days ago that they managed to bring back Duke Williams at wide receiver again for next season. Williams came to them down the stretch after going to the NFL. How big is that re-addition for Saskatchewan?
Well, we saw right off the bat what Duke Williams could do to our offense. For most of the season, our offense was stagnant, and that's being generous. It's hard to say our defense didn't win us the majority of our games last year. But the moment Duke Williams came in, he had an instant rapport with Cody Fajardo. Two 100-yard games to close out the year. He was the clear number one. he was the number one guy we had to bring back from an offensive standpoint. You lose him, and with Karan Moore questionable to start the year given his knee injury, having no Duke Williams would have had a lot more questions than we were prepared to answer at that point. But what I really want to know is how hard are Calgary and BC laughing signing Burnham and Bagleton for $160K after Lawler and Williams got 260 and 300. They're laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh, absolutely. It's crazy to see. We had Lucky Whitehead sign his deal back at the start of January and was the highest paid receiver in the CFL at that point. And then we made a big deal out of that. And then little did we know, in the weeks to come, that would be topped not once by Duke Williams, but then twice by Kenny Lawler from there. So what do we make of these wide receiver prices going up and up in the CFL?
I mean, you can look at BC and pin the blame on them. When you've got a quarterback making $80,000, you have money to throw around. And the moment you sign Lucky Whitehead to $200,000, Duke Williams has to look at that and go, well, I'm better than he is. I want more. And as soon as he gets that big deal, you got Lawler going, well, I'm on the same boat, right? And BC had thrown that $250,000 offer at Lawler at the start of the tampering window. So they knew there was that kind of money going around, and they had to pay it. I think we're gonna see the same thing with those receiving groups that we saw with the quarterback salaries when those went off the charts for a couple of years. It's not gonna go well, and you're gonna see it come back to earth pretty quick.
Hey, Steve, really quickly, I understand, this whole Andrew Harris is a free agent. The Riders I have to ask the question. The Riders right now have Jamal Morrow and Keenan LaFrance under contract. How do you feel the fan base would receive a player like Andrew Harris given all the back and forth? And the B part to that question is, what do you see happening with the Riders running back scenario? Because Jamal Morrow, we've seen it in spurts. Keenan LaFrance, we've seen it in spurts. But yet again, this is an offensive coordinator that seems to have a reluctance to run the ball. How do you see that?
That's the biggest point right there. Right now, Andrew Harris is a guy that is great, but he's getting up there in age. He's not going to give you, 25, 30 carries a game for an 18-game season. I don't see it happening. But under an offense like Jason Moss, he might just be the perfect running back. Get him in there. He's a good blocker. He's good out of the backfield. But give him the rock 10, 15 times, he's not going to be the key part of your offense, and he could shine again. Now, as for how Rider Nation would take that signing, go to any group that shared that picture that Greg made yesterday, and you'll see exactly how we take it. It would not go well. I find it hard-pressed to think of a name who would bring about more hate as a signing than Andrew Harris. But me, I'm a creature of chaos. I love that kind of thing. I wanted to see Bo Levi Mitchell play here when he was rumored to come this way. I'd love to see guys have to turn around and go, oh, no, we love that guy now. Whereas I've got a sign of what's the teacher's name from South Park? I can't remember it, but Mr. Mackey with the drugs are bad, and it's got, hey, Andrew, drugs are bad, okay? I would bring that to every game, just for fun, just for the chaos. Rider or not, I would make fun of it. But in the end, he's still a good running back. He's going to get you 5-6 yards a carry. He moves the chains. Why would you not want that on your team?
And then the B part is, and I hate to rub it in your face again, but how much pressure is there on this management team to get to the Grey Cup at home, which is in the Riders' backyard, particularly after having your season end to your arch rivals the last couple of years? I can't imagine that sitting well with the fan base. And the P part, I can't imagine that sits well with the management group, especially both of them ending the last 2 of the 3 times at home. And, the Riders could be excused for that performance in November, which I thought was admirable. But what's it going to take for this management group to get this team to the next step, given the Grey Cup is in Regina?
I think Jeremy O'Day's got the toughest job in the CFL. Rider fans are not patient people. We are not here for a rebuild of any kind. We want to win today, which is funny because we've won 4 Grey Cups in 430 years. We don't win Grey Cups. That's not our thing. It never has been our thing. I'm lucky enough to have been alive for 3 of them, and I'm not even 40. So, the fact that Grey Cups are now an expectation for a fan base that doesn't see them very often is always entertaining to me. But when the Grey Cup is at home, you have to build. You saw it in Hamilton last year. You're going to see it in Hamilton next year. Anytime the home team has the Grey Cup and they've got a quality team, they're going to push to make that extra fight, which I laugh when Rider fans were mad that we were getting rid of pieces from our roster that hasn't been able to beat Winnipeg for several years now. That group is not working, no matter how much you want to look at it. Yes, our defense was great in the West Final. We should have won that game. I don't think anybody would argue that point. Our defense won us that game. Our offense, we won't go there. So for Jeremy O'Day, he has to look at it as you have to build for 2022. You need to beat Winnipeg. And that's every team's look right now. Winnipeg is the clear team to beat. And they brought back so much of their roster again from 2021 and from 2019. They are still the team to beat. So I think there's a lot of pressure on O'Day to build that roster, to get it over the top. And we're seeing him make moves that I would have questioned a year ago, but they're acceptable in a Grey Cup year. So I think he's doing exactly that while not putting the team in a detriment or a bad situation going forwards, because 2023 we're not hosting the Grey Cup, but we're still going to be a team to beat.
Is the fan base sold on Cody Fajardo? And are you sold on Cody Fajardo?
They are not. They were after 2019, but I think he's taken a lot of flack over his performance last year. And I think, I said it, I put out a little Twitter thread just before free agency opened, and I said, this is a show me year for Cody Fajardo. He needs to show us that he is that clear number one that we can rely on for years to come. He took a pay cut to help the team build. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was still a pay cut. He's not under contract past 2022. This is his year to show that this is his team. He is a starting quarterback, and he is the future of the Riders for years to come. But the fan base right now, they love the guy, but I don't think they're sold on him as the number one.
Yeah, and I think you could extrapolate that to basically anything with the Riders of A, are Rider fans happy with it, or B, are they sold on it? And the answer is probably no. But that's the way around the CFL, of course, as well. Nobody's ever happy with their team on day one until they've done exactly what you want them to do, even when it's not really feasible. You can't bring everybody back from your team as much as you would try, especially with all of the turnover in the CFL. The Riders, they have lost, and they do have a number of free agents. They haven't been the most active team in terms of re-signing things, much to the chagrin of a lot of Rider fans. They have brought a bunch of pieces back at receiver, a solid number of them on the offensive line, etc., and on defense. But they've also lost a number of pieces as well. Just taking a look at the subtractions here for them. Some of these guys who are unsigned might come back still, but we know William Powell is going over to Ottawa, Micah Johnson going over to Hamilton, Luches Purifoy to BC. These all seem like they're going to be done deals. Jonathan Woodard was just released to go to the NFL. Ed Gainey, Dion Lacey seemingly going over to Edmonton, and Braden Lenius to the NFL. Of all of these guys on the list here, which ones stand out to you as the biggest losses for the Riders?
You know, a lot of Rider fans would say Lucius Purifoy, and before this afternoon, I probably would have said the same thing. He's a guy that can fill in at DB, linebacker, anywhere you need him to play. I joked with him on Twitter that said, I'm surprised he hasn't lined up at wide receiver yet, and he responded that he could. Like that's the kind of guy he is. You give him a spot, he will play it, and he plays it well. But right now, I'd say the biggest loss is probably on that D line because we're losing Micah Johnson to Hamilton and Jonathan Woodard to the NFL. Those are two big pieces. And though Johnson didn't put up the numbers that we're used to sack-wise, he eats a ton of double teams, triple teams, opening things up for guys like Woodard, guys like AC Leonard, McKenna Henry, who also is gone. Like they ate up a ton of that, or he ate up a ton of that to give them that room. I think he might be the biggest piece we miss out on.
We were just talking about Lucius Purifoy. Looks like he has now officially signed with the BC Lions. So I believe that's where his career began. So in going back to the Lions there, that's a nice addition for them on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, I agree. That is probably one of the biggest pieces you're losing here. And on Micah Johnson, you know, you talk about stats necessary for defensive linemen. It's almost like if a guy's a premier pass rusher and he's not getting a ton of stats, probably means he's being double, triple teamed. You look at Ted Laurent in Hamilton, you know, only had say like 13 tackles this season, didn't necessarily pile up the sacks, but what did he do to open things up for the other pieces there? So some big pieces potentially lost here, and it looks like they'll be heading out on the defense for the Riders. Big thing at the start of this past season was all of the injuries in training camp, the absurdity of it all. 6 Achilles injuries in one day or whatever it was. How much, like we talk about, we mentioned Larry Dean being back and re-signed for next year. He didn't play last year. There's a number of guys on the Riders. How much help could they potentially be getting this season just from guys that are hopefully back in the lineup now?
Well, the one guy that seems to be kind of getting missed in the returning for 2022 is Terry Vaughn. He is huge as our left tackle. We needed him back. The biggest gaping hole on that Rider offense was that offensive line. You know, you had Logan Ferland, you had Evan Johnson, Dan Clark, solid interior, but they didn't get the opportunity to play through a training camp together. Then you lose Taron Vaughn. Brendan Labatt retired or walked away due to COVID restrictions, whatever you want to call it. But he left. Seeing that, the continuity that they'll get going into 2022, an actual training camp, an actual preseason, but having a guy like Vaughn back will do more than anything, I think, for that offensive unit.
Just catching up on some of the recent signings here. We had Adam Konar. We talked about that just before, going back to the Edmonton Elks. He was with Edmonton, then went over to BC, now back to Edmonton. Sean White, as expected, signing over in BC to fill the kicking role there. That's a solid piece for them. We'll see where Edmonton goes at the kicker position now. Toby Antigua of the Bombers has signed with the Elks, so the Edmonton being very busy here to start the day. So is Ottawa. They've re-signed Davon Coleman along the defensive line. What else do we have here? Purifoy, Sean White. We've talked about all of those as well. Our friends at Rouge Radio want me to tell Steve that the Riders have signed Strevler and Andrew Harris.
I will absolutely lose it if we sign Chris Strevler.
That is not official. As much as your podcast co-host Greg put out a very convincing Andrew Harris to the Riders Photoshop on Twitter yesterday. That is not the case as we know it now. It may be as we go along. Quarterback position for the Riders. Cody Fajardo, we talked about him already. Isaac Harker was the backup last year. He's a free agent now. We saw Mason Fine come in for one game down the stretch. Do you think they go with him as the backup coming into this year, or do we see them potentially look at one of the free agent options?
I think it all comes down to money. If a guy like Trevor Harris wants, starter money to be a backup, I think he's the guy that they might look at as a potential backup piece. Outside of that, I'd be surprised if we don't go into training camp with Cody Fajardo, Isaac Harker, Mason Fine. They seem content with that group, and nothing that they've done yet has really suggested there's a reason to move on from them. Both have done well in their limited opportunities. I don't see us going too heavy into a backup.
In terms of what they may do today, I mean, free agency doesn't end today, obviously. We hope we get, and we sincerely hope we get a lot of signings over the next 5 hours to keep things moving along here. But I'm sure a lot will come in the days and weeks to come as well. But what are you most looking to see the Riders do and focus on here early in free agency?
There's a couple pieces I'd like them to look after. Names escape me, but positionally, I think they need to look at another defensive lineman. There's a hole there. Pete Robertson looked good again in limited opportunity for the Riders, but you took a huge hit with their depth. And we saw last year Shivers likes to rotate those defensive linemen in and out as often as possible. So I think we see another move there. The guy that everybody likes to talk about as soon as you talk about defensive ends, Sean Lemon. I think he'd be a great addition, especially as a depth piece. He's got to be getting up there in age, although he might want to go the Kevin Glenn route and try and sign with teams he hasn't been with yet, just to get all 8.
Yeah, finish the bingo card.
They're all 9, sorry. Keep forgetting Ottawa still exists, which is funny. Today they've signed literally everybody. So outside of that, I wouldn't mind them going after a tackle for the right tackle spot, maybe a Riker Matthews. Nolan McMillan is another name that pops into my mind as a pickup, but you're starting to get into a lot of money constraints once you're getting there. Those would be the two that I wouldn't mind them taking a gander at on the offensive line. And then the defensive backfield, the one we have the players, Clark and Webb played great to finish out the year. It's clear that the management team is happy with them to go into next year, but they lost a ton of veteran leadership in that backfield. So again, another name that comes to mind would be Delvin Breaux. He's now, I guess, officially a free agent as of today. He'd be a good one. But where they go, I don't know, but definitely they need to make a move to shore up the experience there, if nothing else.
What have you seen from around the CFL? Let's get into some non-Riders things here a little bit as well. We've seen a flurry of activity already. You mentioned Ottawa signing literally everybody, Edmonton signing literally everybody else, BC signing literally every receiver. Seemingly, early on it seemed like maybe they would. They lost out on Kenny Lawler. But what's been the biggest focus or biggest surprise to you thus far?
Biggest surprise, I still have to say, seeing a wide receiver making $300,000 in the CFL. I mean, we haven't seen a receiver make that much money since Rocket Ishmael, and we're going back a ways, well before cap days. What was he? He was the $1 million, wasn't he? If I remember correctly, right? Like we're to see a guy making $300,000, especially an import receiver. I could see a top tier Canadian guy getting that much because that passport always adds a little bit of value, but that'll never not shock me this year. And those guys, both Williams and Lawler, have to put up huge numbers. And if I'm Kenny Lawler, I'm worried about signing that deal because there's no signing bonus associated with that. And what happens come training camp if Edmonton's looking to cut a little money and they go, hey, either you get cut or take a pay cut.
Yeah, especially they brought in so many receivers, right? They brought in a Manny Arsenault, they brought in a Darius Bowman. Caleb Hawley. Yeah, I can't imagine those guys are being brought in on expensive deals after being out of the league for a year or two there. So I do think those guys honestly would I see them more as, yes, they might get in the lineup here and there, but along the same lines of how Naaman Roosevelt was handled here in Winnipeg last year, where came in, was, on the practice roster as a backup most of it. Everybody's waiting. Oh, when's he going to get in the lineup? Never did the entire season long because they managed to stay healthy, but it doesn't hurt to have that insurance policy in place for you there. Chris Jones back as general manager and head coach in Edmonton. How happy are you to have Chris Jones back in the CFL?
The CFL is just so much better with Chris Jones in it. The guy just doesn't care what you think about him. He's going to make the moves he wants to make, and to hell with anybody who disagrees. Like, it's never a dull moment when he's involved with roster decisions. I mean, right off the bat, you mentioned some names in Darius Bowman and why can't I remember the other one? Good Lord.
Manny Arsenault.
Thank you, Manny Arsenault. Guys that haven't played since 2018 and 2019 respectively. And he just goes, yep, we're signing them. Hey, Caleb Hawley, you haven't played in 3 years. Come on board. He's not afraid to throw out contracts and in those show me deals, because I'm guessing none of those three got any kind of signing bonus. If they did, Chris Jones is crazier than we thought. But he just goes out and does his thing, and he's gonna make big moves, and his moves are gonna work out. We've seen it so often. Moving AC Leonard from receiver to defensive end, and now he's one of the best DEs in the league. Even moving Deron Carter from receiver to DB, everybody thought it would be a joke, and the guy picked off Bo Levi for a pick six. Like, he didn't look completely out of place as a receiver or as a defensive back. He's got an eye for talent, and you combine that with his attitude, and it just makes for entertainment. And again, I love chaos, and he brings chaos wherever he goes.
A lot of the talk on the Elks is, are they sticking with Arbuckle at quarterback? Are they sticking with Taylor Cornelius at quarterback? Hey, Kenny Lawler's making starting quarterback money, folks.
You never question it. It could happen.
Let's put him in at quarterback. That's definitely what they brought him in for.
But if you're Nick Arbuckle right now, how are you feeling watching your team go after another starting quarterback? Like, that's got to be a shot to his ego. You almost feel bad for the guy. He just cannot catch a break. Goes to Edmonton. It's clear the previous management team loves the guy. They sign him to an extension, give him some bonus money. He's our guy. And then Chris Jones walks in. It's like, maybe not.
Chris Jones, who he was with in Toronto and, was in the same locker room as. So that makes it more. Yeah, he just can't seem to catch a break, right? Promising start with Calgary and then goes over to, oh boy, how did this happen now? He went to Ottawa, I think, first, but then the season didn't play. So then he goes to Toronto and they swap with Matt Nichols. And he's injured at the start of the year. McLeod Bethel-Thompson gets the start. Then Arbuckle comes back in, plays a couple of games. Then MBT gets the job again. Then he gets shipped off to Edmonton, signed to a contract extension, doesn't get to play with the Elks down the stretch. They don't play him in any game there, but sign him to a new contract. Then they restructure his contract. And now they might be bringing in looking to bring in another quarterback as well. The Nick Arbuckle train is quite the roller coaster.
You gotta respect the guy for sticking through his career. A lot of guys would have just packed up and walked away after half of that. It's clear he wants to play at all power. He looks like he's a solid starting quarterback. I don't know why he can't get that chance, but is what it is.
Is what it is. We'll see. We'll see where Edmonton goes and whether Arbuckle will be their starting quarterback this season. Looking at some of the other teams around the league, who's impressed you most so far with what they've done in the past week or so?
You have to say Ottawa. You look at what they've built on that team. Ottawa has been the free space on the bingo card for a couple of years now. They don't look that way anymore. They signed a clear number one quarterback. They've picked up a quality player in basically every single position. Anytime you see a free agent, I was laughing in a Instagram group with a couple of CFL friends, and the guy was laughing about how they seem to be throwing money out, and how they're signing everybody, and how the previous management must have been poorly managing the cap. And while we're talking about it, the Red Blacks signed it was Patrick Levels, and I can't remember who it was just before that they announced, like within 2 minutes of each other, as we're talking about how many people they've signed already. Like it seems like every time you mention them, the list of players you have is outdated. And we've seen teams do this in the past. Toronto was the team that did it last year, and it worked out fairly well for them. They were within a few plays of the Grey Cup, and you have to admit, them playing in the Grey Cup in Hamilton would have been probably the equivalent of Winnipeg playing in the Grey Cup here for quality. So I have to say Ottawa. They're making smart decisions. Sean Burke looks like he knows what he's doing. It remains to be seen if they'll show it on the field, but at least on paper, they're clearly in the running for most improved team.
Yeah, and heck of a job on day one. And, there's going to be a lot of talk throughout today and the coming weeks of, well, how the heck can they afford it? Let's put the public disclaimer of how the salary cap works in the CFL out there. They do not need to be cap compliant today, right? By the start of the season. And even then, arguably, sometimes, teams will try to find a way to work around it with pre-practice squads.
and paper cuts. Bad paper cuts that take you on the 6th game.
Exactly. So lots of deals being signed right now, but we'll see what the rosters look like once free agency starts. We do have another guest in the building. Steve, I believe you need to drop off now. Or
I do. Yeah, I gotta head back to work. Unfortunately, I gotta pay the bills.
All right. Well, we appreciate you hopping in here for us. I know you were a bit under the weather today as well, so thanks for fighting through it. Our friends from the Let's Go Bombers podcast said in this chat, Saf, you're not looking pale at all. So
it's the makeup. It's the movie makeup, right? I had a whole team off to the side trying to make me look pretty. They didn't do very well, but they tried.
Before I let you go, where can people find the podcast?
You can find us anywhere you search for your podcast, Spotify, Apple, all that. Look for Pipple's Podcast. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, all the social media things, or pipplespodcast.com. We're always tossing up articles up there, talking football.
Right on. We will let you go here then. I'll let you get back to your day. Thanks for joining us, and hopefully we'll see some more action from the Riders as the day goes along.
Good luck with the rest of the day, guys.
All right. Talk to you later, man. Thank you. All right. We're just getting things set up here with our next guest. Will from the Argos Fancast is going to be joining us shortly here. Had some technical difficulties. We'll see if he can hop back in shortly. In the meantime, how is everybody doing? How is your day going, everybody? I would like to know. Are you enjoying the content thus far? Have we been pretty balanced with coverage around the CFL? We're trying to get through and talk about everybody and stay on top of the signings as it goes along. What's been the highlight thus far for you of CFL free agency? Let us know in the comments if you're on the Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch feeds. Of course, we will be going here until 5 p.m. Central Time today, so about 4.5 more hours at this point. Mike is back in after taking a quick lunch break, and I believe we have our guest here in the building as well, ready to go, so let's bring him in. Will from the Argo Fancast is here, I believe. We don't see the video, but Will, are you there? I do not think Will is quite ready to go yet. We will bring him back in. Will, if you can just give me a thumbs up on the camera when you are ready to go. But in the meantime, Mike, welcome back. We do have now confirmation that Kenny Lawler has signed officially with the Elks. So that is a done deal here, as we've talked about at length. Kenny Lawler going over to the Edmonton Elks. Let me check back through for some news here. Mike, do you want to take over a conversation topic and chat here a little bit while I try to get Will connected? You're muted again. Number 3.
Sorry, third time I've done that today. Yeah, no, I see Will moving around, but it's very sporadic. Yeah, so obviously losing Kenny Lawler for the Blue Bombers, it's pretty difficult to chew. Pretty difficult to handle at the moment, but not at that price. Unfortunately, I'm really surprised with what Edmonton has done so far. Maybe shouldn't be because they have perhaps an identity crisis on and off the field, which is okay. But no, it's gone pretty well as expected today, I would suggest.
There he is. We've got our guest all working here now. Sorry, everybody, for the connection issues. Will from the Argos Fancast and ArgoFans.com is here in the building. Will, how's it going, my friend?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing all right. It's been a busy day here. Of course, you've been following along and helping us in the chat with some of the signings along the way as well. So thank you for that. CFL free agency is an hour and a half old at this point. Deals are starting to trickle in, confirmation of them at least. What do you make of what's gone on so far, Will?
Well, the Ottawa Red Blacks are the Toronto Argonauts of this year's free agency. I think that team had really no choice but to spend some money this year, given how what's gone on with Marcel Desjardins in the last few years. I don't think their fan base was going to, accept another quiet free agency season. Interesting, though, that it seems like the Western teams are all making their announcements official, but we're not hearing anything yet from the Eastern teams.
Yeah, they're ahead in the time zones, so
yeah,
they should have been awake earlier today. So,
exactly.
Yeah, not too much news. We're all waiting for the official news from Ottawa, and I wonder, are they just working? I mean, their social media guy with the because it's probably busy, and their design department's probably busy making a ton of graphics and hasn't had time to tweet them out yet, is what I'd assume. Maybe we'll just get a launch of all of the news all at once for Ottawa later on. But let's talk about your Toronto Argonauts here and take another look at what they have done thus far. Big trade a couple of days ago. A bit of a weird trade because both were pending free agents, but Royce Mechie coming over to Toronto from Calgary. They sent Cameron Judge back the other way. What do you think of that trade from the Argos standpoint?
Well, Judge never really got on track in Toronto last year. He was signed along with Enoch Mwamba to anchor that linebacking core. But I think the Argos ended up signing Dexter McCoyle and Chris Edwards a little bit later in the offseason. And those two guys really stake their claim to more playing time and more production. Judge also got hurt midway through the season, which didn't help his production either. Mechie's an intriguing prospect. Well, everybody knows the pedigree. He's coming, who his brother is. But, a guy coming in from Calgary, Canadian safety. So, I mean, I like it in the sense that the Argos, yes, they're losing a Canadian starter, but they've also gained one. So there's no sort of change to the ratio. Just interesting what happens now with Creston Butler, who was starting at safety for the Argos in 2021. He's not a free agent. So I wonder if he now becomes expendable or how they'll deal with bit of a logjam at defensive back.
Yeah, they lose linebacker Cameron Judge, but they do bring back, I think, one of the sneakiest free agent signings thus far because he was not on nobody's radar in Winton McManus coming in at linebacker. How big is that addition there? A guy who, last year was bouncing around the NFL, but very solid season for Calgary in 2019.
Yeah, I think it's huge. He's a guy, I think he had 86 tackles. And can contribute on special teams as well. And the Argos had to consider the fact that they lose Judge to Calgary. Dexter McCoyle has retired, and Chris Edwards is going to be sitting out at least the first 6 games due to suspension stemming from the aftermath of the Eastern Final. They do have a few younger Canadian linebackers in Jack Assar and Trevor Hoyt, but I'm not sure how they'll fit into Corey Mace's scheme. So yeah, Wynton McManus is a huge acquisition, I think, because they did need to add a piece of that linebacking core based on losing 2 of their starters.
We've got a lot of comments back and forth right now in the Twitch chat about the kicker position around the CFL, and Nosebuzz wants to know, Will, what do you think of the Boris Beatty signing brought back by the Argos?
Well, we won. We won multiple games last year by Boris Beatty's foot. If you actually look at and his field goal percentage isn't quite as high as some of the other people, but I know kicked the game-winning goal against Hamilton. There was a game against Ottawa that was close. Game against Montreal that was close. It just seemed like Boris Beatty had this effect as the season went on. He would kick 3 or 4 field goals, and somehow our opponents would be like, take example, a game against Ottawa. Beatty was 3 for 3, 4 for 4 kicking field goals. Lewis Ward, who's thought of, as one of the best kickers in the league, missed 3 or 4 field goals. So I think that was the bringing back Boris, somebody who can do both the punting and the kicking, was a very crucial move. And I think it was, to be honest, his signing was probably top 3 for the Argos, the one I was worried about coming into the off season. Because we, in Toronto, after we lost Lirim Hariulahu after the 2017 Grey Cup, we kind of had a black hole at kicker for 2 years. So bringing Boris in gives me confidence that that particular area is going to be solid.
Well, one of the big focuses I feel like from a lot of people on the Argos coming into today is the running back position. I know we saw some chatter about that in the chat earlier on in the stream. Question for both of you. We'll start with you, Mike. Bring you back in here. John White. They had John White, DJ Foster last season. AJ Ouellette, I think, played a little bit here and there down the stretch as well. I'm assuming Foster and Ouellette are still under contract. John White is a free agent. What do we see the Argos doing at running back? Do we see them going out, grabbing another one of these pieces here, or turning to a guy like Foster as the full-time starter? Mike, what do you think?
I think from what I've seen from DJ Foster, I think he's capable of carrying the mail. I know I picked him up in our fantasy league toward the end of the year. John White's kind of an interesting, curious case, right? With serious injuries, whether it was with Edmonton or other teams. I wonder if you don't kick the tires in Andrew Harris via Toronto. That would be an instant upgrade basically anywhere right now. But going back to what Steve said, the days of Andrew Harris carrying 25 times, 30 times, and 150 yards isn't going to happen every week. But if he can give you 15 carries, flip your ratio around a little bit, DJ Foster, I'll give you DJ Foster, but who's going to be that second guy? Because we've seen the Argos in recent memory. You'd like to do the dual back, whether it's John White or DJ Foster, and well, maybe you can shed some light on this, but it just seems like to me the days of a running back carrying 25, 30, 35 times are a thing of the past.
Yeah. Well, the days of a running back doing that in CFL have been in the past for quite a while, with the exception of Mike Pringle, I suppose. DJ Foster, I think he's a better receiver, but I'm not sure how confident I would be in him in being like the feature back. He only averaged about 4 yards a carry last year. And I think when he first came in, he did take a few teams by surprise, like in the earlier, against his first game was against Winnipeg, I believe. The one game the Argos beat them in Toronto, where he had a touchdown. But I felt as the season went on, he still remained fairly consistent as a receiver. But once sort of John White got hurt, I think it was against Ottawa, and was out for the season, I kind of feel Foster, yes, he needs that complementary piece beside him. And people have mentioned Andrew Harris's name, but Harris kind of pictures me as one of those guys who, is going to move around teams a little bit, but isn't going to come east. I always feel that there's some free agents who will move around, but won't change divisions necessarily. AJ Ouellette has been with the team for a few years now, and he has shown flashes, but nothing sort of beyond a small sample size. So, I look at the list of free agents out there at that position, but, Andrew Harris is really the only, Andrew Harris is the big get, but I wouldn't be uncomfortable if the Argos just brought back John White. I feel he'd be a little bit cheaper than Andrew Harris.
Yeah, I wonder if they go the route of sticking with what they have there. You mentioned AJ Ouellette is kind of the not really proven commodity, but certainly looked like in the small bits he played, it looked like a bit of promising play there. I would honestly equate it to the same as with what we've seen with Johnny Augustine here in Winnipeg, which a lot of people are excited for him being back for 2 years. I wonder if you go with maybe Ouellette as kind of your main running back, and then DJ Foster as still rotating in like a dual back system where Foster more involved in the pass game, Ouellette more involved in the run game there. You're right. There aren't really a ton of other options. If you don't bring White back, you don't bring in Andrew Harris. Maybe you look at a guy like Timothy Flanders to come in and get a starting role. It's really hard to gauge with him because he showed such promise when he was here in Winnipeg back in, I want to say it's 2018 was when he was last here with the Bombers, and then was out of the league for a couple of years. Then Ottawa brought him back in last season, but Ottawa didn't really run the ball a ton. They were down in a lot of games. So we really don't know what to make of Flanders. I wonder if that's an interesting guy you could plug into a system there in Toronto.
Potentially. I don't know what their mindset is, and starting a guy like him there. He looked good in one game against the Argos, but that's another possibility, I suppose. But based on I think if they don't get White or Harris, I think they'll just stick with Ouellette and Foster. They did have a guy who named Cam Scarlett who, only got 10 carries in the last game against Edmonton, but, showed some things that they may want to take another look at him.
Yeah, and, we've got a comment in the chat here from Kat who says, how many rookies can you get for Harris's price? Harris is older and often injured. That's a good point, right, Mike? That, you can bring in Andrew Harris, but running back is one of those positions where you can find a lot of guys like bring in through mini camps and things like that are going to shine in the CFL. If say it's not Ouellette, if it's not DJ Foster as your running back this season, maybe another guy at camp time is brought in on a cheap deal there, and you can spend money elsewhere.
I think we will on? Whoops. Go ahead, Ryan.
I think that's what we could see here. I don't see Andrew Harris necessarily going to going to the Argos here. For a team that seems to be, pretty heavily pass focused, especially with DJ Foster in the passing game as well. I don't know if we see them going big at running back here necessarily.
But at the same time, I mean, if we're going to segue into the quarterback situation, that might be something they need to consider if they want to sort of take that pressure off McLeod at all.
Yeah, McLeod Bethel Thompson brought back as the starting quarterback for next season. We just talked about that a little bit ago. I know Mike and I had talked about that. Your thoughts on that decision to bring him back? And as part of that, they had Nick Arbuckle last year. It was the rotation. They ship him off to Edmonton from there. What do you make of how they've handled the quarterbacks in the last year or so?
Well, I don't dislike McLeod Bethel Thompson. I mean, he's still a very divisive figure amongst the fan base. There's some who reacted completely hostile to the fact that they were bringing him back, and some who were for it. I mean, the fact is, I do have concerns, basically based around the way he played after Nick Arbuckle was traded. The TD to interception ratio did turn a little bit unfavorably. You know what? And he, as Marshall Ferguson discussed, he did struggle with the deep ball. But the fact of the matter is, where else were the Argos supposed to go? I mean, you can make the argument Jeremiah Mazzoli, but of the available people who were available at quarterback at the time, I felt that MBT is their best way to go. We just need to make sure that the Argos need to make sure that the McLeod Bethel Thompson that they get in 2022 is the one that was the McLeod Bethel Thompson that played before, let's say, mid-October, as opposed to the one who came afterward. But, I felt like as free agency got closer and closer, how was it going to, the Argos could have easily been stuck in a situation where they had nobody. So, they had to go to the quarterback, the quarterback, they sort of had the, not leverage, but because he was, he played there last year, more easy to re-sign him than go after one of the other quarterbacks. So, my opinion of McLeod Bethel Thompson, and this sounds like a bit of a cop-out, is he's not nearly as good as, his biggest cheerleaders say, and he's not nearly as bad as his biggest opponents say. I mean, he's kind of part of the general body of CFL quarterbacks right now that is not the, not what it was 20, 25 years ago.
Am I reading the tea leaves correctly and assuming that you think this is a show-me year for McLeod Bethel Thompson?
I suppose it is. I mean, he's 33, 34, and this would be his fourth year getting significant playing time. I mean, the fact is he'll be probably going to the season with nobody pushing him for that, that starter position. Simply put, the backup position is something the Argos need to look at. But yeah, I mean, he needs to. I mean, this is really his second season to prove what he can be with a decent team around him. But yeah, I mean, if we end up at a point where the Argos fall short again, I can see them looking elsewhere next year.
And the name that really intrigues me as far as an opening for Toronto is whoever doesn't get the Calgary job next after this year, either Bo Levi Mitchell or Jake Mayer. Is that an option in your mind? And I know we're looking a year ahead and a lot can happen. But I just look at that East Division as a whole, and I struggle with where to put McLeod Bethel Thompson. Is he in that Vernon Adams? Is he the Mazzoli level? Is he the Dane Evans level? Is it first half McLeod Bethel Thompson? Is it Sutton Hap, McLeod, Bethel, Thompson, right? So
Yeah, well, and that's the issue. I mean, I wouldn't say he's good. I'd say all the quarterbacks in the East right now have something to prove, right? And the fact that Dane Evans has been in the Grey Cup two years in a row, fallen short. Vernon Adams, has all the talent in the world, but they'll occasionally make plays where you just sort of bang your head against the wall. Like, why did he do that? And Mazzoli, has quite a bit to prove going to Ottawa. But going back to Calgary, I mean, one of the biggest knocks on the Argos over the years has been that they haven't been able to develop their own quarterback. They introduced Cody Fajardo, Zach Collaros, and Trevor Harris to the CFL, but didn't keep them around because Ricky Ray was still playing at a high enough level. It'll be interesting to see how Calgary handles their quarterback situation. I'm just not crazy about bringing in, a 30-something Bo Levi Mitchell, have him play a few years, and then be back at square one where the Argos were when Ricky Ray retired. That said, I don't know. I mean, they have a couple guys, young guys in camp, the Argos do, but, who knows whether they'll develop in anything.
Let me bounce back in here with a couple of signings to update us on. It sounds like, according to both Dave Naylor and Farhan Lalji, thank you to David in the chat for this, wide receiver Shaq Johnson of the BC Lions is headed to the Ottawa Red Blacks. So another signing for Ottawa. They're working on the Canadian talent. They've got Nate Bahar coming back there already. Now they bring over Shaq Johnson. I've always been a big Shaq Johnson fan. I think he's kind of overlooked in BC because of the Burnhams and the Whiteheads of the world. But he goes over there. They also brought in Levi Noel. So some nice work on the Canadian wide receiver talent there for BC. The other piece of news we have is we talked earlier about Mark Corte of the Ottawa Red Blacks offensive line heading to the Edmonton Elks. Supposedly the highest paid offensive lineman in the CFL, according to, I believe it was Justin Dunk, saying that Mark Corte is 48 career games in the CFL and is now over to Edmonton, $200 and something thousand a year for the next 2 years. What do you think of all these big deals that have been going down today, Will?
Well, I mean, 300,000 for a receiver. Steve said earlier, hasn't happened since Rocket Ishmael. But Chris Jones is showing the cash, isn't he? And it seemed, but doesn't it seem though that Edmonton's signing terms are getting leaked or whatnot, and the other teams don't seem to be yet? I mean, we know the Canadian tackles do tend to get those big contracts. And it's also interesting because we got the CBA coming up this year, don't we?
Right, yes.
So we got all these big free agent signings coming up, and we don't know what the what's going on with that. That's for a lot. I mean, remember when you look at receiver stats this year, you have to factor in it's only prorated to 3 games, prorated to 14 games. But I mean, Lawler was a guy who's that was his breakout season, correct?
Yeah, he had 600 and something yards in 2019. Last year was over 1,000, but that's a very quick jump from 2 years in the league to all of a sudden a $300,000 receiver. We've got another guest coming in the building to join us here. I believe he's still getting set up. I know, Will, you're sticking around for still another hour or so here with us, which we're very happy to have you here. Let's talk about a couple more things on the Argos here. We're going to shift over to talk some Bombers here in a second as well. But what for you is who's the biggest loss of all the players that the Argos have lost here. Let's take a look at them, at the subtractions. You know, a number of these guys are unsigned. They could go back to Toronto. But who here stands out to you as a big subtraction?
Dexter McCoyle. I mean, he was a guy who came back from a couple years off, or more than that, I think. And, you know, I always get worried sometimes they'll have their NFL hangover, but he just came in and right away was a game breaker on that defense. You know, 60 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions. You know, could play, you know, shift between linebacker and safety pretty easily. He's a guy I think the Argos are going to miss.
And then the follow-up question to that is, what position do you want them to focus on today and the coming weeks?
I think they do need to work a little bit on that defensive line. They did. The Argos started the year off pretty well against the run, but as the season went on, guys like Powell and Stanback were able to run on them, and especially with, you know, you got William Powell coming back east. You have Don Jackson in Hamilton. You have Stanback in Montreal. A solid defensive line is going to be, I think, important. So maybe a defensive tackle to complement Sean Oakman, who had an outstanding rookie season. And, well, I suppose we're waiting for the Jagger Davis announcement to become official. I'm 99.9% confident that's happening. And the pass rush, I mean, they brought in Charleston Hughes last year, who didn't quite work out. Not really sure why they don't want to bring Cordero Law back, because he did play well in the few games he managed to play. They have Shane Ray, who was heralded out of the NFL, but he, you know, they kept saying during training camp he was unblockable, but never really showed that in the offseason. So defensive line, I think, is where they need to focus a little bit on, add a few pieces to bring that rushing, you know, bring their rush defense, bring those yards down a little bit, and, you know, get to the quarterback, you know, because they do have outstanding defensive backs, I think. And, you know, if we can get that pass rush going, force the quarterbacks out of their rhythm, you know, allows those defensive backs to make plays.
Now I did the muted thing. There we go. Mike's, that's 3 for Mike, 1 for me. We'll see what the tally's at by the end of the day. But let's bring in another guest addition to the panel. The great Zach from the Let's Go Bombers podcast is here to join us. We've got a great panel of 4. Zach, welcome to the show, my friend. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Am I actually, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound perfect.
Awesome. Well, nice to see you, Ryan. Nice to meet you finally, Michael, and nice to meet you, Will. I'm a big fan of your podcast too, and actually, I stole the idea of getting Mr. Natea J from your podcast. I heard him on there and loved his work on the radio, and so he was a guest for me. He's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, he is. You know, he's got to do the Grey Cup on the national feed this year, so he's moving up pretty fast.
He really is, and his work is fantastic. So yeah, and of course, Winnipeg, being the champions that we are, we're championing this this live all day CFL free agency extravaganza. So congrats to you, Ryan and Michael. This is awesome. I've been listening all day. It's great.
Oh, we appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun so far. A lot of work. I'm sleeping for a week after this. Nobody bothered me after 5 p.m. Central Time today. But no, it's been a lot of fun so far. We're 4 hours in. We've got 4 hours to go here. Lots of guests throughout the afternoon. Mike's going to lead this segment because I, as per Will's advice in the chat earlier today, I need to remember to eat lunch at some point. So I'm going to dip out here for a few minutes. But I want to leave you all with this opening question for the panel that we got in the chat from Rob. Who has the best backup quarterback in the CFL right now? Because we see injuries at quarterback so often. You know, last year we saw Mazzoli and Evans combo be pretty good there in Hamilton. They obviously split up now. Who's best suited at quarterback if their number 1 goes down? Mike, we'll start with you, and you can lead the discussion from here.
Yeah, I think Ryan, this is an easy one. I think it's Calgary. Just based on proven track record. Jake Mayer, Bo Levi Mitchell, 1-2 tandem for me. I think it starts there. I think a former tandem would be Hamilton, but I don't know if you could call that a tandem anymore. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I Calgary certainly is the one that jumps out of you right away. Jake Mayer, Levi Mitchell, that's a good combo to have. And Hamilton as well. Matthew Schultz is a guy who I don't think anybody thought much of until September, October of this year, but he proved that he can go in there and win a few football games. So Hamilton was lucky to get him. The rest of the teams around the league, I don't feel I would have much confidence in their backups' ability to win games right now, and that's not a good thing. But mind you, there's a free agent out there who, if a team signed him, would make their QB combo jump up those rankings. But I'd say right now, only two of the teams really have a safety net beyond their starter.
I'm going to use that. What do you think?
Sorry, I totally agree with Will. I think it's Calgary and Hamilton, and I think Hamilton was the best last year with losing Masoli. They've taken a little bit of a step back, but whoever gets interesting to see who gets Trevor Harris, and whomever gets Trevor Harris will have a probably the best backup in the league. So. And I know my Bombers are pretty thin there. We've got Drew Brown, whose only start was, well, he didn't even start, was in that Calgary game. Did not look good. So mind you, he was a rookie going against good defense. But I'm looking to see what we do. But I would say Calgary and Hamilton for sure.
Can I float a suggestion to you guys about Trevor Harris, about what I would do? I if it's me, and this is just me being Trevor Harris, and if I really wanted starter money, I would sign with nobody right now. I'd wait till end season. Somebody's going to lose the quarterback for a long time at some point, and the odds are that it won't be Calgary or it won't be Hamilton. Wouldn't you wait and just say, you know what? I got the cards. I got proven experience. You want me? Come get me when you want a starter.
Yeah. Yeah, it depends if he can.
Instead of tying yourself to somebody, you could just say, okay, you know what? You lost a quarterback for 6 to 8 weeks. Let's phone Trevor Harris. Pretty darn good option to me.
It's an interesting thought. I mean, I think he could maximize his dollar value that way. The only thing is, if I'm Trevor Harris, I've sort of fallen off the map. I think he really needs to. His priority maybe needs to be to get his reputation back. And if he's parachuting in mid-season, kind of like he did with Montreal, he did okay. He doesn't know the playbook. He doesn't know the players. If I'm him, I think I kind of want to. My priority needs to be to set myself in a situation where that's going to make me look good. I think this is a year for him. If he's going to make a bounce back, he has to do it now. You look at Matt Nichols, the bounce back he tried to make last year, and it just didn't work. And now we're looking at him. Latest thing, I think, guys, was he's looking at retirement. So the Trevor Harris thing is interesting. They're talking about him being a mentor backup in BC. Again, I don't know if I'd want to go there because their O-line situation hasn't really been sorted out. Yeah, he's an interesting one. I don't know where he ends up, but you may be right. That may be what happens, Michael.
Is this a situation too where Trevor Harris is overselling himself? Because we've always had this where we think personally that we're better than we are, we're worth more than we are, but in actuality, your value to others is much lower.
Well,
Is Trevor Harris perhaps asking for too much, Will?
we don't know what he's asking for, but you have to forget the context. I mean, he's coming from one of the most chaotic.
Sorry, go ahead. Let me maybe paint the context of, is Trevor Harris asking too much, looking for starters' money right now?
It's very possible, and because he could have the same mentality that you're thinking of, right? Do I want to wait until the season? We got to forget. I'm going to defend Harris a little bit here. We got to remember he's coming from a situation, perhaps the most chaotic. The Edmonton Elks 2021 season is probably one of the most chaotic in CFL history. Between the COVID thing at the beginning of the season, Brock Sunderland, Jamie Elizondo, it's a whole mess, as the Elks have testified to by cleaning that whole regime out. So, it's hard to get, a read. What's the knock on Harris has always been his teams, he puts up a lot of yardage, but can never quite get the ball into the end zone. Really, I mean, I think the way I'm thinking it might be Trevor Harris' situation now is not completely of his own doing, I don't think. I think he was in a really bad situation in Edmonton. He ended up in Montreal only because their starter quarterback was out for the season. And so I think it's honestly a little bit of both. He may be selling himself, a little too much, but at the same time, I don't think that under the wrong, I think in the right situation, he could still be a valuable asset to a team.
Well, ironically enough, Will, I want to ask you, because if I'm Trevor Harris, if I'm behind a good O-line, I can be an elite quarterback that has a decent run game. And I think what you saw in Edmonton is he wasn't, and he does. I mean, Armando Sewell famously, was ragging on him for turtling under pressure, and he wasn't wrong. Look what happened in the playoff game against Hamilton, and does he fit in Toronto? And what is Toronto's O-line situation?
I'd say Toronto's O-line situation is that they're a solid but not elite group. They drafted Peter Nicastro, who became a very good center as the season went on. The right side of that line, they have Darius Bladdock at guard and Jamal Campbell at right tackle. Both had a bit of injury trouble in 2021, but are solid if healthy. On the left side, Dijon Allen started as a first-year player in the league and was he elite? No, but he didn't look out of place either. That left guard situation, I think, might be a little bit of up for debate. I think, they would like Shane Richards to finally, justify that first overall selection. But Farhan also had mentioned earlier in the week that they were going to sign Justin Lawrence from the Stampeders, who can play a little bit of center and guard. So, I mean, I didn't think that our offensive line was a huge impediment last year. I don't think our quarterbacks were sacked. I think they were one of the better teams in protecting the quarterback, but it's not an elite group by any means. But I don't really see anybody who needs immediate replacing either.
Yeah, and I was wondering about Cody Speller too. He went to you guys last year. I think he was injured. He subbed in for Michael Couture in our Grey Cup run in 2019, and he was very good. Yeah. Is he coming back?
We never got in. I mean, one of the problems with being an Argo fan is we don't have that beat writer who can tell us what's going on. Right. So we never really got an explanation as to why Speller was missing. And we were discussing that on ArgoFans.com. Do we need Speller back? And I think Nicastro was the outstanding rookie in the East, so I think the consensus right now is probably not.
Yeah. What about Nevis? I mean, Thankfully, we had Richardson, but man, Richardson's gone for the Bombers now. It's looking like he's going to sign in BC. I think that's a huge loss. I'd love to have Nevis back, but I don't know what's going on with him in Toronto.
Yeah, I think he only played the one game and then got injured again.
Yeah.
That is, I think, an area they need to, as we were talking about before you came on, the Argos teams were able to run on the Argos a little bit last year. So, a healthy Hinock Mwamba will help with that as well. But I feel that maybe they want to add a D lineman to go with Sean Oakman just to clog up some of those running lanes and allow those linebackers to make plays.
Yeah. Well, I just want to tease you for a second. Well, we in Winnipeg were dreading playing the Argos in the Grey Cup because we've never beaten you in the Grey Cup in the 100 and whatever 8-year history, and it was too bad you guys didn't make it. And the other thing was you're the only team that beat us straight up. I mean, we were missing Nick Dembski, but no other team beat us, and so that was a big disappointment for me. But we also stole your head videographer, by the way.
You did, yes.
Josh Burton.
Yeah, awesome guy. Treat him well.
Well, I offered to take him out for beers. Maybe Michael and Ryan will come too. But I've told him you need to get winter tires, buddy.
Well, can't get away without winter tires here either this winter. So some people still try to, believe me.
Really quickly, guys, we have some breaking news coming out of here. David said in the chat, one of the receivers that I was high on earlier in the day, Herdy Mayala, has just signed with the Montreal Alouettes.
Okay.
The other news is Canadian quarterback Michael O'Connor has signed with the BC Lions. BC's quarterbacks 1 and 2 are now Canadian. So talking about a quarterback scenario, we talked about who's the best backup. This has got to be a new approach. 1 and 2 at national quarterbacks. I said BC earlier today had to go this route because to affect their ratio in the event that Rourke goes down with an injury, now you got to flip it because you have an American becomes an head quarterback. It just screws your ratio up. What do we think about this arrangement? Most notably, Nathan Rourke as the number 1 and Michael O'Connor as the number 2. It's a very unconventional CFL way of doing things, Will, but I guess we're about to see if it's effective.
It's bold. And again, going back, the situation I think any team faced was anybody that the Lions were going to maybe going to make their quarterback situation any better. I say, good for them. If having a CFL, if having a successful Canadian quarterback in BC is going to help that franchise rebuild on and off the field, then absolutely go for it. It kind of reflects their new owner there. He's willing to take risks, I think.
How about your thoughts, Zach? I mean, it's brand new to Canadians. The only Canadian quarterback for a while that I could figure out for a while was Brandon Bridge. Pretty unique, eh?
Yeah. You're speaking about Mr. Air Canada. Yeah, I think it's great. I had heard rumblings that because of the ratio, they were going to go that way. I guess if I'm a BC fan with their O-line, and by the way, Suk Chung, who was an all-star O-lineman with us, went to them, but he is more of a sort of running the ball sort of O-lineman specialist. He's not so great at pass protection. And so if I'm BC and I still don't have a run game, I mean, who do they have at running back right now? I don't know. I'd be a little worried. I'd be a little worried that you have, regardless of whether they're Canadian, which I think is super cool, and I hope it works. They don't have a proven backup. I mean, you look at maybe Trevor Harris going there, but if I'm BC, I'm a little concerned. You know, what happens if Rourke is having growing pains or he gets injured, and you don't have a running game, which helps really balance your offense and protects your quarterback. It keeps the DL linebackers honest. I don't know. I again, you know, I think it's great, but it would worry me. Now I say that, you know, and the Bombers don't even have a backup quarterback right now, but but still, yeah. So I guess I would say it's super cool, but I'd be concerned, and I think BC. I think we'd all really like to see BC succeed. They've got a new owner who's local. He seems like a good guy. So I think these 2 years with Michael Riley have really hurt them. And as much as I like to beat BC and chant BC sucks because of all the times they killed us in the 80s, I would like to see them succeed, and that's super cool. It worries me, though. I'm going to be honest.
You there? Let me stop you there. You're forgetting 2011 and one of the biggest upsets in Grey Cup history when BC started 0-5 with Andrew Harris at running back and somehow turned that ship around and beat the Bombers in the Grey Cup. Anyway, let's welcome back Ryan. Ryan, you've joined at the right time.
If Mike ever wants to YouTube the 1983 Western Final between Winnipeg and BC, take one day if you have like a rainy day and watch that, and watch Mervyn Fernandez take over a football game by himself. It's like
we have the Fred Reed 235-yard game to walk on. So
yeah.
Oh, that was a good one.
It's all fun and games, folks. Welcome back, Ryan.
Thank you. It's a good thing you mentioned Andrew Harris and his time in BC there, because he is the hot button topic around the Bombers. And, you know, Zach from the Let's Go Bombers podcast, I know you're only here for a little bit longer here, so we do want to chat some Bombers with you. Tough after 2 years of championships to keep the entire team together, most certainly. But let's pull up what the Bombers have done so far in free agency here and take a look. The big one, bringing Zach Collaros back at quarterback. Well, I say the big one, but I think there are a ton of big ones on this list. Willie Jefferson, Jackson Jeffcoat on the D-line. Most of the offensive line is back. What's your take on what the Bombers have done thus far?
Well, you know, I'll be honest. You know, I always get jacked for free agency day, and you know, the Bombers have had a total of one signing, right? They mostly lost players, but as I thought about it, you know, they did most of their work, you know, in the last few weeks. They've re-signed all the I think most of the major pieces they wanted. So, you know, I like how Walters is building from the inside out as opposed to BC who and Edmonton, who seem to be building from the outside in. So you've got your MVP quarterback and your lines, right? Your O-line and your D-line, which are still elite. So I'm happy with that, what they've done. I love having Ellingson in. I think he's a great replacement for Darvin Adams. Although, you know, as a loyal guy and seeing what Adams has done, you know, his production has maybe decreased, but also his targets have decreased. I think I saw on Twitter, Adams, not only is he a great blocker and knows the schemes, and he's a good trash talker, by the way. Good chemistry with Collaros. He had less targets too, so his production didn't actually increase. So decrease rather. So you saw what he did in the Grey Cup game as well. So I'm sad to lose him, but to have Ellingson, and I think he's a guy who had a very productive season last season for the Elks, despite their sort of culture issues, if we say, and having Cornelius there. So I like Ellingson. I guess what I'm looking at now, if I'm a Bombers fan, is who's going to kick, because, you know, I think most of us agree that Sergio Castillo was the Grey Cup MVP. You know, I think you guys were talking about this morning. He was actually only about 80% after he joined the Bombers, but that Grey Cup game, he was phenomenal. Plus he accounted for those 3 singles. And that field goal he had to take the lead 24-22 was a big one with the wind, and I think it was a long distance one. So the clutch kicker. We have Ali Mortada and Mark Leggio. Leggio was good in university football, but I don't know if he's quite there yet. Mortada, he can kick the ball straight, but if you kick the ball straight from the hash marks, it's going to miss wide right or wide left. So he was great on single points, but so I'm a little worried there. I'm really nervous about losing Steven Richardson. I think we talked about this, Ryan, when I was on. Before he came back from injury, the Bomber run defense was not its typical self at all. They were quite mediocre.
Yeah.
In fact, you saw what Toronto did to us that
yes,
game.
I remember that.
Week.
Yeah.
They absolutely torched us, and so that really concerns me.
Even in the game, even in that first game where the Bombers won, the Argos ran the ball rather effectively, from what I remember.
That's right. Yeah. John White had a touchdown, and I think we were only winning by 3 at that point. It was a very tight game. So, I'm looking to see them shore that up. I don't know who they can sign in free agency. I saw Marshall Ferguson's free agent list. I saw yours, and Mr. Dalton said the only guy on there he could see who's a defensive tackle would be Woody Barron. I don't know how great Woody Barron is versus maybe a young up-and-comer they bring into camp. So, that being said, the Bombers' brain trust of Gavaya and McManus and Kyle Walters have proven that they can bring in young studs. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do. The other thing is we lost Mike Jones, who I think was a solid, it may be a bit inconsistent DB. So I think we need DB help. I haven't heard anything about Dietrich Nichols, who I think was an absolute stud, and we lost Alford. So yeah, and the other thing in Winnipeg is Brandon Alexander is expected to sign, but he's going to be on the long-term injury list. I think he had a knee injury in the Grey Cup. So someone's going to have to back him up. And it could be one of the Hallets. They could go Canadian there, but those guys are relatively wet behind the ears. So I think we need some help in DB. I think we need a kicker. I think we need, like I said, someone on in the defensive tackle spot. But at the end of the day, you've got a quarterback, you've got almost your whole O-line back, you've got that dominant D lineman, you've got Maston backs, you've got a great defense linebacking core. So I think Bomber fans are pretty optimistic. But then sorry, this is so long-winded, but that's my middle name. You go to Andrew Harris. I mean, that's something. And shout out to Greg on Sports, because that troll he did with Harris signing for the Riders was hysterical, and lots of people actually thought that was real. I think losing Harris is very sad. I think we all recognize that you can't keep Augustine and Oliveira waiting. I think they have good potential, but then what Andrew Harris has done for the city. And I think he's an absolute warrior. I think he's the reason we won the West Final, despite turning the ball over 6 times. And I was at the Grey Cup. He has fire in his belly. So that's hard to replace. So I think Bomber Nation is a little bit reeling right now with that too.
Hey, let me throw something at you really quick, because I know you done a goal. But I think when the fan base sits to realize, okay, one more year of Andrew Harris at the expense of losing Johnny Augustine and or Brady Oliveira. To me, this is the situation where they have to cut their losses. Short-term pain for long-term gain. They got both running backs on their contract for 2 years. It sounds like, by all accounts and the sources that I've talked to in the last 48 to 72 hours, but Brady Oliveira was offered starter money elsewhere in the West Division. So again, is that worth it, right? When you only got a half a season, realistically 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 good games on Andrew Harris? And by good games, we have to remember that it's blocking, that it's not necessarily the 125-yard game and 3 touchdowns anymore. If we're only going to get 4 or 5 games out of Andrew Harris, in my estimation, and I don't know how you see this, I think we're better off with the situation that we have right now with Augustine and Oliveira being under contract for 2 years rather than 1 year of Harris, and then have to restart again trying to find that cornerstone piece. As difficult as it is, I think the writing's been on the wall for quite some time. But hey, Zach, were you at the West Final? Okay, did you remember the Saskatchewan player going down at the 3-minute warning? It was Duke Williams.
Yes, after he made that infamous no catch that they didn't overturn. Yes, I remember that well because I was my heart stopped. Yes,
right. And while they were reviewing that, did you notice Andrew Harris going around the stadium waving?
I didn't know, but I was so focused on that play, like they got overturned.
But it did happen, so I mean, it kind of made me think back in the day.
Oh, like he was like waving goodbye, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's something I noticed when I immediately at the game. Actually, was he was kind of running around the end zone, waving to all the fans in the stands, and it's kind of like, okay, is this the Andrew Harris victory lap before you go out at the end of your career?
Well, here's what I think, and Will and Natea J, I'll credit with this. He said, because I asked him, how did Hamilton shut down Andrew Harris so well in the Grey Cup? And he surmised that Harris was still injured, and he said it's the second game after an injury return that you got to watch. The first game, I think he was jacked up. If it was his victory lap against the Riders in a West Final, I mean, you could understand how he'd have the juice to churn out that many yards. But I think in the Grey Cup, I think he didn't quite have the oomph, and I think he's more prone to injury. It's hard. Like there was a rumor, and I hate to like throw rumors out there, but I heard it from multiple people that he actually got a bad injury in 2020 during the COVID season, or lost season rather. I don't know if it was like a snowmobile or a mountain biking accident, but like he was really injured. And then now you're hearing rumors that some Bomber staffers were unhappy with his level of preparation coming into the season. And so I wonder, you put those things together, and then that knee injury in Edmonton, when he caught that screen for the touchdown, I don't know. So here's where I'll answer that. And I know we got to move on, but I'm 75-25. I think any reasonable fan in Winnipeg is thinking, yeah, like you have to move on here. You've got two young guys who have shown a lot of promise. And in fact, if we see a Thunder and Lightning backfield in Winnipeg again for the first time since Robertson Sellers, because I think Augustine can slash and dash, and he has speed to burn, and Oliveira is kind of a bruising runner. I think Bomber fans will be more than happy. And I think, you would have had to let one or both of them walk if Harris stuck around, and with the injury issues and his age, for sure. Here's the thing about Andrew Harris, though. If he signed with another team and got the rushing championship again, I wouldn't be surprised. That guy plays with a chip on his shoulder, the size of Garbage Hill. For you Winnipeggers, you'll know that reference. Like that, he has a passion. He has a chip on his shoulder. If he does all sorts of rehab and takes care of his body and is behind a decent O-line, I don't know. So part of me is still concerned, but who knows? This is the fun part about 2022.
Right, I'm still laughing about that reference. I totally get it.
Zach,
that's a good one.
I know you got to run here right away. It's the end of your time here with us. We appreciate you hopping in here to talk some Bombers and other free agency news along the way. Where can people find the Let's Go Bombers podcast before we let you go?
Well, I'm on iTunes. I'm on Spotify. I guess you could probably find it wherever you get your podcast, Google Play. And then on Twitter and Instagram, my handle is @BomberPodcast. So you can find it there. And then just to give myself a plug, I'm getting Mr. Darren Bombing is coming on next week to sort of recap all the action from this week. And it should be fun. And we'll see. We'll see where it goes after that. We'll do every shows every couple of weeks, and hopefully get you guys on for a training camp preview. And maybe we'll connect too. I'm having so much fun connecting with all these different podcasts, and Michael, Ryan, awesome job. Way to rep Winnipeg. Of course, we're at the forefront of this live day of CFL free agency. So kudos to you guys. Let's make it a thing yearly, and remember to hydrate.
Oh, yes.
All right, guys. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll talk
you
to
too,
you
Will.
later,
Take care.
Zach. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day as we say goodbye to Zach and we bring in another guest on our panel. We've got Will sticking around for another half hour with us, I believe. Correct,
Yep.
Will?
Yep.
And joining the panel here now from the Turf District over in Edmonton, we've got Andrew. Welcome to the show, my friend. How's it going?
Dudes, I'm doing all right. It's an exciting day, and this is an awesome platform. I'm glad you guys invited me to join in.
Yeah, we're happy
Hey,
to
look!
have you.
Sorry to cut in, Ryan, but it's somebody not wearing blue.
Yes, look at it's all green and goldy in here, which is outstanding. Yes, no, it's about time you guys had some green on here, and the right shade of green is important as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
I
had
know.
green. Steve was here earlier. He was wearing green.
Well, see,
but,
that's the wrong shade. That's
the
what I'm
wrong
getting
shade
at.
of green.
Yeah, that's yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. Well, Andrew, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you here with us. We're going to talk a little bit about what the Elks have done so far. Chris Jones has been pretty busy, it seems.
Yeah.
But we have a variety of news we have not talked about yet. Some more signings from around the CFL. Looks like the BC Lions have been very busy in the last little bit, bringing in presumably along the defensive line, Woody Barron from the Montreal Alouettes, Stephen Richardson from the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and former Ticats defensive back Delvin Breaux, all going over to the BC Lions. So, they started off free agency with a lot of focus on wide receiver, it seemed. They've been busy on the defensive side of the ball now. What does everybody think about it? Andrew, starting with you.
Well, I think the biggest thing in BC is I think everybody was looking for them to improve both of their lines, defensive line and offensive line. And this obviously addresses some of that. Stove Richardson is proved last year he can make a big impact up the middle. I think BC's kind of been missing that guy up the middle in the last few years. So that I think that's a big get for them. And Delvin Breaux coming back, I mean, that's pretty cool all on its own. I mean, just to see him coming back into the system is exciting. Now, I mean, BC also, signed a guy that I didn't want them to, but I understand it with Sean White headed out that way too. But they're making a push there on the defensive side of the ball. I'm excited to see what they do next as far as working on that offensive line.
Will, what do you think of the moves BC's been making lately?
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know they had a lot of money to spend around with, considering the quarterback situation. And, they know they got to give those guys, inexperienced quarterbacks, the best surrounding cast they possibly can. And, Woody Barron's a good get on their defensive line. Delvin Breaux is, a little bit up there in age, but maybe he could still play at a high level. And, but yeah, I agree that, their next attention will see what they can do with that offensive line, whether they have to do it a bit organically. I know they lost a couple pieces to Ottawa, but they had to be bold in free agency to sort of, justify their quarterback decision a little bit, but, they needed to make sure that Michael Rourke has the best surrounding cast to succeed. Because I think everybody in the league wants this to work, just from the standpoint they want a Canadian to succeed at quarterback.
And now having the backup quarterback as Canadian, that's exciting. Like that,
exactly.
We know that's how one of the two of them is likely playing, and I think that's exciting actually, and. Hopefully will drive a little more excitement out in BC when you see some of these other names coming and they're going to be starting a Canadian quarterback. That's a great combination. Yeah. And you got a guy that can put that can easily put 3 points on the board as long as you get, to the 40-yard line. So can't really be too upset about that.
I love this from the BC Lions, this 2 Canadian quarterbacks, cheap money there, spend all your money elsewhere plan. I think it's gutsy. I'm surprised it's BC doing it and not Chris Jones, because it seems like something he would potentially try to pull. I would love, because much like Steve earlier, I'm an agent of chaos. If the Bombers can't three-peat, I would love nothing more than for BC to pull this off and go out and win the Grey Cup this year, with 2 Canadians at quarterback and spending literally the bare minimum at the position that you probably could.
Yeah, that'd be amazing, right? I mean, I don't want BC to win because they're in my division, but still, you want to see them have some success. It'd be pretty cool. It would kind of blow up the whole system if you're like, wow, look at these guys with reasonably priced quarterbacks getting a long way. That'd be awesome.
Some other news we've had in the last few minutes: the Riders bringing back offensive lineman Josiah St. John, who has been with the team for a couple of seasons. Hamilton re-signing defensive back Jamal Roll. And some Elks-related news in the last minute or two here, or 10 minutes ago, I guess. Wide receiver Jalen Marshall, who was with the Hamilton Tiger Cats, I think maybe got in for 1 game at the start of last season, but I feel like 2019 was a little more involved. He comes over to Edmonton there to take a wide receiver role in Edmonton.
Well, because what we needed right now is more wide receivers. I mean, it's crazy, right? Like how much money is going into wide receivers? Holy cow. Will, I'm starting to feel like you did last year, where everybody's questioning, how are they putting all these people under the cap? And I have to, remind myself that you don't have to be under the cap in February. And so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But another receiver. Now that I don't know as much about Marshall for sure. So that'll be something that we have to do a bit of research on.
So I think the Argos just made Jagarrett Davis official.
Oh, did they?
And, yes. And then Farhan is just tweeted, I'm hearing a lot of suggestions around the league that the Argos have significant interest in signing Andrew Harris.
Oh, okay. So that was our, going back to our conversation from before of would they pursue Andrew Harris. I think that's going to be the next big domino to drop here of free agency is where will Harris go, and what does that mean for other running backs around the CFL?
Yeah.
Well, I can say that I didn't really expect Toronto, but on the other hand, with the way Toronto gets people over the last few years, I guess it's not a surprise that they're in the play for him. And it could be very interesting, right?
We have the best salesman the CFL has ever known.
That's fair. How do you say no to that smile? Nobody can say no to that.
You can't.
Right? It's impossible. Yeah, it's absolutely impossible. Sorry, Mike, it looks like you were going to say something there and I jumped in ahead of you.
Yeah, no. There was a very specific reason why I brought up Harris to the Argos later, but I'll leave that to myself for now.
Okay.
Really quickly, I have a question for both of you. First off for Will and then for Andrew. They're kind of both along the same lines. Not necessarily to do with free agency, but rather off the field thing. Well, and first question's for you, Will. How do you feel the Argos brand recognition has changed in the last couple of years since Mike Pinball Clemens has been in the general manager's chair?
I really don't know if it has at all. The team really didn't do a whole lot in 2021 to get people out to the stadium until sort of that Eastern final. Certainly, I mean, it's just an issue that brand recognition is something that goes way past pinball returning to the GM's role. I really don't know if the brand I don't even think it's changed at all since he came in. certainly I think he's given the fan base, a feeling of confidence by signing free agents and writing the course on the field. But I'm beginning to worry it's come to a point where even pinball can't control what goes on off the field. It's going to take.
I wonder though. Correct me if I'm wrong, Will, but pinball has the couple of things that have happened that I've seen since he's been there is you see a lot more guys coming to play on the Argos that are GTA guys, which could increase that exposure a little bit to people who are in town. They've not had a hard time bringing in a lot of big name free agents. Now, maybe they haven't done the same promotion of those guys off the field, but I wonder if last year, just because of where everything was with COVID, that they didn't really get the same opportunity to do that. But I wonder if once that's removed, and you see guys like Juwan Brescison being able to kind of be out in the community, a guy that grew up there, I wonder if that helps to bring those people in a bit more. And I think they've done a lot of the good steps on the field to kind of set them up to do off the field. Would you agree, or am I off base there?
Yeah, and I mean, I would agree. They do like their anti-bullying campaign, where they go around to schools. I imagine they haven't been able to do that in a number of years. I don't know how many youth football leagues were allowed to play in the last since COVID started. I don't think you do raise a point. I think it's one thing I also look at is the team could draw if they're hosting a playoff game. I mean, we could argue that the Eastern Final this year was a lot of Hamilton fans, and there were, but 2017 Eastern Final they still drew 25,000, and that was mostly Argo fans. So I kind of wonder, what's the team do? Has the team sort of looked into why those extra 15,000 people are only coming to that game as opposed to the regular as opposed to any other regular season game? Because even if you get some of them to come out on a regular basis, you improve your attendance fairly well, I think. But no, Andy, you are thinking along the right lines. Hopefully once they can get people into the community, they can start to improve their standing. But I think they also have to, if it takes going to one of the, somebody going to a school for one of these events and giving them, even if you have to give them free tickets, if that's going to, in the long term, reinvigorate the fan base. I know some people get really upset when their team comps tickets like that, but if it's going to help in the long term, I have no problems with it.
I wonder though too, did it build last year because they were having that success at home? They were winning at home, whereas that wasn't always the norm, right? And I think that helps to bring that awareness of, oh, hey, at least when I go to a game, I'm more likely to see them win than not. I mean, speaking from a guy who had a team who won no games at home last year and is watching how that affected everything, I wonder if that might actually help over the long term for people to be like, oh, hey, well, if you're more likely to watch it if you think it's going to be fun because there's a better environment, right? So I see them doing a lot of small things that I think are going to build to a nice big thing, but it's taking them some time. And once Michael Pinball Clemens can be regularly out in the community, watch out. Because like we said, you can't say no to that smile, and he's infectious, right? That's exciting.
Yeah. Well, they need they need more 9-5 seasons as opposed to 4-14 too. The teams can bounce. I mean, the team essentially, the Argos were in the dark ages in the 60s and 70s. Their record, I think, their record in the 2010s was almost as bad as that time. But they just had a Grey Cup or two sprinkled. They happened to win the Grey Cup twice. So it made it not as worse as it was. But, they got to, I mean, right now, I mean, they're, the only other city in Canada with, we got the Blue Jays who are an up-and-coming team. People are into the Raptors. People are into the, the Leafs, TFC. They have to, they can find a niche. It's not, we're not going back to 50,000 people at Exhibition Stadium anymore. But I feel there's still a way we can find to get 2025 at BMO.
Yeah, that's fair.
People will watch the Argos on TV. They just don't want to sit in traffic.
Right. That's fair.
Same question to you, Andrew, but different context. Victor Cooley comes in as the new president of the Edmonton Elk, and it seems like he's reinvigorated this fan base along with, probably not his hire, but Chris Jones as the defensive coordinator, head coach, general manager, and a new guy in charge in Victor Cooley that seems to take fan engagement to another level. Your thoughts on the hiring of Victor Cooley first off, followed by Chris Jones?
Well, I must say that I didn't. I didn't see Victor Cui coming, and then once that name kind of started getting out there, and I started looking into him a bit more, I thought, "Oh, this is interesting." But let me tell you, the last 2 weeks is probably the most excited I've been about the team in about 2 years, and maybe 3, because this guy is engaging. We've been saying on the podcast, we need more fan engagement. We want to feel like we're part of something. You see him reaching out to fans on Twitter and being like, "Hey, that's cool. What do you think of this?" And or, "You know what? You're right. We don't have, 3XL for women's sizes. We need to fix that." And he seems open to solving the problems, and he's open to listening to the problems, which is better than what we've had. And you feel like you're okay. I'm being heard. And that was one of the things with this team that we've had when I first became a fan. It was, they were in the community. They were doing the right things. They were asking the questions. It was, it was a privilege to be a season ticket holder. And I feel like Mr. Quee gets that. He understood where that came from, and he wants it to be that again. Like we talk about how you can't say no to Pinball Smile. You listen to Victor Cui for a little bit, and that enthusiasm just rubs off. He's an exciting guy to talk to, and he's excited to make things happen, and that's an awesome feeling as a fan. As far as Chris Jones goes, I think when he first came on, I think we were a little, I think everybody in Edmonton is just a bit leery. And I think part of that is, I'm going to steal Dave Campbell's line, but it's kind of scorn lover, right? Where, you won the cup, but you left before you actually won it. And basically, and then you packed up 2 days later and left us on our own. And so I think there was some bitterness there. I'm not saying that he shouldn't have taken it. He had a job. He had an ability to move up, to make more money, to do more roles. That's what he wanted. Absolutely. If it was a player, we'd be like, yeah, go do it. Go get your money. Right. But I think it was just the way that it happened after the 2015 Cup that left kind of a mark. And so there's this worry, right? Like, is he going to be here for a long time? Now, he's saying all the right things. I will give him that. And the good parts of him coming on is I know he knows how to build a team. I know that he's going to improve the actual, wait for it, culture on the field. And I believe that he's going to find guys that fit his system. Guys want to play for him. And so to me, that we need that. We need the people want to be here and not just, oh, well, Edmonton is where they're going to pay me. It's not like I want to play in Edmonton. Right. So, so those are the good parts. And you're seeing that with a lot of the guys that are signing. He's bringing in a bunch of the guys that he knows. He's bringing in the guys that he's evaluated, and he's an amazing football evaluator as far as I'm concerned. So those parts are always exciting to me, and he's making a pretty big effort to do more interviews, and he did a season ticket holder event where he actually chatted, like took fan questions and things like that. So there are things that are starting to happen that, you know, get back to what we think a community owned team is, and they're starting to do that. So lots of positives at this particular moment.
It makes me so happy to hear that things have improved there, because I know, like, I saw a lot of feedback on Twitter just at the end of the season here, both the on-field and off-field product at the stadium there in Edmonton. It's good to see the things get back on track there a little bit. And, you know, we've talked a lot about what's gone on off the field. Let's take a look. Well, not necessarily on the field, but on the roster sheets at what's gone on for the Elks so far this week, and in particular today. One of the most active teams in free agency thus far, but not named the Ottawa Red Blacks, probably the next most active one. The Elks have been busy. Some of these moves happening early on already. You know, the 3 receivers, Manuel Arsenault, Adarius Bowman, Caleb Hawley, all signed a little bit ago. On the offensive line, David Foucault signed there. They had the trade with the Alouettes that sent Mike Moore back the other direction, brought Lee Washington back, and I believe Martese Jackson, who it looks like I'm missing from the list here, so I'll get that added in shortly. But then some moves, the big one, Kenny Lawler, $300,000 contract coming over to the Elks at wide receiver there. How excited are you to have Lawler and at that contract?
Okay, so that's 2 different questions. So I'm going to start with very excited to have Kenny Lawler here. You know, as they say on the 2 and Out podcast, right? Kenny the King. I'm happy to have him here. He's an exciting and dynamic wide receiver, and I thought he had an amazing season last year. So always happy to get you know, a top, you know, or what would be considered a top receiver. The contract, I'm happy he got paid. I mean, the fact of the matter is football's a short career. Somebody puts that contract in front of me, yeah, I'm signing it. Like, there's no doubt about it. My only worry with it is that it's going to be hard for anyone. I mean, he's an amazing receiver, but I think it would be hard for anyone to live up to that contract. And if he has an off game, the first thing that is going to be said either in the media or by fans is, we paid $300,000 for that. Like, and to me, that's an excruciating amount of pressure. And I hope he's up to, you know, living through that pressure and proving everybody that it was worth it. But I'm still excited to have him join the team, and excited to see what he can do. You know, basically one of his, you know, kind of, I want to say his go-tos during the season was that, you know, catch right down the middle. And right from our early days of our podcast, that's the one that we love, you know, that catch right down the middle and go up and get it. And he's a guy that can do it. So I think that I'm happy he's here. I hope that the pressure isn't too much, or that he finds a way to live up to that contract.
And then the other big one, Mark Corte signed, according to Justin Dunn, biggest offensive lineman deal in the CFL. I think Corte's been a pretty good offensive lineman. I don't know if necessarily I'm looking to pay him the top dollar, but that seems to be the price you got to pay for a premier Canadian offensive lineman in the CFL today.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the retirement of Matt O'Donnell, we needed a consistent guy. Mark Corte's coming home. He played here. He's an Edmonton kid. He played at the University of the Golden Bears. He's reuniting with David Beard. They played together. I see lots and lots of upside to that. And I'm excited to have him here. I'm excited to talk to him because, you know, I watched him when he was a Golden Bear. So it's exciting to have those guys come back home and play with their home team.
Question for both of you. So the Elks have been pretty busy thus far, obviously. Re-signed a number of their big pieces, bringing in other additions here. What's the big focus going forward now? What's left in terms of where they need to put their focus here throughout the rest of the offseason? We'll start with you, Will.
Well, being at arm's length, certainly more than Andrew is. I suppose they got to figure out what they want to do at quarterback. The regime that brought in Trevor Harris is gone now. And, where I was commenting earlier, maybe Harris got a little too much grief from people considering he was in a really bad situation with the previous regime. They got to figure out, Tyler Cornelius. I mean, of course, I'm only judging for the one game I saw him play against the Argos, where he was an interception machine. But, but he still outplayed Antonio Pipkin for a win. Being at arm's length, certainly quarterback, they got to figure out what they want to do there. I don't really see why they would feel Cornelius is a bigger answer over Arbuckle at this point. But again, 3 separate teams or 4 now have seen Arbuckle as, maybe not the answer. So who knows with Arbuckle, what's going on behind the scenes and what the brain trusts think of him.
Yeah, we'll get your input on this in just a second, Andrew, but I know we're running to the end of your agreed upon time here, Will, so we won't keep you too long, but quick final thoughts from you on the Argos and what they've done so far. Anything else you want to add, Argos related?
Well, Garrett Davis does address a nice hole they had at defensive end, and I'll wait to see, as I said, I would like them to add another lineman and maybe somebody at linebacker, but we'll wait and see. I think they're keeping their cards close to the chest at this point.
And of course, you can catch Will and all of his thoughts on the Argos over on the Argos Fancast. Thanks for spending the past hour and a half chatting with us and
no problem.
In the comment section all day long. Where can people find the Argos Fancast before we let you go?
So you can find the Argos Fancast on Twitter at Argos Fancast. You can find us on Spotify, I believe, on iTunes, on Podbean. And we'll be doing our own free agency show later tonight. We haven't quite worked up the courage to do a live show yet, but that's something I know Andrew's co-host Mike is really trying to convince us to do. So maybe one day.
I'm glad he's helping me out.
Thanks for having me, though. This has been really fun, and looking forward to the rest of the show.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining us, Will. We'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll talk to you again some other time.
Thank you.
Talk soon, Will.
Bye, Andrew.
Good to see you, man.
All right, we bring Will out of here, and we have another guest backstage ready to go and reappearing from his first appearance earlier this morning. Daltz from Rouge Radio is back. He is here. He is ready to go. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me back. I'm glad I didn't ruin the first time appearance.
Now the question is are you wearing jorts at the moment? That's the important part.
No, they're upstairs.
Oh, way to be off brand.
It's like +1 in Winnipeg right now. It is jorts weather.
I was going to wear jorts just so that I feel like I was in the same room as you, but I decided against it for this particular moment. Yeah.
Is that how it works? Wearing the same article of clothing puts you in the same room, theoretically?
It really just feels that way. Yeah, exactly.
In the post-pandemic world, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It totally looks like Daltz is on the other side of the table. Come on now. This is what
I know.
That's what we prepped for. Yeah.
There we go. Well, happy to have you back here, Daltz. We're talking through some things with the Edmonton Elks here with Andrew, and we got Will's thoughts right before he had to go. We'll go back to you now here, Andrew. Your thoughts on where the Elks go from here with free agency and what else is left to focus on.
I think on the free agency side, well, they probably need more receivers. No, I'm kidding. Definite lack of receivers. No, I think that they may look for another piece on the defensive line, somebody who can kind of come up the middle. I know that Chris Jones kind of covets those that Canadian nose tackle type guy. So I think that I know Mac Henry did come on, but I think they might look for another piece there just to lend some support in that area. I think they're still looking at their linebacking core. I know that, it's been rumored that Dion Lacey is coming back, which, for me, knowing Dion is great. I really like him and I'd like him to be back, but that hasn't been confirmed as of yet. So, but I think that would be a nice add for sure. We were talking about it this morning and whether or not they might even, look at, with some of the different guys they're getting, would they look at maybe running a 3-4 defense, just because of they seem to be getting a little bit more traction in that linebacker crew. So should be rather interesting how that plays out. But I think that's kind of where you're going to see some focus from the Elks for the last little bit. I know Will was talking about the quarterback position. I think they're going to go in with the quarterbacks that they have. Arbuckle is definitely being paid as a starter. He's going to have the chance to prove that in training camp. I think one thing that we need to know is that they're bringing in lots of other guys too. And JT Barrett coming up from the Buckeyes. I'm being told from a number of football people that that's one to definitely keep our eye on. So I not that I'm thinking we have another Ricky Ray in the rough, but you never know. Like that, if when you have all these guys that have a straight up competition, who's the guy that's going to come out? And they've got 5 guys anyway right now that could have a shot at that spot.
Now, we were having a discussion a little bit earlier about how to the off the field things and how to get involved in the community. We had a great comment here in the YouTube chat from Simon. A good method of community involvement used in the rugby world is a squad builder, where fans sponsor young players up into the senior level with help with development and coaching. So would that be an interesting thing perhaps to see the CFL explore? The community involvement, the interaction between the players and the fans. I think that's really that's how you market this league, right? You market the interactions and just the approachability of the players on and off the field.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that'd be a cool thing. I heard another cool suggestion too when we had Matt Pretty on the show in December. He was talking about, and I can't remember what the club was. Somebody, I believe it's the soccer club in Seattle, I want to say, where they have basically a fan board of governors. I don't remember exactly what they called it, but there's the board of governors, and then there's this fan group that are all season ticket holders that then basically go to the board to say, here's some suggestions. Here's the things that we liked this year. Here's the things that we didn't like. And the board doesn't have to automatically do all of those things, but it kind of gives that voice of getting some fans involved to try and improve that fan experience. Well, you'd think a fan would be the one that would say, this is what I'd like to see. This is what I'd like to have happen. And one of those things I think is interactions. I think right now people are about, give me an experience, give me a chance to have a one-on-one conversation with a player. Give us a chance to, I know Ottawa was doing this a while ago, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I love this idea where they had a travel with the team, and it was, whatever it was, $500 or whatever, but you actually travel with the team and go watch them play in another stadium and then travel back after the game. And those types of things are what people are looking for. It attaches you to the team, and then you want to tell everybody about it, and that brings more people in.
Absolutely. Bringing you back into the conversation here, Daltz. We had you in here to talk about maybe what we would see come down the pipe a couple hours before free agency started. We're now 3 hours into the open window. What do you make of what you've seen so far, and which moves in particular have stood out to you?
a lot of moves. A lot of moves didn't really surprise me just because of the fact that, with the legal tampering period, a lot of these kind of just, were just kind of just confirmed. So they didn't really surprise me to say. I know that when I was on earlier, I talked about, hey, maybe Ted Laurent is going to, bolster someone's defensive line. And then lo and behold, resigns in Hamilton. And I got to tell you, everybody, and as they probably should be anointing Ottawa and Edmonton as maybe free agent day one winners, but because they had to. I would probably be at the bold prediction to say maybe Hamilton, because on that defensive line, they went from Julian Hauser, Dylan Wynn, Micah Johnson, and now Ted Laurent back in the fold. That is a pretty stingy defensive line, and they were already awesome against the run last year. I can't imagine what Michael Johnson doing that to bolster that run defense in 2022. A move that kind of came out of nowhere to me is, and as much as I'm going to get a lot of flack on this, the BC Lions going all Canadian under center. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I hope that BC succeeds, but going to the career stat line for the BC's two quarterbacks, 52 of 82, 754 yards, and that's why I tweeted. I actually noted it somewhere, but they've got 4 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, just under 1,000 yards in the career. Right? That if you are retooling or even rebuilding, that stat line alone, and as much as I have confidence, and everybody has confidence in Nathan Rourke, that scares me. And they still haven't done anything with the offensive line in BC. So I'm paying attention more to BC to see what they're doing there. Another move that really kind of stood out is the acquisition of Derek Moncrief and Darnell Sankey in Saskatchewan. Great players, and they were definitely, like Steve said, probably second to none to the best linebacking core in the CFL. Mm-hmm. But does that fix their problems? Does that fix their offensive line? Does that fix their defensive line? It doesn't. It makes them a little bit more versatile. I still wish that maybe they would have kept Louis Purifoy and maybe said adios to Nick Marshall. But again, that's just me from a fan standpoint. And the one thing that also stood out is that I kind of expected Calgary to be a little bit more awake and a little bit more active than they've Now, this is normal for Calgary Stampeders, but I still had high expectations that they'd at least make a big splash in free agency.
Yeah, on the BC side of things, as I mentioned before, I love the gutsiness of this move, and I think the Lions are either going to go 18-0 next season, or it's going to blow up in their faces miraculously. So I'm interested to see what direction that goes. Same question to you, Andrew. Of what you've seen besides the Elks from around the CFL today, which moves have stood out to you?
Well, Dalt's kind of got all the ones that I would agree with. The moves of Sankey and Moncrief to Saskatchewan definitely helps that linebacking core. That's an amazing linebacking core. That was a really big deal. A move that I guess I'm going to talk about that didn't surprise me, but I guess I was kind of surprised at where things ended up, was Kwaku going to Ottawa. And I figured he might try and end up back out east, but I was really worried actually he was getting up in Calgary. So him going to Ottawa, I mean, I think he's a great dude, and I wish him all the best of luck there. I think that really helps Ottawa's line. And you said it, Daltz, earlier. I think, Ryan, you said it, like Edmonton and Ottawa have been busy, but that's because they had to be. Both of those rosters were awful. So you needed to increase things. And Daltz, you were talking about that stat line for those BC quarterbacks, and majority of those things all came against the Elks in that last game last year. So that tells you that's basically one game stats. So those things are definitely gutsy and surprising, but I think other than that, I think most of the surprises have come with how many people Ottawa and Edmonton signs, especially with Chris Jones, who doesn't usually go nuts on the first day of free agency.
That's not true. That's not true. When he moved to Saskatchewan, he went. Although it was day two.
Yes,
Justin
it was. Yeah, not on day one. That's right.
Yeah, Samad Chambers, Kendall Lawrence, Curtis. Curtis Steele. Man, the names were rolling off the tongue like it happened yesterday. But man, that's what I was kind of expecting. I was expecting, basically what happened with Chris Jones, and so none of that really surprised me. The 300 grand to Kenny Lawler kind of really shook me just because of the lack of signing bonus, knowing how contracts are. And I know that you touched this on Twitter, Andrew, that microscope that he's going to be under, not only to Edmonton media, but that fan base. The fan base is hungry. They want to completely forget about 2021. Kenny Lawler's an excellent addition. I think he will make that team a lot better than they were in 2021. It's just that now that if he falters, if he has a bad game, or anything bad happens, he's going to be looked under a microscope. And like you said, it's going to be, well, what's why are we paying this guy? This guy's only worth 200 grand. Why we could have shed off that 100 grand for another, I don't know, linebacker or something.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that is going to be an interesting thing to watch throughout the season is can he bear that pressure or can he live up to it? Although I don't know that some of the greatest receivers in the game could live up to that. Like that's big dollars. So it's not the highest a receiver has ever got. We know that, but it's up there, especially in the last few years. So, and on top of that, to have that contract and then have Darius Bowman and Manny Arsenault, and it's like, okay, so and even re-signing Tavon Smith and Mike Jones, that's a lot of wide receivers. There's going to be a heck of a competition when it comes to camp, but I'm pretty sure that we can pen Lawler into the starting lineup.
Hear me out. I'm a wrestling fan from the 90s. We know that Chris Jones loves to play different players, different positions. But hear me out. Remember the old Mr. Perfect vignettes from the 90s where he's throwing the ball and then he runs 50 yards down the field and catches it? There's your $300,000 quarterback and receiver, Kenny Lawler.
Well, and as I think that was that Will that said that he'll be fine because he's going to be playing receiver and defensive back, so that's fine. I mean, like then it's only 150 for both spots, so that's actually that's actually a deal when you get, when you get it that way. It's not bad, yeah. So
I think Mike's got next question.
According to David in the chat, Richard Leonard has tweeted, but he's bound for Hamilton. So add that to the list. Add that to the list. Now we're about halfway through this show as far as the open window goes. So 11 to 2 and then 2 to 5, give or take a little bit. So this is the fair question, and we can kind of go around the table. And I want your take on this too, Ryan. Who is under, assuming what we know now, not what who's left, is the context of this question. Who's under the most pressure to win this year, based on what we know right now?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I feel like Saskatchewan probably, just because they're at home hosting the Grey Cup. Like there was a lot of pressure on Hamilton last year into that. You look at the other teams around the league. Winnipeg, obviously 2 back-to-back championships. So there's pressure there to some extent, but also is anybody really banking on a three-peat? Like we're hoping for it, but like it's so uncommon that, is there actually that much pressure for another good year after 2 back-to-back championships there when you're bound to lose some pieces? Yeah, I don't know. Like, and the teams that have made a lot of moves today, like Ottawa bringing in Sean Burke, like if Marcel Desjardins was still general manager, these would be a bunch of moves made to try to save his job, which if it doesn't pan out, okay, he's getting canned there. But whereas, Burke's first year on the job, he's putting his stamp on the team. So I don't know if there's any other teams besides the team hosting the Grey Cup this year that I would say is under the most pressure. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I tell you what. Without going through a list about who is under the pressure, who isn't under the pressure, The Toronto Argonauts. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm not making light of the market there in Toronto, but there isn't a pressure in Toronto based on the moves that they've made. They're not putting the pressure on themselves. Montreal, the same with them, is that they haven't made a huge amount of moves to put pressure on themselves, and to an extent, the Calgary Stampeders. I know that Huffnagel has had his decade of retooling with his scouting degree or what have you. He's relying on that, so there's little pressure on him. Whereas now there's teams like BC, going full Canadian quarterback, launching money galore, what have you, at receivers or defensive linemen. There's pressure on that. There's pressure on Edmonton because of the stigma of Chris Jones is a natural winner, right? There's that pressure. Saskatchewan hosting, Winnipeg, obviously the bringing back everybody, or as much as they could, bringing back a lot of people from the back-to-back Grey Cup championships. Hamilton as back-to-back, East runner-up, I guess, if you want to throw that. They're making a play to represent the East again, and of course Ottawa throwing money like there's no tomorrow. There's so much pressure, but there's so different reasons. And right now, teams like Toronto, Montreal, and to an extent Calgary are probably just sitting there, just laughing, just waiting for everybody just to fall over themselves. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there, Daltz, because you're right. Montreal hasn't made a ton of moves, but they're just banking on having the guys that they have and doing well, and they're not far off, right? I don't think anyway. I think they made some of their moves and trades and things and re-signings early on that really help that team. So they may not. I think they're still under pressure to win because they, obviously everybody wants to win, but it might be less pressure in comparison. I do think there's pressure on the Elks more for the success off the field for them to be able to win on the field, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah,
they're going to bring their guys in, and Chris Jones is going to make this his team, and is that team more exciting to watch? Because that's important, right? So I think there's some pressure there. On the other hand, Chris Jones will be the first one to tell you, like, yeah, well, we don't have pressure just because we challenge everybody, and everybody does what they're supposed. If everyone does what they're supposed to do, we'll be fine. So, but I agreed. In Calgary, they know, they just sit back and it's like, yeah, it'll be okay, right? Like, yeah, well, we're gonna sign. We're gonna draft 3 guys that are all going to be all-stars in 2 years, so it'll be fine. Like, we don't have to worry.
And then they'll go to Toronto in 3. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and then they moved to Toronto 2 years later. Yeah, exactly. That's the nice thing is Toronto only needs 1 scout, and they just have to live in Calgary. Perfect. Yeah. That's nice and easy for them.
Some more breaking news here. We've got Daniel Peterman, wide receiver with Ottawa last season, going over to the BC Lions. So the Lions continuing to be active there and bringing in Peterman, who I'm assuming is coming in to replace Shaq Johnson, who filled that role last season. We've seen a lot of moves. Edmonton involved a lot, Ottawa involved a lot, BC a lot. We've seen some teams like Calgary, Winnipeg, et cetera, kind of be quieter in terms of adding new pieces so far. So question for the panel, we'll start with Mike here. You can bring in a lot of pieces in free agency and it seems good at first, but then it doesn't mean it was a successful free agency period, right? It might not pan out once you hit the field. So we've talked about which teams have the most pressure on them. We've talked about which teams have been the most active. But who are the winners and losers of free agency at this point in time so far?
Wow, that's that's kind of a loaded question, because I hate saying there's a winner in free agency, because you don't win anything. It just means you have guys that came and played for you, or at least showed up. Oh yeah, sure. Oh, you want me to sign my name so you can pay me? Great. Like that's what you've won today. So the winner is really the players. If we want to talk about the clear winner of the day, it's obviously Kenny Lawler. Like that's the guy. That's the one who won today. But if you want to talk about teams in general, and maybe we rate this on who has the opportunity out of this to maybe improve their roster the most. that one right now, and I know this sounds very homerish, but I would say that Edmonton has done a good job in improving the part that they needed to improve. They needed to retool that defensive line. They needed to add some more linebackers with experience. They needed to add some wide receivers with experience, and they did all of those things that they needed to do. Now, can they gel together in a Jones system? I guess we'll see. I know last year before the training camp, there was lots of people saying, Edmonton, look at that roster. Edmonton is gonna, they're gonna may not only make it to the Grey Cup, they might win it, and not so much. So that's, and we saw BC do that the year before. It was, oh man, BC's loaded there. Look at this roster. And again, didn't happen. So it's all exciting to say that if you look and go, I think they've improved and fit the right holes. Yeah, absolutely. But at this particular moment, if you want to talk about who's winning today, it's the Blue Bombers. They've signed most of their guys back, and they're the champions. So, other than obviously Lawler, who wins outright by himself today.
Yeah, Lawler wins the first annual free agency award.
That's right. Yeah, we're gonna call that the Lawler Award from now on. Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, what about you? I guess changing the question a little bit, Cassandra makes a good point. There's no definitive winners or losers on day one of free agency. Are there any teams you wish or are surprised haven't been more active so far?
The Riders, I expected a bigger splash. I really did. I don't see how you can go into a home Grey Cup and suggest to me that this is a better team despite upgrading 2 linebackers at this point. To me, this is an offense right now that needs a running back more than anything. You've heard me rant and rave about how I think Keenan LaFrance and Jamal Morrill aren't the guys full time. I think there's only one guy that would put this team over the top as a winner in free agency today, and that would be if Andrew Harris would find his way to Saskatchewan. But again, for a team that doesn't run the ball all that much, I think it's a perfect scenario for Andrew Harris. 15 to 20 carries a game, a good blocking back. Quite honestly, I just don't see how Keenan LaFrance and Jamal Morrill are satisfactory at running back at this point in time, and I'm a lot of the same lines as Steve from the Pimples podcast. This is a show me year for Cody Fajardo, and to me this doesn't exactly exude a team that looks confident going into a year that they're going to have the Grey Cup in their backyard. Granted, we're 3 hours into what'll be a long free agent period, but so far it's not very promising from Saskatchewan. And quite honestly, I expected more, especially at the running back position. And I hate to be so a negative Nelly, but they let some pieces go that are now in BC, like Lucius Purifoy. It's one thing to bring in Sankey, it's one thing to bring in this guy, but if you can't run the ball properly and you can't protect your quarterback, it's gonna be hard to play football this year.
My question is, do you really feel like you're sad about being a negative Nelly when you're talking about the Riders? And follow-up question, how do the three of you as Bomber fans feel if Harris actually does sign in Saskatchewan?
You want to take that one first, dog?
Yeah, I knew that was a possibility. I'd be okay with it. It would be interesting from this perspective, knowing to see which Rider fans would still continue with the steroids comments on Twitter. So that would be the one thing, because they were kind of silent after a couple of days with AC Leonard. We'll see how silent they'll remain with Andrew Harris should he sign. But with that being said, like I said earlier on in the show, is that Andrew Harris not being a Bomber doesn't bother me. I think it was just that he started out with BC, and to me it would be kind of like it was like, why would you end your career in those colors? It's either BC or Winnipeg. That to me, it just kind of that looks wrong. Like Weston Dressler in Winnipeg. I was a fan of Dressler for his 3 years, but it just looked wrong. That's all. I mean, he should have never left Saskatchewan, in my opinion. Either retire as a rider or just retire after he was cut back, 6 years ago, what have you. But yeah, no problem with him joining that organization. Just looks wrong.
Yeah, it was like when Calvin went to the Stampeders last year, and you see Calvin McCarty in black and red, and you're like, "What are you doing? That's not okay." Anyway.
Yeah, my thing on Andrew Harris, I'm much the same way. It'll be weird if we do see him in the green and white. And obviously the fan side of me is sad in the sense to see his era here in Winnipeg end the way it does if that happens. But the analytical side of me is like, we've got two young Canadian running backs here for the next 2 years, while our rivals out west just signed a 35-year-old, often injured running back who's got maybe a year or two left in him instead of investing in the future. So the analytical side of me would be happy if that ended up happening.
That's fair.
I know we got to let you both go soon. Your time here joining us is about to be over. I know you're a big fan of the dad jokes, though. So do either of you have any dad jokes? Can we do a quick dad joke off before we go, putting you on the spot here?
Oh, crap.
I'm good. I'm ready when you are, adults.
How does the moon cut his hair? Eclipse it.
Wow. I don't know if this falls under the dad joke line, but what do grenades and babies have in common?
I don't know if we can answer this on this live stream.
Sure you can.
This might get us taken down.
Yeah. The answer is everyone screams when you throw them. There you go. I knew that would get adults. That's why I was saving that one first.
All right. I may not be a dad, but I'll represent the feline fathers. I have a cat. I'll chime in here.
Don't throw a cat. Don't throw a cat.
No, there's no.
It
was a joke, Ryan. It was a joke.
What have you heard about the new Netflix series about large circular instruments? It's quite the gong show.
Nice. That was a good one.
That was an original. I've been working on that one.
That one's pretty good. I'll give points for that one. That was good.
Awesome. That has been the first ever dad joke off during CFL free agency. We'll make it a mainstay. Vote in the chat who was the inaugural winner. I think Andrew may have taken the cake there with the.
I did prep a football one. If we'd rather, that would be better.
Oh yes, go for it.
What is what insect is the worst at sports?
Oh,
a fumblebee. There you go. Ending it on a horrible note. Sorry. At least it was a football reference. Come on now.
There we go. We appreciate the fun. We appreciate the laughs of having you both here. Before I let you guys go, each of you take a moment, tell us where we can find your podcasts. Adults, you can go first.
Just like before, just find them on any podcast app that you have available: iTunes, Google Play, Spotify, TuneIn, YouTube. As we're throwing up a lot more content on there as well, and of course, we're more active on Twitter at Rouge Radio.
Right on. And Andrew, where can people find the Turf District?
Well, you can find us on all of the, not all of the social media platforms. I guess we're mostly Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at the Turf District. Make sure you're following my cohorts at 56 Parkies and at Duchess Lombardi. And I am now back on Twitter myself too at Freepalicious. And we do our show usually in the off season. It's every 2 weeks on usually Monday night, but next week it's going to be Tuesday. And we're on YouTube live. You can join in for the chat. We record the podcast. You see us record for an hour, and then we do an overtime session, which is basically an open chat with fans. And then our show comes out everywhere you can grab your regular podcasts, usually on Tuesdays. And that would be through, like I said, every 2 weeks through the off season, and then every week during the season.
Right on, right on. Well, thank you both for taking the time to join us here on CFL Free Agency Day. We appreciate your time. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of the action throughout the rest of CFL Free Agency.
Thanks for doing this, guys. This was amazing, and so glad to be a part of it.
All right. We'll let you both go here and bring in our next set of guests. Thank you to both Andrew and Robert for joining us there. As I believe our next set of guests are here and ready to go. Let me do this quickly and we've got coming in from the Wood Cookie Sawcast, covering all things Ottawa Red Blacks. We've got Rod Villagomez is here. Rod, how are you doing, buddy?
I am fantastic. Thank you for having me on this fantastic, 5.5 hour show so far? Yikes.
Yeah, 5.5 hours in. Wow. I'm glad we get that level of enthusiasm coming in, because after 5.5 hours, mine's draining a little bit. But hopefully that helps bring it back in. We also have with us here a fellow Ryan, a fellow member of the Canadian Football Podcast Network as well. It's Ryan Ballantyne from the CFL Horseman Radio is here, covering all things Stampeders. Ryan, how's it going, my friend?
It's been a nice, boring day. We can just sit here and casually, invigorate ourselves with the knowledge that we don't need to sign anyone. We're not going to bother, adding any of these free agents. I don't even know what that is. We just have a nice, relaxed day where we see a couple of our players generously sprinkled around the league for equity purposes, and live comfortably in the knowledge that whoever Huff has got next behind him, it's like shark's teeth, right? The next row is always just as sharp as the row in the front. That's what we're gonna get. Also, because I know he's still around, I want to appreciate Andrew's full embracing of the Lex Luthor look. Just a full-on, he's shaved as he's embraced the dark side, and the origin story is now complete, and he can be the supervillain that we always wanted to be.
See Andrew laughing there backstage. Well, we're happy to have you both here. It really is the tale of two different guests, as you mentioned. We've got tale of two cities, you might even say, because we've got lots to talk about in terms of the Red Blacks. Not so much so far from the Calgary Stampeders. Have we gotten any insight, Ryan, on what John Hufnagel has ordered from McDonald's today?
I don't know. But that tweet got enough likes for me today that I went to McDonald's. I was like, you know what? I'm in need of a Big Mac myself. Look, there's nothing that Huff needs to do today. All of the things, that you see going around the league. I mean, for God's sake, Kenny Lawler got signed for a Cam Judge and a Bagleton. When you look at the actual numbers of those contracts, Calgary got Cameron Judge and Reggie Bagleton for the price of one Kenny Lawler. So I think when you've done your work and done your homework beforehand, you don't need to do it today. Today is not the day where you're going to get a deal. Today is not going to be the day where you get a bargain. And Huff, 2019 being the lone exception, where they brought in a bunch of free agents on day one in the first year of that legal tampering window. being that exception, Huff doesn't sign guys on day one. Huff signs guys on day 2, day 3. When you go to a garage sale late on a Sunday afternoon and you're like, I know this says $20, but would you take 15? And they're like, yeah, fine, just get it out of my house. That's where Huff shops. Huff shops on the Sunday afternoon of the garage sale, very comfortable in knowing that that's where the bargains are, that's where the deals are, and you really can't argue with his results.
Yeah, and it seems to be, as I said earlier, those training camp additions, those diamonds in the rough, is where you really get the focus from Calgary. Now, on the Ottawa side of things, on the other hand, this isn't the first time we've seen them try to buy a championship in free agency, most certainly. One might argue this time under a better leadership of Amanda, who seems to be structuring the team pretty well, things seem to be so far. Let's take a look here and pull up what the Red Blacks have done thus far.
You don't have enough screen for that, Ryan.
Yeah. Gotta go out and buy another monitor, a bigger monitor here, I guess. Some of the signings have now been confirmed. Others are still pending, but basically confirmed at this point. William Powell at running back, Jeremiah Mazzoli at quarterback, Ty Cranston on the defensive back, Lorenzo Malden, Kwaku Boateng on the DL. On the defensive line is the confirmed ones so far. The list goes on, the pending ones. Ucambre Williams, Shaq Johnson, Patrick Levels, Levi Noel, Jalen Acklin, Jackson Bennett, Hunter Stewart, Darvin Adams, Darius Siracco, Alden Darby. I think I'll finally pause for a breath in here. Rod, it's been a busy day for the Red Blacks so far, hasn't it?
Where Huff shops on Sunday afternoon. We camped out a week before the movie started, so we didn't miss any of the actual. I mean, we wanted front row seats to this thing. Look, and Ryan, I am fine with a scorched earth mentality this season, because as we saw last year, that team was, I can't even say it was talented on paper. It had some talent on it, right? I mean, it had some talent on it, but unfortunately, like you just said, you said it perfectly. It wasn't structured. It just felt like a bunch of guys that could play football, but there was no actual structure to it. And even Lapo really couldn't do a whole lot with what he had. This season, though, we are starting to see we are starting to see an identity, which I think is actually more important, especially this time right now, than an actual team, I guess. You know what I'm saying? A team is good, but we needed an identity. We needed to know what the Red Blacks are going to look like. And now with Masoli, with Powell back, we're hearing Darvin Adams is coming. I mean, I can't even imagine Masoli with Adams. That's going to be huge, right? So this whole team now is starting to fall into place, and it needed a reboot. I mean, I know we're not that old to begin with. I say we, but I know they're not that old to begin with, but this far into it, it just felt like they needed a reboot, and this is exactly what they're getting. And Mr. Burke has done a fantastic job on day one of just putting a stamp on this and saying, look, guys, we know what you suffered through last year, but that's not going to happen this year. We're committed to bringing you a team that you can be proud of and that you can cheer for and that, you can be involved with. So hats off to him for making a splash this early.
Yeah, you really didn't waste much time after taking on the job to go out and overhaul the whole team. And, there's been a bunch of work on the offensive side of the ball, which I think is the major focus that it should be for Ottawa, because they've had some pretty good pieces on defense, but they've also added some to that as well. Alden Darby, Patrick Levels in the defensive backfield. Those are certainly some nice additions there as well. Ryan, would you agree, same thing, that Ottawa's kind of been the jump out stars of free agency to start so far?
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with Rod too, is in that they had to be. I mean, there was an exchange earlier today on Twitter between the Red Blacks beat writer and Danny Austin, suggesting that they do exactly the same job, and they both have very different jobs today. But nevertheless, I mean, it's great to see a couple more Stampeders being sprinkled around in Ucambre Williams and Patrick Levels and guys that Huff found for you, which is nice. But the Red Blacks needed to be there mostly because, again, like, look at the Red Blacks have what, 6 wins in the last 2 years? That's not enough. And so if you can go out and you can afford these guys and you can sell them on the idea, and let's not think that most of these guys are actually getting market value, based on where the market has been set in some of these positions. I don't think a lot of these guys are going to get that big contract. But what you can sell them on is saying, look, we're spending money everywhere. We're not just spending money on you. We're spending money to bring in a new starting running back, a new starting quarterback, a new left tackle. We're bringing in all of these big pieces. We're adding some receivers because we want to go from worst to first, and we want to be able to make an impact immediately. Now, one of the nice things about that with the Red Blacks in history is being able to point to the championship they won and say, we already did this once, and it was successful. We brought in a bunch of people. We signed a bunch of people. We turned it into a Grey Cup ring. So Darvin Adams isn't exactly starving for Grey Cup rings anymore, and Ucambre's got a couple, but there are guys out there where that appeal of a championship is there. Being able to say, yes, you may not get your $200,000 up front, but if you take $140,000 and we go through all the way to win the Grey Cup, then, you're going to get $200,000. You're going to see that money anyway, rather than taking $200,000 to play for a team that might not win the Grey Cup. So I think there's definitely appeal there, and obviously the sales pitch is working. I mean, if you go to the additions and pending additions page, you're right. They don't all fit onto one page. You're going to have to scroll the additions page by the time this is done. And conversely, if you want to bring up the Calgary Stampeders additions page, there's one, and he's not even really an addition because he was re-signed. They acquired his rights and they re-signed him, so he doesn't even technically belong on this page. He's new to the team for this year, but they signed him before his contract rights expired, and so they didn't even add Cameron Judge as an addition. They traded for and re-signed him, right? So this page should be empty. If you go to the pending additions page, that page is empty. And that's because Huff has stocked the cupboards. They've got their practice roster. They've got their camp guys. They've got their starters. And again, they're bringing back almost every offensive starter with the exception of Hergy Mayala and Ucambre Williams, both of them signing away. Hergy signing in Montreal today. And Ucambre obviously going over to Ottawa. But almost all of the offensive starters are there. And post-injury for Bo Levi Mitchell, they went 6-1 down the stretch. How much do they need to add when they were 6-1? And you're Rene Paredes' worst day ever away from winning a playoff game, and potentially, who knows what would have happened against Winnipeg the following week. But Calgary's still so much in the mix that I don't think they want to mess with their chemistry.
Yeah, I think it's hard for John Hufnagel to maybe get new guys signed when he's busy loading up the moving truck to send it out to Toronto, because that's where all of his players end up going, it seems.
That's cool too. Credit the CFL Reddit account today for the tweet. I don't know if you focused on it already or not in this 5.5 hour marathon show, but the CFL Reddit tweet, I think it was CFL Reddit, said that John Hufnagel should be an Argos Hall of Fame member as a Bills. Because if you coaching staff, you've got Dinwiddie, Mace, and Josh Bell out there, all of whom were Calgary coaches first. You had, they've added they added Deshaun Amos today. They've added just tons of Stampeders over the course of the last couple seasons.
Yeah, offensive lineman Justin Lawrence looks to be the most recent one, now going over to the Argos.
Justin Lawrence too. Yeah, that again. I think he was announced a couple days ago in the window, but I think the official announcement might have just come out now. But yeah, again, it's Toronto. Everybody's moving out to Toronto, and I wish the best for them. I hope that they suck 3 days a year. I hope that they suck, 2 regular season games and potentially a Grey Cup game. And otherwise, I wish them all the success.
Well, you can't have an undefeated season again if they don't.
True. That's true. 18-0 in a Grey Cup, Rodney. If you don't believe it, and I'll say it, for as ridiculous as it sounds, the idea that any fan would be like, I want my team to lose 7 games. No, you don't. You want them to win every game. So why would you ever predict them to do anything but go 18-0 and win a championship? It's ridiculous for fans to go, I'd be okay with 6 losses. No, you won't. And when the final buzzer goes on that first loss, you're going to be pissed. When it goes on the 5th loss, you're going to be pissed. So it's 18-0. Those are the only
10th loss, you're going to be pissed. On the 12th loss, you're going to be You don't know.
Sorry, I don't know how to count that high in that call. I know how to count about as high as 8. After that, I'm like, no, losses don't go to thumbs. Losses are restricted to fingers only.
Yeah, 18-0 season, even when there's only 14 games, right?
Yeah, why not? There were 18-0. You gotta get there somehow. There was preseason squad games, and both the red and white were playing, so that's 2 wins right there. But yeah, I think it's no matter what, it's 18-0 and a Grey Cup. That's the only focus. And
I love the optimism or the clear sight on victory there. It's interesting. We talk about all the Stampeders going over to Toronto. It seems like, each team has its own team it likes to poach from. We've seen a lot of Edmonton, Ottawa. Now it seems like, we have a comment here in the YouTube chat. David says, Sean Burke had some extra room in his moving van to take a bunch of Hamilton guys down the road with him. As we go back and look at these additions for Ottawa here, you've got Jalen Ackland from Hamilton, you got Jackson Bennett, you've got Darius Siracco, all coming over from the Ticats, Jeremiah Mazzoli, the big one, Lorenzo Malden as well. Who do you guys stands out? Like, there's obviously been a lot of additions for Ottawa. Which one's the biggest one? Is it as simple as it being Jeremiah Mazzoli because you have a quarterback now?
So, yes, but I think I'll point to William Powell being the biggest one, because when you took William Powell and moved him to Saskatchewan, you took the heart out of the running game. And you saw the last couple of seasons that they haven't been able to put the identity back in that running game. I mean, hats off to Tim Flanders. I love him to death, but he's not William Powell. William Powell brings not just the running ability, but the receiving ability and the blocking ability, and basically was the heart and soul of that team, especially back in the early days of the 2015, 2016, when he was there and then he got hurt and came back. When he came back that next season, he really brought a fire back into that running game. And without him, you just saw a lot of inconsistency at the position and not a lot of reliability. And it was just tough to wrap your head around the fact that you didn't have a back there that could break the game wide open. And you saw it happen in Saskatchewan time and time again, and it broke your heart because you're like, man, that was our running back. So now with William Powell back, I think that in and of itself might be a bigger signing than Mazzoli, because make no mistake about it, obviously Mazzoli is a gigantic signing, because even a couple of years ago, I was saying we might want to try to snag Mazzoli if the Ticats sour on him, because it looked like they were sort of waffling on him. I think he's a talented quarterback. I just think he needs to figure it out at some point. Hopefully this is the season he figures it out. But, again, I was saying, let's try, because I know that Harris wasn't going to last forever. Well, of course, in 2021, we saw exactly what happens when that doesn't happen, and 2020 or 2019 too. So again, I think Powell was the biggest signing, but right behind him, obviously, is Mazzoli, because this is, by all intents and purposes, just the fact that we have a core now of Mazzoli and Powell. And when Darvin Adams gets signed, that's going to be a power trio right there that I think you really are going to be looking at to stand out in the league.
Yeah, and to me, these guys seem like exactly the Paul Appelese type of guys, right? Because you've got a mobile quarterback in Mazzoli who can move with his legs there. Paul Appelese is a big fan of that. William Powell is very much, running an Andrew Harris-like running back. He can catch ball out of the backfield, make some plays there. Paul Appelese loves Darvin Adams from his time in Winnipeg as well. So last year we saw him try to bring some pieces in to kind of establish his level of the system, but I think there was, it was year one of his tenure there, and I think we're going to see more and more building on that going forward here. What about for you, Ryan? Do you agree the same thing here on the notable additions for Ottawa?
Yeah, I just do we know if Jeremiah Mazzoli is going to be allowed to play road games?
I would assume you're not. That is an excellent question, and that was a lot of the discussion around him. Is that the reports of him not having his vaccinations and, the CFL rules on that, not being able to travel for road games. I would imagine if you're going out and signing your first year as GM for this team, if you're going out and signing a guy to be your number one quarterback, I would imagine you're not doing that without a guarantee in there that he is going to be able to play your road games.
Now you do say that knowing that we're talking about Ottawa, right? Like,
well,
with all respect,
that's why I laughed. I said too soon, buddy. Too soon.
With all respect, I know the dead guy didn't make the roster, but he was drafted. So the question, look, Masoli, good player. I thought it was really weird though, the press release for season ticket holders. Rod, did you get that?
I don't know if I got it or not. Well, I'm not a season ticket holder, but
so they
you
said
don't fly in from California for the game,
right? I understand, but maybe like a package or something that you work on. But I'll quote it here because I've got the photo. The Jeremiah Masoli that they sent to season ticket holders and ticket package holders included the line. He led the Ticats through a heartbreaking overtime loss, making 20 of 25 passes for 185 yards with 2 touchdowns, rushing for 35 yards, and the game-sealing interception in overtime. That was what the message you sent about your brand new quarterback to your season ticket holders. This guy threw the game-sealing interception in overtime. Welcome to the club, Jeremiah Masoli. What kind of bullshit is this? Like, I apologize. I know it's an internet show, but I'm not sure if you put the explicit tag on, so I'll try and calm it down a little bit. But how is that how you introduce your new franchise quarterback to your fans? Just so you know, guys, one of his 5 incompletions, the game-sealing interception in the end zone. Like,
Mom, Dad, this is my new girlfriend. She's the one that spilled the wine on your couch.
Right? Yeah. I'd like you to meet my new employee. He's the guy just out of jail for fraud and theft. Like what? It was so CFL, honestly, to have that be a line in the press. And they didn't say that wasn't in there for the press. That line was not in there to the press. It was only in there to the season ticket holders. It was a totally separate email.
Just so you know, guys, we want you to know that you'll see more of the same coming into this season.
Hey, our guy was good, but he wasn't great. Let's lower those expectations on your new franchise quarterback.
Gotta let them know what they're in for.
Yeah, if he doesn't throw a game-sealing interception today, he's done better than he was with Hamilton. It was so crazy. Now, that's it. William Powell, fantastic running back. Jeremiah Masoli. Kwaku Boateng, I think, is the one. He was the one guy that was going to free agency that I was like, that's the guy I want. Whatever, add anything up, Kwaku's the guy I want. And I wanted Kwaku because he's a ratio-breaking D-end. He's very effective. He gets pressure. And, if you can be good in Edmonton last year, imagine how good you could be on a real team. So
on an Ottawa defense too, that's already really good. So
yeah. So I'm upset that you guys got Kwaku out of all of the signings, because as good as the offensive signings are, and they are, and I think you'll definitely be improved offensively. From a roster construction standpoint, adding 3 international players doesn't impress me as adding one of the best national players at his position. And so I think having Kwaku is a real big addition for you.
2-part question here, because I know we're running out of time here with you, Rod, before you got to get going. But
unless there's anybody on deck, I can stick around for a little bit longer. You don't got to rush me on.
You're welcome to stick around for as long as you want.
Well, go for it.
Okay, well then maybe we don't have to let you go right away. But 2-part question anyways. I guess the first part is, some notable additions so far for Ottawa. Definitely improvement on paper over what we saw last season for them. Where do they go from here for the rest of the offseason? What are the remaining kind of pieces you're hoping they focus on here? And then I'll get into the second part after.
I mean, look, they've already pretty much blown the entirety of what they can probably do out in this first couple of days. So I would think maybe just protecting Masoli a little bit more, maybe concentrate on that offensive line a little bit more and just shoring that up. I mean, I know they've got potential names on here, right? They've got some pending folks that might help that out a little bit, but to me, I think that's really where you got to go. Because again, the defense, Ryan said it too. Kwaku was a huge pickup. That guy is a beast. He's absolutely a beast. And when you add him to what's already there, that defense is going to be good. Like, I mean, I don't know that the defense was really our biggest problem last season, other than the fact that they were probably so tired from being out there from all the 2-and-outs that were being produced on the field, that's why they ended up giving up as many points as they did. So, you got to keep the offense on the field longer. And the way you do that is you protect Masoli and not have him run out of the pocket a million times every game. So if that's where they can focus, and then maybe even to open up bigger holes for William Powell, I think they'll be better off that way. Like I said, I think they're pretty set now on defense, maybe a piece here, a piece there. And to be honest with you, there's not very many other names out there right now that you can probably grab unless you're shopping on Sunday afternoon. But to me, it's an offensive line thing.
Breaking news: Sean Lemon re-signs with Calgary.
Oh Lord!
Well, there we go. One of the top defensive linemen on the board, going back to the Stampeders. You have some news on free agency day, Ryan.
I'm stunned. You know what? Honestly, I mean, somebody asked about Sean Lemon earlier today. I think it was Derek Dennis. Said, how has nobody made an offer to Sean Lemon? Frankly, I think he just gets a bit of a bad rap because he has been a little bit of everywhere and some places multiple times. I think he's a Hamilton and Ottawa short of the Kevin Glenn. But it's very effective, and he does what he does very well, which is get to the quarterback, pressure the quarterback. He had 8 sacks last season. I'm not at all upset with the idea of Sean Lemon coming back. I think when you look at DNs across the league from a affordability standpoint, I imagine that Sean Lemon is going to be far more affordable for 8 sacks than we are seeing with some other DNs across the league.
Let me go here and refresh. Are you ready for this, Ryan? Are you ready?
Oh, did it change? Oh,
it didn't change yet. What happened? Oh no!
Did he go under pending?
Oh, he's under re-signed because he was with the Stamps. There we go. Okay. Here I was getting excited to show you something in the
I think this is the page that hasn't gotten enough attention today, right? This is the page that you need to look at. If you lined up all of these names at the beginning of the offseason, which I did. I put it up on 3 Now Nation. These are the free agents I want signed, absolutely, without question. All of these guys were on this list. There's a couple guys that have left that I'm kind of, a little upset to see them go, with Amos heading to Toronto and some other names being moved. I think, I think the trade of Judge for Mechie, losing Mechie will be a big deal for the Stampeders because he was, he was a player that Josh Bell described as the guy that would start regardless of passport. He said the fact that he's a Canadian makes him more valuable, but he's a guy that would absolutely be on the field regardless. So that was something. But I mean, Jameer Thurman, Kamar Jordan, Reggie Bagleton, Sean McEwen, all of these guys being added to the mix is really just a big deal for the Stampeders to get their work done before today. And then, that's, what is it, on the 15th day, Huff rested. He had the legal tampering window. He got all of these guys re-signed, most of them done beforehand. And now he can head down to the bow and fish a little bit, and take some lemonade with him, I guess.
It's funny that you talk about the re-sign too, Ryan. And that to me, I saw something on Twitter a while back, or maybe it wasn't Twitter. I don't remember where exactly it was, but somebody was saying, Ottawa fans, why are you wanting to hold on to players so much? Why are you falling in love? Like when Abdul kind of re-signed and like some of these other guys, we were talking about bringing them back. and re-signing them. And they were like, you guys are a horrible team right now. Why are you appearing to bring back folks that aren't winning? And I was like, because here's the thing. And I know that the CFL might have a little more because the league's a little smaller, right? But the love for the players that you develop as a fan, right? I mean, you love seeing those players in your colors because they're people. And more so, I think, than in the NFL and then other places too. They're actual human beings that you guys get a chance to see and talk to. And I know on my show, I've gotten to talk to a lot of them too. So it's the relationships that you build. Like, we're cheering for everybody in the league. You know, maybe not on game day, but every other day of the week, we're cheering for these players on the field, no matter where they're at. So to have somebody re-signed, it's not because we think they're an amazing, well, I don't want to say they are amazing players, but the product on the field has been a winning product. It's because we love the players. And so when a guy re-signs, we're cheering. Like, we love to see these guys re-sign because we want to see them playing and succeeding on the team.
Well, yeah, and especially when you talk about from a podcast perspective, you know, when you get these players on your show, you build even extra affinity for them no matter where they go. You know, it is hard for me to hate Saskatchewan with the passion I used to because of the players that they poached from Calgary, because of Craig Dickinson in the head office. You know, because of those guys, it's harder for me to hate Saskatchewan than it used to be. You know, it's impossible for me to hate Toronto on any given day. I can't. The only day I can hate them is game day now. Otherwise, I just don't care. Like, otherwise, yeah, hey, win all the games you want. Win all the games you want. Win all the games you can. Have fantastic seasons, except for 3 days. You know, like, those are the only 3 days I care about you losing because of that, which is why it's now really easy to hit Winnipeg. Winnipeg doesn't have a lot of former Stampeders in the mix. So I can hate them and feel good about it. BC, same thing. They used to poach a lot of Stampeders in the Wally Buono area, but they haven't been lately. You know, Edmonton is just, I mean, Edmonton's Edmonton. I don't think there's a single person that really likes that team.
Even
like,
Andrew.
Their representative came in as a supervillain. Like, clearly he's like, everything about them, their whole everything is just, you know, they're a disaster. I mean, they haven't even won one playoff game in franchise history. Now, I know the franchise is only a year old, but they've not won a single playoff game in franchise history. Just terrible.
I don't even know if Chris Jones likes them, and he's the general manager.
Can we talk for a second that Chris Jones just spent $300,000 on Kenny Lawler after signing Manny Arsenault? What is happening in Edmonton right now? What, like, as the moves that you can applaud feel worse collectively because of the other moves he's made. You can't say, oh, you know what? Chris Jones has had a good day. And I think he has defensively. Defensively, I think Chris Jones has had a good day in Edmonton. Offensively, he continues to prove he has no idea what he's doing. And like, just $300,000 for Kenny Lawler. The guy averaged 5 catches on a Grey Cup team last year. 5 catches a game on a Grey Cup team, and $300,000. He's making more than half the quarterbacks in the league. I don't even understand how that's possible.
He's making more than BC's quarterback tandem doubled. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, it depends on what O'Connor signed for today, but you might be right, because O'Connor's coming off of, you know, Rourke's still on an entry-level deal. O'Connor's coming off of a season where he was a third stringer. So you might be right. I think Kenny Lawler might be making more than the BC quarterback tandem.
Look, when all those catches went for 100 yards, I mean, come on now. That's what it is.
Still not enough. $300,000 for one receiver. One receiver.
It's insane.
The guy is getting paid more than his own quarterbacks. Arbuckle signed for what, 200? You know, and I think they, like, it's astonishing to me that he got that contract. I do not understand it. And I know that Duke Williams stayed in Saskatchewan, so he thought, well, I guess he's the best of the bunch. But you're telling me you couldn't have got him for $265 or $255 with a bit of a signing bonus? Like, it's
Although who would have signed him? Who would have signed him otherwise for at that much? I mean,
BC offered him $250
for 2 years, I think it was, and signing bonus involved in there as well. Whereas reportedly Edmonton deal is $300,000, no signing bonus involved in it for 1 season. So really banking on that production.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to sign Kenny Lawler in week 2. You know, like the Kenny Lawler sweepstakes reopening in week 2 when Edmonton cuts him so they don't have to pay his salary. But I just don't. I can't understand what he did. And let's not forget that this not only screws everybody now, right? Like it's a bad deal right now. It's a worse deal next year, right? And it's not a 2-year deal, but you've put the ceiling at Kenny Lawler at $300,000. Well, if Kenny Lawler's worth $300,000, what are you going to pay the next guy? You know, what does Chris Jones have to pay Darrell Walker next year?
Ooh.
Right? Like it's
or Ellingson.
Crazy to me. Well, Ellingson signed there now.
Yeah, he did. But I'm just saying, like, when his contract comes back up, you don't think he's going to want that kind of?
Yeah. I mean, thank Christ that that Reggie Bagleton signed for $160. Like, thank everything in any deity you can believe in, because I will take Reggie Bagleton over Kenny Lawler any day. Any day.
Mike, do you want to weigh in on this?
Here's the other thing to remember, guys. We should not be surprised that Chris Jones goes and does this. Remember his teams in Saskatchewan? They were defensively heavy focused. His quarterback was Brandon Bridge in the biggest game that the Riders have ever played. In a playoff game, he started Brandon Bridge and thought that his defense could carry them over the finish line. If you look,
I don't understand it.
With all due respect, it's not like Chris Jones' teams have offenses that are in the top 4 in the entire CFL under his jurisdiction. I would argue they're in the bottom 4, maybe even the bottom 2.
Well, I think that the top 4 to the bottom 4 isn't a big drop off in the CFL. There's only 9 teams.
Right. But what I'm trying to say, the bottom part of the league.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If you focus on your defense, then your defense is on the field for a long time.
Yeah.
You don't have an offense that can move. Maybe the next thing you need to do is have Duron Carter as the DV.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I went back the year Chris Jones was in Saskatchewan before he bolted for the NFL. The year he was in Saskatchewan, where I think they won 11 games or 12 games or something under Jones that season. I went back and looked, and I think it was nine of the 11 or 10 of the 12 wins that they had, they scored at least 1 and sometimes 2 defensive touchdowns. Defensive touchdowns, not just turnovers and takeaways. The defense had to score for them to win. If you remove those defensive touchdowns off the board, they would have lost most of those games. So when you look at Chris Jones and he's like, man, McAdoo, he's awesome. No, he's not. Like, statistically, his teams have been garbage for a long, long time. And it's so hilarious to watch. You know, Jones go, well, we put up 30 this week. Yeah, you scored 14 points on defense. McAdoo, baby, 30 points. He failed enough for us to get on the field so we could score defensively. Like, it's so crazy to watch what Chris Jones does. But again, as a guy that hates Edmonton like I do, more power to him. I hope he's there for 1,000 years. I hope he's there just like continually believing that he can win with a defensive end and a $300,000 mid-level receiver.
And I can go back to not liking them again because Harris is gone and so is Ellingson.
Right?
There you go.
But here's the thing. If we could just touch on this very quickly, because I think it was Ryan that hit the nail on the head here.
Which
and that is, what does this do for every receiver going forward?
Mm-hmm.
If you're starting with Kenny Lawler at $300,000, and we're led to believe that the CFL is in financial trouble, and everybody was supposed to spend to somewhat relatively the cap floor, what's the contract start at for next year with Kenny Lawler? $325? And then Greg Ellington becomes a free agent and he says, oh, over there, Kenny Lawler just got $300,000. Okay, I'm just as good. Start me at $225. And now he does an even bigger problem.
Yeah, Tim Capper from the Alouettes Flight Deck's in the chat here as well. He says, what about Geno Lewis or Jake Wieneke? I'd be very interested to know what the contracts are like for them, because two of the top receivers in the league this year, seems like everybody else, we kind of have the contract details and the price points for them, but them we don't yet. I would be very interested to know what kind of deals those two guys signed in on.
Yeah, I had heard Wieneke was over 2.
Okay.
But I don't know about Geno Lewis, but I'd heard Wieneke was over 2. I think 3 Down had that up. I can look for it quick here.
And he caught all the touchdowns too. Like that was his thing. He was in the end zone way more than Lawler was at that point. So yeah, I mean, what do you do? And the thing is that this is only going to grow from here, right? I mean, this is obviously the jumping off point, the new jumping off point. The market values is set now. And so every other receiver that's going to come after them, just like Ryan said, it's just going to go up, and there's not going to be any room. Everybody's going to be playing with a quarterback for $150,000 while their receivers are making big. It's going to be like the flip of what the NFL is, where the high price players are the quarterbacks and everybody else is there. It's just going to be weird.
Is BC going to be the trend setter this year? You pay bare minimum at quarterback. You just load up on price for the wide receivers, and that's the new business model going forward.
Only if it works. CFL. Only if it works.
I was about to say, if you get a championship out of it, then yes, that will be the byproduct. But when you look at BC the last couple of years, they loaded up money, they paid a ton of money for their receivers and missed the playoffs. So what's the point? Like I don't understand what Chris Jones has done here. And I mean, who knows? Chris Jones is also 5 minutes and one phone call away from another job. So, it was the same thing when Brock Sunderland re-signed Nick Arbuckle to an extension. The day that happened, we were recording, and I said on my show, that's the easiest extension Brock's ever signed. Sure, I don't care. Whatever you want, man. I know I'm not going to be here to pay it. I don't have to sign this check. I'm getting fired in 3 weeks. What do you need? And he gave him the big extension. Like I don't. I think it's kind of crazy to watch what Jones has done here in the receiver market. I mean, Duke Williams at 260 or 250 made sense, right? Duke Williams was a stud for Saskatchewan last year. I'm not surprised that he's getting that kind of money. Again, makes me incredibly glad that Kamar Jordan and Reggie Bagleton stayed home for that price. But looking around the league, there are some guys on hyperinflated contracts.
Although I'm seeing you talked about BC receivers, Shaq Johnson could possibly be going to the Red Blacks. That'd be a pretty good get to him and Darvin Adams on that same receiving squad. I'm okay with that, with Masoli throwing them the ball.
Yeah, I mean, and Jalen Acklin yet too, right? And Levi Noel in there as well. He didn't play a ton this past season, but certainly some nice additions there at receiver for Ottawa. I've always been a big Shaq Johnson fan, so excited to see him going back. That
was one of the biggest weaknesses last season too, was that we just had a very inconsistent wide receiving core. We had RJ Harris do what he did, and then after that, it was sort of like you pick one for the season, for the game even, and to see which one was going to pop. So to actually have some anchors there at wide receiver I think it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge for that offense. It's going to actually lead to points this time. Hopefully, cross my fingers. Ottawa points. It's tough sometimes, but yeah, I hope that this actually leads to offensive points, because that was severely lacking last season, and even the season before.
BC, by the way, signing 2 defensive ends in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, defensive lineman David Bernard, who was the East nominee for most outstanding Canadian, I believe it was. Yeah. Going over to BC. Also, Matthew Betts played with Edmonton last season, had a good season there, going over to BC as well. So they've basically overhauled the entire defensive line. Let's take a look quickly at what BC's done here. They've made the change. Michael Riley retires. Nathan Rourke, starter at quarterback. Michael O'Connor comes in as the backup. They got the kicker in Sean White. They re-signed their own big receivers in Whitehead and Burnham, which were the two big pieces there. They've done some tinkering here and there along the way. But then I feel like the big concern for them other than that has been the defensive line. And I think they've gone out today and vastly improved that because, the latest additions, Betts, Bernard, you look at pending additions. I don't know if these ones have been confirmed at this point yet, but Woody Barron, Stephen Richardson as well. That's 4 new defensive linemen right there and tops on the free agent list. A lot of the talk is on Ottawa being, probably the biggest success story of free agency on paper so far, based on what they've overhauled. Edmonton's done a lot as well. But I got to hand it to BC. They're banking a lot on this quarterback situation next year, and it could backfire in their faces. But it seems like they have been focusing on the other pieces here as well.
I like the Purefoy. Yeah, I like them adding Purefoy in there. That guy is a beast. I think he's going to bring a lot of character to that defense.
Yes.
So does
BC
BC
players with a swagger?
does BC have the best defense in the CFL right now on paper?
I don't know about that.
They added Delvin Breaux as well.
Yes.
They added Delvin Breaux as well. So I mean those are some high value defensive backs right there. And I think I'd be curious to see what BC is able to do. It's very interesting watching with Michael Riley. Oh, not even all the way through free agency, and already the Red Blacks flag has dropped down behind Rod.
Oh no!
But it just collapses.
I'm gonna go ahead and handle that.
Like Saskatchewan in the playoffs.
You need some more offensive linemen there, Rod, to keep your flag up.
Yeah, to keep the flag waved high. But I think when you look at BC as far as having the best defense in the league, they really didn't have much in the way of defensive linemen last year. They've added some defensive linemen, so chemistry is going to be an issue. But it's crazy to me what you can do when Michael Riley retires, and all of a sudden you've saved yourself. You've bought 3 or 4 free agents with that money. When you look at BC and how cheap their quarterback room is going to be next year versus what it cost last year, that adds Purefoy, that adds Breaux, and you can probably take those 2 contracts, put them side by side and say, yes, we have downgraded, or potentially, we don't know how well Nathan Rourke will play. But from a salary perspective, you got rid of Michael Riley's salary, and it's gotten you Nathan Rourke, Lucius Purefoy, and Delvin Breaux. And is that the trade you're willing to make, right? And those are the kind of things that when everybody looks at all the money that gets thrown around on free agency day and who you lose and who you gain and some things like that. But I think the big I always like to think of it in terms of trades, right? Is this a good trade for my team? Is losing this guy but keeping this guy, would I make that trade if I were a CFL general manager? And more often than not, with Ottawa today, I think the answer is resounding yeses up and down the roster. Now that's not difficult because their roster was garbage, just outright garbage, right?
It wasn't the best.
I'm so excited for this coming season on the field because I think we've seen some very unique free agency strategies this year.
Yes.
The BC quarterback situation, Chris Jones employing the idea of if I sign every single wide receiver, nobody else will have any.
Like the Niners with running backs this year.
Right. Exactly there as well. Some more comments in the chat. Tim Capper says, what about BJ Cunningham? Seems to be a solid wide receiver. Nobody has really on their radar. Let's take a look back at the free agent tracker and some of these players still available at wide receiver. A lot of them have been accounted for already, but there are still some big names to be had here. One of the biggest, Markeith Ambles of the Calgary Stampeders, Ricky Collins Jr., solid season for him there as well. Josh Huff spent some time in Calgary. RJ Harris, with Ottawa last season. I thought it maybe a bit of a disappointing season for RJ Harris. It didn't seem like he was involved quite to the amount we saw him back there. And then BJ Cunningham, Brandon Banks, two big ones there as well. So, in your guys' mind, where do we see some of these guys landing? Do we expect them to sign soon?
I would think they have to, especially some of the bigger names out there. Like, I like a BJ Cunningham.
Sorry to cut in here. Andrew Harris is signed with the Toronto Argonauts.
What?
Oh, wow.
What?
Wow.
Holy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy your title, Toronto.
That one was one I did not see coming. We talked everything about. Is he going to retire? Is he going to go to Saskatchewan, BC? I know there was rumors earlier today, but Andrew Harris to the Argos is, as a Bomber fan, I don't hate it. I don't particularly hate the Argos. So, it's much better than him going west to Saskatchewan. But what do we make of that move for Toronto?
Well, I mean, I think their supplement market just, went way up. I think the associated dealers around the stadium, whether that be your needle salesman or any of those trace element type salesmen, I mean, I think they're incredibly happy to see him coming to town. The question on Andrew Harris has always been, when's going to be the breakdown? And can he stay chemically ahead of it or not? And we'll see what happens this year and going forward.
Here's the thing about that too, and you just had the Argos fan cast on just a little bit ago too, so you just totally missed out on live reaction there. But I mean, this was a situation where he needed to go somewhere. Obviously couldn't go to Ottawa, who was signing everybody and their grandma. Pretty much couldn't go to Edmonton. I think Toronto was the one that had a room for him. So this should be very interesting to see what he brings to the table. Obviously, we know that Toronto has had a okay running game, especially last year. But this year, I feel like they're going to have an improvement. But like Ryan said, I mean, he's literally one kind of big injury away from just being shelved for good. So how much of Andrew Harris are you going to get? And what kind of Andrew Harris are you going to get?
Well, to me, the thing with Andrew Harris and going over to Toronto here is, if we talk about maybe not being able to play a full season, I think the Argos are a team that has good running back depth. And they have DJ Foster, they have AJ Ouellette, who's looked good in limited experience as well, where if all of a sudden Harris isn't able to play, like you've still got some good options who can take over there. So I like this deal for Toronto. I think, they were a team that was right there at close to getting to the Grey Cup last season. Run game, it served them okay, that dual back system, John White and DJ Foster. But surely, if Harris can stay healthy, is an upgrade there. Mike, what do you think of this move for Andrew Harris to Toronto?
Just that information now. It's not surprising. The Argos had, I think, a need at running back. I think there was a little bit of uncertainty with DJ Foster and John White. I think if you could go national at a running back position, it's a benefit. Am I surprised at Andrew Harris? You know what? I've said this story on this show, and Ryan, you pointed it out to me at the game or after the West final. I really felt like that was Andrew Harris inside the 3-minute warning. Walking around the stadium, waving bye. Never in a million years did I think that would be to go to another team. I thought for sure he would retire as the Blue Bomber. Does it hurt? Absolutely. Does this hurt the football community here? Absolutely, because Andrew Harris is so beloved. But I think by and large, people want what's best for him. And I think long term, the Blue Bombers have to swallow hard and ask themselves, was it worth losing Harris over losing one of Augustine or Oliveira? Very clearly, the answer was no. I think when you can get two running backs under contract for 2 years and not have to worry about that next year versus a guy who I think we're having a completely different discussion. If he played every game, went up near the top of the league in rushing. All the best to Andrew Harris in Toronto. I think as much as it's difficult to dissect, it's a smart decision from the Blue Bombers' perspective. This huge gamble, depending on the amount of money. I have yet to see the financial terms of that agreement. Again, every football player is one play away from being, severely injured. Let's just put that out there. It's just, it does it hurt as a fan, absolutely. But am I realistic in the scenario? Absolutely. But the fact that I believe long term, the Bombers are better off without Andrew Harris. And yes, that includes Johnny Augustine for 2 years, and that includes Brady Oliveira for 2 years. And, hope to see Andrew Harris in the Grey Cup game. And of course, there's going to be a percentage of the fan base here that hopes it doesn't work. I'm not in that line of thinking. It's more thank you for the memories. 2 Grey Cups, speak for itself. Personally, I don't think we win the first one without him. He was the Grey Cup MVP, most outstanding Canadian. Brought the city's first Grey Cup in 29 years here. Did it again in 19. Andrew Harris is the type of personality that if you heard his feelings, and it sounds like there was maybe some hurt feelings, he's going to take that out on you. And I'm just glad it's out east once a year and potentially in the Grey Cup, then on Labor Day in the Banjo Bowl, and then in the West Final. It's players move on.
The West Semi.
I was expecting you to weigh in there. Yeah, Rod, you get to look forward to dealing with Andrew Harris 3-4 times a season.
This one is going to hurt the majority of the fan base. There's no question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really looking forward to that. But I know that our defense can handle when he's not on the field. Although this is a don't cry because it's over, or smile because it happened type of situation. And look, I think Oliveira made a really good case last season, anyways, for the fact that he could handle that backfield, and that this kind of did make Harris, I don't want to say expendable, but expendable.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely, and we talked about this earlier as well. In my opinion, it's the right move to have the look towards the future, and the best foot forward for your football team is to go with the 2 younger options there at running back. Our friend Daltz, who was here earlier, I think has the tweet of the day where he said, "Well, this move doesn't make sense. Andrew Harris never played in Calgary."
Andrew Harris barely played in Calgary when he was playing for Winnipeg against Calgary. If you look at I deep dove Harris's game by game stats to make that argument once. I'm like, look, he just doesn't play well against the Stampeders. They know how to game plan for him. And everyone said, oh no, he runs him over. And I pulled it up. His stats, I think he only was averaging 50, 60, maybe rushing yards a game against Calgary over the course of his career. It was, I just don't, Harris really soured for me with the I got busted for drugs, and then I'm going to double down on that when I'm given the MVP award and tell everyone else who questions that I got an MVP award in a season where I got busted for drugs by telling them to shove the trophy up their ass. That's not really like it soured me on him as a human being in general. Like there was no kind of acknowledgement or humility there. And there's a lot more to that story that I've heard anecdotally as well, that I'm not at liberty to share or get sued for. So knowing what I've been told, knowing what I've, is circulating kind of behind the scenes, for him to come out and say, "Oh yeah, shove it in your ass." I was just like, man, you can't, like, there's no chill there. So I don't have any love for Andrew Harris, and Toronto just got a little easier to hate.
Despite all the Stampeders.
Despite all the Stampeders, right? Toronto just, like, it's a major disappointment for me to know that their success will equal his success. I would have been just fine to see him ride off into the sunset with his 2 rings and his trophy in his ass.
I really wonder, like, if any part of this is a marketing thing for the Argos, trying to get more fans involved with the team, like going out making a big splash like this, top Canadian running back in the CFL past number of years, like that's a big piece to bring in and to market your team around, and so I wonder if that's part of this for the Argos as well.
If not, then they're sure doing a hell of a job of doing it without knowing.
Yeah.
Maybe we can work on some better marketing here than taking McLeod Bethel Thompson during quarantine protocols to a Raptors game.
Here's the first thing, guys, quickly. The Argos do not make the trip to Winnipeg this year.
Oh. So Andrew Harris not back in Winnipeg this season. Maybe that's part of the reason. Maybe he didn't want to face the fans at home, so he chose Toronto so he can go play a season there and then retire.
I mean, a 6-figure paycheck. I'm never going to deny turning one down myself either. So I imagine he's getting a healthy 6-figure something to play in Toronto. I mean, I hope they didn't pay him like Andrew Harris should have been paid 2 or 3 years ago. But I imagine if he's in that kind of 120, 110 range, I don't hate the idea of them picking him up. I think he can still be effective, but yeah, I don't care much for Andrew Harris. David Carswell in the chat, by the way, saying that the confirmed Marvin Adams signing.
I'll take
so there you go.
That's going to be huge.
So Masoli, Adams, and Powell. Not bad.
Our trio.
And 3/4 of the rest of the league. Anyways, I know we got to wrap things up here with you guys. We've got another guest waiting in the wing. I appreciate you both taking the time to join us here for the past hour, chatting through everything Stampeders, Red Blacks, Chris Jones antics, Andrew Harris, whether we like him or not. Some of us do, some don't. Fair enough. Quickly, before you guys go, where can people find your podcast and everything else you got going on? Ryan, let's start with you.
You can find the CFL Horseman on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. All of those CFL_Horseman is where you can find those. Our podcast is available on all of your major platforms. We still remain on Spotify for now. But I think, you can find us on all your major platforms. I encourage you to check out, especially our interview shows. I know that we get the guys in the room, we open up a beer or two, and that really causes them to loosen up and maybe tell some stories they wouldn't otherwise. So feel free to head back through the archives and find out which of your players played on the Stampeders before, and you can hear their episodes on there. And we'll be recording our first show of the year coming up here on Thursday. And looking forward to having maybe one other signing to talk about between now and then. Who knows? But yeah, that's where you can find us. CFL_Horseman on Twitter and Horseman Radio on all of your other podcast platforms.
Awesome, Rod. And how about for yourself?
Yeah, I'm gonna just reiterate what Ryan said. You got to go back and listen to those shows, man. Those are some of the best interview shows in the world. You laugh, you cry, you get drunk by contact. So You can find the Wood Cookie Sawcast on Twitter at Wood Cookie Cast. And of course, you can find the show everywhere else where you find the Horseman Radio. So once you're done listening to those awesome shows, click over, catch some Wood Cookie Sawcast. I took an extended COVID break because I just needed to catch my breath. Took the season off, but I'm coming back this season strong because there's a lot to be excited about, and I feel like there's a lot to talk about this year in Red Blacks football, and I want to be a part of it again. So forgive my interruption, but I'm coming back with a vengeance in 2022 to bring you more quality Red Blacks programming. Well, okay, at least I'm bringing you more Red Blacks podcasts. So those.
Right on. Well, thank you both for taking the time to join us here. It's been a blast chatting and laughing with you for the past hour or so. And enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of the off season, and then just a couple short months till we see football back out on the field. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Thanks, man. Talk soon.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, and we will be ready to bring our next guest in, our final guest of the day right away. But Mike, before we do that, you wanted to promo something. Now would be a good, quick time to do so.
Yes. Very quickly, those of you listening on, those of you watching on GameTime TV, you can catch on GameTime Radio tonight MJHL hockey between the Winnipeg Blues and the Winnipeg Freeze. Puck drop with Jake Maurice just after 7:30. Mitzler.com/GameTime Radio MB for those of you looking for the game, listening right now on GameTime Radio MB and watching us for the first time on GameTimeTV.ca. Let's chat with everybody tonight. As soon as I get done with this show, I gotta go produce 2 hockey games. Such is the life, but wouldn't have it any other way.
Right on. So make sure you check that out this evening as well. Now, let's bring in our final guest of the evening or afternoon, whatever time of day it is at this point. I've lost track. It's the great Cliffy D from the Alouettes Flight Deck podcast. Cliffy, welcome to the show, my friend.
Hey now, thanks for having me.
No problem. We're happy to have you here to talk all things Alouettes, all things free agency. CFL free agency window has been open for just over 4.5 hours now at this point. There's been a flurry of activity, not too much from the Montreal Alouettes necessarily, a couple of small signings here and there. We'll get into all of those right away. But the big news that dropped right before we brought you in here, former Bomber running back Andrew Harris going to the Toronto Argonauts. Your thoughts on that move?
Wow. I mean, it was obviously no surprise that Andrew Harris was not going to be a Winnipeg Blue Bomber for much longer, unless he was willing to play for league minimum, which would almost be insulting for someone of an Andrew Harris type. To me, I felt, okay, I know a lot of people are thinking maybe he goes to the Saskatchewan Roughriders and watch Twitter break, but wasn't meant to be, unfortunately. But the Boatman picking up, again, I still think Andrew Harris has a lot of value in this league. He's unfortunately in his mid-30s, which is usually the kiss of death for a running back. But I still think he can contribute. I still think there's a fire in him, especially having just won the Grey Cup the past 2 seasons. So I'm curious to see what he does in Toronto. It's going to be interesting because the Alouettes are going to see him at least a couple of times this year. So I hope he's ready. That's all there is to it. Because I know Toronto, they've got great momentum, having won the East, so to speak, and hosting the Eastern Final. I know they got a lot of pieces in place there. They're basically turning into Calgary East. So I'm curious to see how all that's going to play out, and especially now with Andrew Harris in the fold. I think it's going to be very interesting for Toronto this year.
I mean, the running back situation in the East has changed so much in the last, what do we want to call it, 3-4 months? Because, well, William Stanback's really the only mainstay there in the leading running backs out East. You have Don Jackson, who took over the role in the final 4 games of the regular season for Hamilton, gets that nice big contract there for this year in Hamilton. Now you've got William Powell going over to Ottawa. You've got Andrew Harris going over to Toronto. It seems like all the top running backs from the past number of years are going out East now.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what William Stanback's able to do going into this season as the defending league leader in rushing. Let's not forget too, he didn't play a full season. That's the incredible part, is he was able to lead the lead in rushing despite missing a couple of games. So give him a full schedule, give him a full 18 games playing the way he has. I tell you what, I'm very excited to see what William Stanback can do for the Alouettes this year.
Yeah, one of the most exciting players in the CFL to watch for sure. Let's take a look at what the Alouettes have done thus far. They've made a couple of moves here on free agency day. The backup quarterback position, that one came a couple days ago. Dominic Davis coming in, replaced Matt Schultz, who they could not get a contract done with. We had Vernon Adams Jr. and Eugene Lewis signings early in the offseason. Jake Winicky, the big one in the last week or so. But in terms of new pieces added, they've added Canadian wide receiver Hergy Mayala today, defensive back Mike Jones from Winnipeg, and linebacker Tyrese Beverett, who played with the Ticats last season. Let's check as well if we have, I don't know if this one's been confirmed yet. I think it might have been. Avery Ellis on the defensive line also coming over to Montreal as well. So not necessarily big splashes like some of these other teams have made, but I think some solid additions here. Which ones stand out the most to you?
Well, I'm really surprised. I didn't know that Avery Ellis, Mike Jones, and Tyrese Beverett, I didn't know they were Quebec-born players, because isn't that all the Alouettes know how to sign is Quebec-born players? Yes, Hergy Mayala is definitely a Montrealer, but the other ones, I didn't know they were Quebecers. Who knew? No, in all seriousness, though, I'm glad to see Mayala being a part of the team, not just because he's a Montreal kid, but I mean, the fact now that the national receiver position is all of a sudden being given attention, because for the longest time, I really felt like it was the redheaded stepchild of the Montreal Alouettes. So as being a Canadian receiver, you're going to get lost in the shuffle, especially too, like over the years, the Alouettes have had so many talented American receivers. And now you're going to be bringing in Hergy Mayala to go along with Kion Julian Grant, as well as Rashawn Simonize. That's a lot of talent right there at the national receiver position. And are you actually going to be able to put two guys on the field, like two national receivers on the field, in addition to guys like Quan Bray, Eugene Lewis, Jake Winicky, Dante Absher, who also was re-upped with the Alouettes? I mean, that's a lot of options for Vernon Adams to have when it comes to throwing the football.
Yeah, the wide receiver crew in Montreal is always an interesting one to me, because they did have some solid options there last season, but it kind of seemed bulk of the year was the Geno Lewis and Jake Winicky show. You did have Reggie White Jr. down the stretch show some flashes, Quan Bray a little bit here and there, but it seemed like it was mainly those two guys. BJ Cunningham's a free agent. Doesn't seem like he's necessarily going to be back here. Do you think this is a position where maybe Montreal looks to add another piece yet, or are they happy with what they have in the room?
I have to believe they're happy with what they have. That's why I'm pleasantly surprised at the Mayala signing, if only because, well, Montreal is pretty stacked at the receivers position, so wouldn't necessarily call it a need, especially too with having two national receivers already in the helm, and they were kind of fighting a little bit to get onto the field. So now you got to add Mayala to the mix. So this makes me wonder, like, now as far as ratio goes, like, how do you switch it up? In which area are you going to take away from in order to be able to have potentially, well, at least one Canadian receiver in the lineup at all times, if that's the strategy going forward? So I'm really curious to see how it's all going to pan out. But listen, the kid's a playmaker all day long, Mayala. So I'm really excited to see what he can do in Alouette's colors. And also, too, how is this going to shape up for the rest of the receiving core?
Yeah, I want to see what he does with fresh start. First season in Calgary, I thought tons of potential there for Mayala. This past season, I think it was a bit of a letdown. I think it was, I was expecting him to be a go-to receiver there in Calgary, but it's really hard to do that in Calgary when the ball spreads around as much as it does. Here in Montreal, you come to a place where, like I said, it's the Lewis, the Winicky show for the most part. Or it has been. Maybe this is now his chance to step up and be that third guy. Now, granted, there are those other great options, like I said, in White Jr. and Quan Bray and Julian Grant and all of that. But we'll see how he slots in there at receiver. Maybe gets in more of a role than he could in Calgary this past season. So these are the main additions so far. There is also, they did make a trade back early January, I think it was, to bring in Mike Moore on the defensive line, sending, I think, Tony Washington, Martese Jackson back the other direction as well. So some tinkering here for the Alouettes. Looking in the chat here, your Alouettes Fight Deck co-host Tim Capper saying Avery Ellis has been confirmed now. So I have updated that on the chart. Thank you, Tim. Looking at the players they brought back as well, not a ton of re-signings for Montreal so far, but some very big ones here. I didn't include VA. I didn't include Geno Lewis on this chart because they were brought back so early at the start of the offseason already. But those two, Winicky, Absher, Mario Alford, I think is one of the top return men in the CFL. And if they can shore up that position, that might be something nice this year, especially with Jeff Reinbold coming over as the special teams coordinator.
Oh, 100%. I can tell that Coach Reinbold's going to be very excited to see Mario Alford up close and in person. And there's a couple of also nice options that we've seen that are kind of waiting in the wings, if you will, when it comes to the return position. I think, like, obviously Alfred's going to need help. And last year, that was one of the things that was kind of hampering the Alouettes when it came to special teams was, when Alfred was playing, lights out, absolutely a lights out player. But when he got injured and ended up missing essentially the lion's share of the season, then it was kind of like, okay, it was kind of returner by committee, and some were better than others. Martese Jackson, they brought him in, he gets injured, and now he's a member of the Edmonton Elks. A couple other guys that I just won't name names because it wasn't a good fit. Let's put it that way. So I'm really excited to see Alfred back, and seeing him, knowing that he's healthy, makes me really happy to hear. There's a couple of guys that I think are going to be superstars, names to look out for in Fabian Guerra and Manasseh Bailey. These guys are speedsters all day long. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do when it comes to breaking one off. I really think they're going to be names that you're going to be hearing about throughout the season. And as I said, Jeff Reinbold taking over at special teams, I think things are going to improve vastly. I think the crew that he's going to have in place, I definitely see him working his magic and giving guys like Alfred and such a chance to really notch a few return touchdowns this year.
Thank you, Tim. I just realized I was muted when you pointed that out. Thank you. As I was going through here to just myself and my cat, Woody Barron on defensive line going over to BC, Ty Cranston in Ottawa, Tony Washington going to Edmonton, Patrick Levels to Ottawa, Matt Schultz to Hamilton, David Menard to BC, David Foucault to Edmonton. Those are the ones we know for sure have changed places thus far. Some other notable pieces changing here as well. Who's the biggest loss here for the Alouettes?
For me, I'm going to have to say Menard. I mean, the dude was just absolutely outstanding last year. He really came alive. Like, he had a pretty solid career already in BC. And, immediately the narrative was, okay, Quebec-born player, former Montreal Carabin. Obviously, Danny Machoch is going to sign him to a contract. I'm like, okay, bring him in. What do you got to lose? And wouldn't you know it, he came in, and despite not being a starter, the dude balled out on every single play. And he was just so much fun to watch. And the fact that he was actually the Eastern nominee for most outstanding Canadian, despite only starting one game for the Alouettes, one game he was a starter. The rest he was a backup. And wow, I mean, the dude is he's just an outstanding football player. So I'm not surprised that BC would want to bring him back. Disappointed that, maybe I don't know if he was happy playing at home in Montreal. I want to believe he was, and maybe it was just a matter of maybe it wasn't the right fit for him, especially too if they couldn't guarantee him a starting role, because let's face it, there was a lot of really outstanding players on the defensive line from Montreal last season. And the fact that a guy like Menard couldn't crack the lineup, so to speak, maybe he didn't feel confident in his opportunities being able to do so in 2022. If that's the case, then I can understand why he'd maybe go back to that familiarity of playing for the BC Lions. But I think I'm most disappointed in being able to lose his services. So this is one of the things that Montreal is going to have to take a look at as far as being able to, back up guys like Nick Usher, Armando Sewell. I mean, those are the rocks, if you will, for this defensive line right now. And now with Mike Moore in the picture, to me, I think there's still a lot to be really excited about when it comes to defensive line in Montreal. And I still think there's probably some talent out there that can come and slot in with his team. I mean, it's only day one, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen. And usually this is when Montreal makes their moves, is not necessarily on the first day of free agency, but once, 2-3 days in, sometimes even late at night, the general manager will swoop in and you wake up in the morning, you realize, holy cow, we just signed this guy? Like immediately, I think back in 2019 when Taylor Loeffler was snagged in the dead of night by the Alouettes. Like that was one of those moves that you did not see coming at all. And it ended up turning out very well until he blew out his ACL and has effectively ended his CFL career. But again, when he was here, he was an outstanding football player. And there's one of those really smart free agent acquisitions that ended up working out really well for the Alouettes. So I'm really hoping that there's another one or two players in that same vein that's going to be there for Montreal this year.
If you look at this list here, the majority of these subtractions are players on the defensive side of the ball, which to me is a bit interesting because I feel like the Alouettes defense was very underrated, very good this past season. Fantasy stats wise, they were always one of the top fantasy defenses. They were great against, I think it was the run. They were pretty solid against even the pass as well. Is it surprising that there are so many of these guys not being brought back, or is this actually just more of a testament to how deep they are on the defensive side of the ball that we see this number of guys go, and we're going to be, still at the same quality of defense?
It definitely speaks to the work that Baron Miles did as defensive coordinator for the Alouettes. There was definitely some depth there as well, and there's also some young players as well that are under contract. I think this is going to be their opportunity to shine. A lot of the young defensive backs as well as linebackers is going to help ease a little bit of that blow. And I wouldn't be surprised too if when the draft comes around, that's where Montreal is going to be focusing a lot of their energy on, in addition to finding offensive linemen. Because to me, that was one of the big concerns for me this coming up in free agency was offensive tackle. You talked about Tony Washington being traded to the Elks. Now, Tony Washington, a hell of a football player. Absolutely loved him here in Montreal, but not a young man anymore. And the key is always have to get younger. And yeah, you can definitely draft defensive linemen, but they still take time to develop. It still takes time for them to learn the system and be able to evolve. So my concern as far as free agency goes would have been focusing on that. Now you take a look at the defense right now. Like I said, defensive line, I still think is a pretty solid unit, despite losing Woody Barron and David Menard. I mean, those are not easy guys to replace, but I still think there's a couple of youngsters out there that, given the opportunity, will step up. As now they've got no choice. If they want to show that they belong on this team, they're going to have to step up and really make something happen. To me, I look at what Montreal's defense has gone through in 2021. As far as being able to reload, I think that's going to be key, and I think that's where you're going to really see the moves that Danny Machocha had made in the previous seasons. You're going to start seeing those moves start to pay off now. I mean, it's pretty much put up or shut up time for these guys. So if the Alouettes feel confident in letting guys like Menard and Barron go, for example, then that tells me that he has confidence in the future. And these guys are going to have to step up now in a major way. So I'm, again, even more excited to see what's going to happen in 2022 for Montreal.
As a fan and as a podcaster, Cliffy, what do you feel Montreal needs to still address? Like, if you're looking to really make a mark on this team, what are some areas of weakness that you think still need to be addressed?
I think for me, the secondary is something that I'm a little bit concerned with. I think that, like last year, the Alouettes started out strong. They had ball hawks on their team, and they were playing extremely well, making quarterbacks a little bit nervous. And then, whether it's due to injuries or just the fact that youngsters had to step up and maybe they weren't quite ready to do so. I felt that the secondary at times was a bit head scratching because you see outstanding plays and then absolute brain farts almost on the same series even, and you're sitting there going, what the heck is going on? These are talented players, but they're just not living up to that potential. And I was kind of wondering too, if Montreal, in addition to offensive tackle, would they be looking to upgrade the secondary a little bit as well? Like, is there somebody out there that could really be a superstar that can kind of slot in and be with players like Greg Reed and Rodney Randall Jr.? I was hoping Money Hunter might be back in the mix, but it sounds like he's getting a lot of NFL interest, and I think he's going to go down that road now. So all of a sudden now, I think Montreal secondary is, I won't say necessarily looking suspect, but I wouldn't be mad to see them make a couple of moves to try and bolster that just a little bit, because they've got some youngsters there and they're going to be outstanding football players, but you still have to kind of take your lumps a little bit, and you've got to go through a little bit of a, paying your dues a little bit, I guess you can say. And that also means getting burnt by opposing teams and learning how to become football players in this league. And I think that's where Montreal is going to have to really take a good long look at what's there and what can be added. And to me, if I'm going to do anything, I'd be looking at the secondary more than anything else right now, in addition to offensive tackle. Those are the two areas that I think Montreal really, truly needs to concern themselves with as far as trying to get like a veteran presence. No one too old, but no raw rookies either.
Yeah, and just to take you down a bit of a completely different path for this next question. Montreal has recently entered on an ownership change. What are some of the changes that you've noticed, whether that's with the team or fan engagement or in-game experience, or is it too early to say because of the pandemic?
I think it's a little too early to say, because when I think back to the 2021 fan experience at Percival Molson Stadium, it was good, but there was definitely a lot of areas where I looked at and said, this team could be so much better. Like, there's just a lot of instances where I just felt like, okay, like this is the best you can do. I don't think so. I think you can do a lot better in that regards. And I'm hoping that they took 2021 as sort of a learning experience, because again, with the new regime, you almost don't know what you're doing. I mean, ideally you want to hire football people. And I think the people that Montreal have hired, when it comes to the on-field product, like as far as administration goes for like football operations, they've done a great job in hiring those people. When it comes to the people working for the team itself, as far as being able to present that in-game experience, I want to see them do better. And I think they do a good job for the most part, but there's a lot of aspects where I feel like just bump things up just a little bit more. And I know that they're capable of doing so. And you take a look at other teams. Like, I've gone to games this year in Ottawa, and their fan experience is second to none. Despite having a terrible football team, there are still quite a few fans there, and there's still a lot of engagement, a lot of interaction, and doing what they can to engage the fans into the game itself. And there was a couple times where I was even saying to myself, why can't we have that here? Why can't we have that here? I mean, we've got some pretty great stuff in Montreal, but you look at it like, okay, well, Hamilton's doing this, Toronto's doing that, Ottawa's doing this. Why can't we do that as well? And I know every team kind of wants to put their own little spin on things, but I think in a lot of ways, there's a lot of areas of improvement for the Alouettes when it comes to the in-game experience. And I'm hoping that they took note of what they did in 2021 and realize what they need to do as far as making things a little bit more enjoyable for fans in 2022.
My apologies, Cliffy, if you've already touched on this next question with Ryan. I had to leave there for a moment, so I wasn't quite able to catch the gist of your conversation while I was gone. But what are your thoughts on Vernon Adams as a whole? Because we've seen him have great games where it's like he throws for almost 400 yards and 3 touchdowns, and Montreal puts up 45 points, and then the defense puts it together and it's a comfortable win. And then you have games where the defense is able to keep them in the game, but they need that big play from Vernon Adams, that one drive to kind of push it over the edge. Mm-hmm. Do you equate that to Vernon Adams being still learning on the job, or what's your read kind of on Vernon Adams? And I guess the B part of that would be coming off of a significant injury to end the season, being replaced by Trevor Harris, at least temporarily. What are some realistic expectations to have for a guy like Vernon Adams?
Well, I think Vernon Adams, he's been in this league now for, I think, 6 years. So, I mean, to have him, to treat him almost like a rookie, which I think a lot of people were still kind of thinking, like, okay, they talked about the sophomore slump when it came to him as being a starter in this league. And you take a look at what he was able to do throughout the first, I'd say 6-7 games this year. I think it was about 6 or 7 games that he was able to play this year before he got hurt. And there were times where he just looked absolutely outstanding, and then times where he just did not. And you just didn't know which Vernon Adams was going to show up. And you want big play VA. You want him to come and just light everybody up and make exciting things happen. And you know that Vernon Adams is very capable of doing that. But you also have the Vernon Adams that makes a lot of mistakes, doesn't go through his reads properly, and just at times can look shaky out there. So I can understand why a lot of people just don't have 100% faith in him. I think he's a hell of a quarterback. I still think that he is definitely the option when it comes to quarterbacking here in Montreal. Like I hate when people say that he's the next Anthony Calvillo, because he's not. He's not the next Anthony Calvillo.
Realistically, is anybody the next Anthony Calvillo?
No, and nor should you want to be the next. You should focus, like I've said it to Vernon, like, don't worry about being the next Anthony Calvillo. Work on being the best Vernon Adams you can be. And that's all anybody should ever want here in Montreal, is to have the best possible quarterback. And that's what Vernon Adams is for this team. He lives this team. He breathes this team. Like this is a guy who wants to be a leader. And I have absolute faith in him being able to do so. And I think this year, more than anything else, I think he knows. I think that now that he's had that opportunity kind of snatched away from him due to that injury, I don't know if he's necessarily taken it for granted, but I'm sure if he didn't appreciate it before, he certainly appreciates now the situation that he's in. And he realizes this is 100% his football team. And you can see, like, this team is building around him. Like they've added the playmakers. They're keeping guys like Geno Lewis and Jake Wienecke, his favorite targets, in place. You got William Stanback that you can hand the ball off to. If the throws are just not happening for whatever reason, hand off to Stanback. You know he's going to run people over and he's going to make things happen. This defense played outstanding football last season, and whatever little tweaks are going to be done as far as trying to improve this defense this year, I mean, only time's going to tell. But to me, I think all the pieces are in place for Vernon Adams to have a fantastic career here in Montreal. And I think he realizes that now too. And I think he appreciates it even more that essentially ownership has said, we've got your back. General manager says, we've got your back. Your head coach says, we got your back. So there is no doubt that this is Vernon Adams' football team. It's now up to him to realize that potential and do what he has to do to take things up to the next level. To me, that's what's going to be key more than anything else when it comes to Vernon and the progression of him being, as far as I'm concerned, he has the potential to be one of the elite quarterbacks in this league. It's up to him, though, to execute. And I think this year, I think knowing what he's got in place right now and whatever is going to be added, whether it's through free agency or through the draft, I think he's got to realize, I've got a pretty good football team here. It's time for me to step up and really make things happen. And I have every confidence in the world that he will.
And Vernon Adams is one of those guys that you really can't help but root for and want to see succeed, just because he was taken on that roller coaster for a couple of years there where, I think he went between, Montreal, Hamilton, Saskatchewan. Every time he was brought into somewhere, it seemed like he was overlooked. And then he finally got a shot. I think 2019 was the breakout season for him there, and it worked fantastically well. So we'll see what he does this year coming off the injury. But you can't help but root for the guy to succeed over there in Montreal. I want to switch gears here a little bit and switch to talking a little bit about one of the other teams in the East Division we haven't touched on a ton so far today, which is the Hamilton Tiger Cats, because they were the East representation in the Grey Cup. They are the team, the Alouettes, for the Alouettes to beat to get there this season as well. One of the things one of the pieces the Ticats have brought in is quarterback Matthew Schultz was back up in Montreal there for a while. To me, he seemed like one of the best options available at quarterback among the backups available, seemed like the go-to one. Like, I wish the Bombers would have brought in Matt Schultz. But you've gotten the chance to see him play there in Montreal for the past couple of years. What do you think of him going over to Hamilton here?
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm disappointed that he did go to Hamilton. I completely understand the reasoning why. I think he kind of saw the writing on the wall. Like, he knew this was Vernon Adams' team. And even when he came in relief, when Adams went down for injury, like, Schultz played extremely well, all things considered. Like, and he was able to run this offense like no problem. And I think in a lot of ways, the trade to get Trevor Harris into Montreal, I don't want to say it necessarily screwed with his head, but I'm sure it had to be sitting there just a little bit and making him wonder, like, doesn't this team believe in me? Like, I've been here for 4 years, for 4 seasons, and you go out and you get this guy? Like, you don't trust me? And I can't help but wonder if that was kind of playing into his head just a little bit. And then he went down to injury. So at that point, you had no choice but to put Harris into lineup. And then the rest, as they say, is history. So I can't help but wonder if Schultz was maybe thinking to himself, like, I've got the potential to play in this league, and I've proven it. And he certainly has. Like, he put together a stellar resume in 2021. Definitely proved that he can lead a football team. Is he going to get that opportunity in Hamilton? Likely not. I mean, they're riding the Dane train all day long, which, you know, makes absolute sense because that's the guy that got you to the Grey Cup the past 2 seasons. Now, is Matthew Schultz going to be that complementary piece for Evans? I think so. I think he'll definitely make Evans compete just a little bit harder because he's got to know that Schultz is there. And I think the two of them actually were working together in the offseason a little bit too. So, like, they know each other fairly well, I believe. And, you know, they say iron sharpens iron. So I think that Schultz can help bring Evans to the next level, while at the same time, Evans will probably help Schultz prove that, you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he can definitely play in this league even further. Because if something happens to Dane Evans again, Matthew Schultz can step in, and I have no doubt in my mind that he will lead Hamilton to victories this season. That's just the kind of, I have that kind of confidence in him. Like I said, extremely disappointed that Montreal wasn't able to keep him. Completely understand why, but I think Hamiltonians should be very excited to see Matthew Schultz in black and yellow this year.
Not to mention, as a backup quarterback going in free agency, like, you want to go somewhere where the starter is either non-proven or has some injury troubles. And I think, you know, Evans, I wouldn't put him necessarily in a big unknown, non-proven category. That's not what I'm saying here. Mm-hmm. But, you know, he does still only have a handful of starts in the CFL. He has missed time due to injury the past couple of years. Not a bad idea to go in there and as a backup and potentially get the starting job for a couple of games this season, show what you're made of, and then maybe build off of that going into next year. Other moves for the Ticats. I talked about this one when we had Mike from Podsky Wee Wee on the podcast for the Ticats deep dive this week. I think Lamar Durant last week was a sneaky good signing by the Ticats. I think he's one of the top Canadian wide receivers in the game. I think that was a position they were maybe lacking in a little bit. You know, David Unger filling that slot. He was kind of, you know, the fifth receiver in that offense. I think Durant's one of the guys that could be a go-to playmaker there. Pending additions, a couple on the defensive side of the ball, Micah Johnson, Richard Leonard. Those are some nice additions there. But the one topic I wanted to bring up with both of you and get your takes on it, Mike, we'll start with you here and get your thoughts on this with the Ticats, is they bring Don Jackson back on the deal to presumably be their starter for this season. You know, he was the go-to guy down the stretch there. And then we got the news, I think, yesterday or the day before. Sean Thomas Arlington and Malik Irons, 2 Canadian running backs, both back with Hamilton as well. Are we surprised that we see them bring all 3 guys back and didn't see a guy like Thomas Arlington go somewhere else where he potentially could have maybe gotten more of a starting role?
Well, I think, right, you look at a spot and it becomes a question of where, right? The only place I would have conceivably seen either of those bats that you just mentioned go to is maybe Saskatchewan. You know, Winnipeg for the most part covered. Montreal covered. Ottawa now covered with Powell. Like, eventually this musical chairs goes on and the music stops. And then all of a sudden, you know, there's no chairs left. And sometimes staying home is the best, and this is what happens. And to me, if there was ever a chance of a repeat happening of Hamilton winning the East, it would be right now. And, they didn't really do anything in my mind to take a step back. And this just reinforces to me that Hamilton is still the class of the East. Yes, I would say that despite Toronto signing Andrew Harris, just because Andrew Harris is the wild unknown at this point. And Montreal, like Cliffy, you were saying, I 100% agree with you with the secondary. It's, who's going to stop those long passes? Who's going to, and Hamilton to me seems like the class of the East right now. Again.
Yeah, and I think that you're technically going to be the class of the division you were the team to come out of until proven otherwise is a potential argument to be made in that category, right? But I think it's going to be a much more even playing field, and it was pretty even outside of Ottawa this past season, right? You had Hamilton and Toronto and Montreal jostling for playoff position right until the final 2 weeks of the season there. So, a lot of the stuff we've seen from around free agency today has been makes me, kind of focus on like leveling the playing field, because I think we've seen Ottawa get better. I think we've seen BC, Edmonton get better as well. Well, Edmonton, who knows what will happen by the time training camp comes around. But Cliffy, what stood out to you the most from around the league for free agency today?
Well, it was painfully evident that teams like Ottawa, BC, and Edmonton had to get better. There was no choice. Like, they were awful last year, and their fans let them know that this was not going to be acceptable. They were not going to accept another losing season. So especially Ottawa, bringing in a new general manager, given a chance to run the show now after doing so well in Hamilton over the past few years, but kind of as a co-general manager, I believe it was, or direct, like didn't have the full 100% autonomy that he probably wanted. And now he's got that opportunity in Ottawa, and he's make the most of it. I mean, give him credit. Like, I look at Ottawa's lineup, like, wow, like they are stacked right now. Like they've brought in a lot of really, really good players, and they're making their voice heard. Like, I'm not going to go ahead and say that they've won free agency, but my goodness, they've definitely made their case that they've definitely improved considerably. Like, I do not think they're going to go 3-15 this year. Like I was going to say 3-12. I guess they went 3-12. No, 3-13 last year, but no,
something like that.
They won 3 games. Let's put it that way.
3-11, I think. 14-game season.
Okay, there you go. So put it this way: they're not going to win just 3 games this year. I think Ottawa has vastly improved, at least on paper. Edmonton as well. I mean, that's a crazy situation out there with Chris Jones basically running things, and like, he's made moves that are kind of stunning. They're kind of intelligent. I mean, it's Chris Jones. Like, this is what he does, and at the end of the day, he's a winner. Like, he finds ways to win, and I think Edmonton as well. I think that they're going to restore a lot of that winning tradition back by hook or by crook. BC as well. I think they've had no choice but to improve. In fact, I'll go so far as to say, like, I know it's early. I know it'd be free agency is just getting underway now, but just the moves that those 3 teams made, I think it's definitely going to increase the parity as sort of league wide. Like, I think now these guys are on a much more even keel than like the so-called elite teams of the league. Like now the Calgarys and the Hamiltons, they've definitely taken a few shots now. They've definitely, I don't want to say regressed. I mean, it's still too soon to say that, because that these are teams that are built to succeed year in and year out. And I have no doubt in my mind that they're going to still be successful. Are they going to be as successful as they have been in years previous? Once again, only time's going to tell. But I think those 3 teams, Ottawa, Edmonton, and BC, they had to do something. They had to make their voice heard. And I think with this free agency, they've certainly done that. They've got the money to spend, go out and spend it. You want to bring talent in, you want to change the culture, however you want to phrase it, these are the things that you have to do, and that's what they've done, especially in Ottawa. Like I said, it's just basically an overhaul of everything. Like now you're seeing Sean Burke put his stamp on the team, making it effectively his team. And he's done more in the past 2 weeks, I think, than what Marcel Desjardins had done in the past 2 years for the Ottawa Red Blacks. And if I'm a member of our nation, I can't help but be excited. Yeah, there's a lot of yellow in that. There's a lot of Hamilton-esque moves in there. But you know what? That's what successful teams do. You take from other successful teams.
Yeah.
That's what Toronto's been doing for the past couple of years now, basically turning it into Calgary East. I guess Hamilton is, or Ottawa is becoming Hamilton East, if you will. So, I mean, this is what you have to do. You got to keep getting better. You got to keep finding ways to improve. And that's really what it comes down to, is you've got to make things better because you want your fans back. You want fans to believe in the team again. And I think now these moves have definitely given Ottawa fans a lot of hope. And I hope BC fans and Edmonton fans too are looking at the moves that those teams are making and saying, you know what? Okay. Yeah, we had a couple of rough patches, but I can't help but be excited at the direction my team's going this year. So I sincerely hope it's like that. And hopefully this just means that, you know, everybody gets better. As I say, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So now it's a matter of finding out who the weakest link was and see how they've improved. And if you were to go strictly by Ottawa, they've improved by leaps and bounds as far as I'm concerned with the moves that they've made.
Yeah, let's hope Sean Burke doesn't take the page out of Marcel Desjardins' playbook of first offseason with the team, or I guess in his case, second offseason, go try to, buy a championship team and then not maintain it through the draft or tinkering in the years to come, and then it kind of spirals downhill from there. But as you mentioned, you take pieces from good teams, and if you are those good teams, it's your job to stay afloat after that happens and not do. Ottawa had a couple good seasons there, and then all the pieces went over to Edmonton, and then things kind of went downhill from there. So we'll see from some of these other teams. Let's take a look at the players still available on the board here. At quarterback, not much movement today. We had Michael O'Connor sign over in BC, but not too many quarterbacks available. Trevor Harris is still the biggest one out there. He played with Montreal for a couple of games down the stretch there. They made the big trade to bring him in. Do you see him, where do you see Harris potentially fitting in this season? Because I think it's interesting to look at a guy who was considered a top quarterback in the CFL coming into last year, and now we're looking at, well, where does he fit in as a backup?
Yeah, I have to laugh because, I mean, I saw firsthand what Trevor Harris was able to do, and I'll be honest, I was less than impressed. I mean, like, he came in with all this hype, and everybody was, pumping him up to be like, the next great thing, and that he was going to save the Alouettes from he's going to help lead them to glory. And what did he do? He went 1-4 essentially. Like, the one game that he was able to win was beating the Winnipeg Blue Bombers taxi squad. I mean, that's really what it came down to. Do I still think there's a value in a Trevor Harris? There is. He's definitely not a QB1 anymore. I didn't think he was a QB1 when he was brought into Montreal, to tell you the truth, but I definitely think he's one of those guys, if he's willing to accept that role of being a backup or a mentor to a young quarterback, I definitely think there is a value to him. I don't think he's going to get no $300,000 per year like he was getting before. But if he's willing to swallow his pride and accept the idea of being a backup, I could definitely see him going to Winnipeg, for example, and helping out Zach Collaros in the role that people expected him to do in Montreal. But, I mean, he's not a QB1 anymore. I'm sorry to say. I just don't see it anymore. I'm not trying to bag on the guy, but I'm just telling you from what I've seen last year, I don't see him as QB1. QB2, absolutely. If he wants to be that insurance policy now that Kevin Glenn used to be back in the day, as he may just be contentious to sit at home, stay ready. When a team has a big injury, they're going to give him a call, bring him in, and he can maybe help steal a game or two, maybe. But like I said, that's pretty much what he was brought in to do in Montreal, and he didn't quite do that. So I'm doubtful of him being able to do that. But if he's willing to accept being a backup, being that guy that you call upon sporadically, and just have that sort of insurance, that sort of ace in the hole, if you will. Like I said, for Winnipeg would be perfect because Zach Collaros is definitely the man. He's definitely one of those elite quarterbacks that I was talking about earlier. But he may go down to injury. And who was his backup last year? Sean McGuire, who barely got any playing time, as a result just didn't really do a whole heck of a lot. You know, I think Trevor Harris, if you put him in Winnipeg, for example, I think he could thrive there. I think he could make Zach Collaros an even better quarterback, knowing that he's there to help sort of push him along and help. You know, he doesn't have to mentor with Zach Collaros, but just sort of, as I said, iron sharpens iron. Like, it's one of those things where you can just sort of have him come in and sort of, you know, keep Zach motivated and keep him excited. And I think that would really work well for Winnipeg. Where else could he fit?
Well, the only other spot I could have thought for him to fit in, maybe, you know, starter or almost starter role would have been BC. But when they went with O'Connor as their backup at that point, kind of seems like that's out of the question there now. So, yeah, I think you are looking at a backup role in a place like maybe a Winnipeg, maybe a Saskatchewan, potentially for Trevor Harris there. Let's move on. Let's take a look at the running backs. Not too many running backs still available. Andrew Harris, the biggest fish on the board here, is off the board now, going over to Toronto. That leaves John White as kind of the go-to guy here. I think you have some serviceable, Timothy Flanders was a starter last year. Then you've got some serviceable players, Ante Milanovic, Litre, Chris Rainey. Rock Thomas, I thought, a game or two last year looked good, but didn't get much playing time behind one Kadeem Carey. Let's move on to the wide receivers. I think this is more of an interesting because there are some big names available here. Mike, this question's for you to start. Which wide receiver of the crew that are left here right now, as we bring Mike back in, there he is. There's still a number of wide receivers left here right now. Which one's standing out to you as the biggest get available here still?
To me, it's a toss-up between Josh Huff and BJ Cunningham. I'm absolutely floored that he has not signed so far. Another interesting wild card to me is Jordan Williams-Lambert. I'm looking at Winnipeg here, and I'm saying, you're one game breaker receiver away from, pushing this thing over the top. I have to wonder, how long these guys are going to sit on whatever amount of money they think they're worth. Like, when is that drop dead that, if I don't get what I want by this amount of time, whether that's middle of February, middle of March, maybe it's time to reevaluate my option. It's just interesting, right? The other name I keep thinking of is Brandon Banks. He's a benefit to somebody. But the question is, at what financial cost? So it's very interesting here. Are we in a situation where maybe those guys do not, they're not seen as locker room guys for whatever reason, and teams are a little bit hesitant? I don't know the circumstances, but there seems to be a lot more of a market at receiver than running back, than even quarterback, I think, at this point.
Yeah, we have a comment in the chat here going back to our talk on the quarterbacks. Randy saying Winnipeg blew too much money on Zach Collaros to afford Trevor Harris. That I can see that being the case here as well. It depends on what kind of deal Harris is looking to take, and depends on what offers are available to him and how bad he wants to play this season, right? But certainly you would think there might be other teams out there that could offer him a bigger dollar to come in as an insurance policy. Cliffy, at receiver here, which names jump out to you?
I'm really surprised a little bit to see Josh Huff, for example, because the guy was an absolute playmaker in Calgary. Surprisingly, I didn't hear his name a whole lot in Toronto. Once in a while he'd come out with a dazzling play, but nothing incredibly consistent. So I guess that's kind of the reason maybe why he hasn't been in high demand. Markeith Ambles too, same idea, like same outstanding playmaker. Again, these guys just maybe for whatever reason just got lost in the shuffle, and that's why they are where they are. But or maybe they've overvalued themselves a little bit, and could be one of those cases. Like I look at this list that's here, and I see a lot of like third receivers, and it's not meant to be insulting or anything like that. Like these are guys that can make plays, absolutely, but these are not what I call the superstars. Like I think the superstars of the league by and large all have homes. Like these are guys that are definitely solid workers and guys that can go out and make plays happen, but they're not like top receivers in this league anymore. And there's definitely a role for players like this, and these could be signings that could be happening, say like Thursday or Friday, like a couple of days into free agency. Then you'll see perhaps the need, and maybe by that point too, even they'll kind of realize, okay, maybe I'm not quite worth what I think I am. And I don't think there's desperation on their parts, especially for like a Brandon Banks or a BJ Cunningham. Like they know their worth. They know what they can contribute to any of their teams. It's just a matter of, is the opportunity there for me, and can I make this work? And I think that's really what's going to come down to for those guys. I'll put it this way: I'll be very surprised if BJ Cunningham and Brandon Banks are not signed somewhere by the end of the week.
Yeah, I think those are obviously the two of the biggest ones the eyes are on. To me, my eyes are on some of these guys who had down years this year that I think somebody's going to take a chance on, and we shouldn't count them out. I look at RJ Harris, still almost 600 yards, but it seemed like he was primed for more than that potentially in Ottawa after his season in 2019. No touchdowns this year for him. I'm looking for a bounce back from him. And I think the biggest one, Armani Edwards, played with the Elks, injured most of the season, only 6 games last year, only caught about 50% of his passes, not a good season for him there. But this is a guy before then that had, I think, 1,000 yards or 2,000 yard seasons and one of around 900 yards. Like, these are some potential top tier playmakers. And if you put them in the right situation, they are going to flourish and they are going to produce for your team. So those are some of the biggest pieces to me that, yes, I want to see where Brandon Banks lands and the likes of Markeith Ambles, BJ Cunningham, etc. But it's these next couple of guys that took that step back this year that I want to see where they land coming into 2022. We've got a note from Tim in the chat from Joey Alfieri. Defensive tackle Michael Wakefield has re-signed with the Montreal Alouettes. Cliffy, your thoughts on that deal?
That's definitely a bit of a relief. As I said, like he was one of those guys that can slot in very easily into the defensive line and help contribute. And he actually made some pretty good plays this year. So again, you don't want to lose a David Menard. You don't want to lose a Woody Barron. But knowing that Michael Wakefield is back and able to contribute, it definitely helps soften the blow a little bit. I still think there's definitely a place for someone to come in and be a part of this team alongside of like a Nick Usher, Armando Sewell, and now with Wakefield back in the fold. Like that definitely helps soften the blow of losing guys like Barron and Menard. So I'm definitely happy to see Wakefield back. Definitely a good solid piece. And like I said, this defensive line for Montreal it's always been a concern. I know Danny Machocha has definitely been concerned with trying to make this line better. And the moves that he's made over the past couple of years, whether it's through the draft or through free agency or just developing the players that were currently in place, to him, that was the big key, was get the defensive line right and everything else will fall into place. And a move like this just solidifies that thought. It just proves that he's still committed to making this line one of the very best in the Canadian Football League. And I'm all for it. I'm all for Michael Wakefield back being in the lineup. And I'm curious to see who's next. Who else will be joining this group?
Yeah, it looks like the Alouettes have also signed linebacker Frederick Chagnon, who I think spent some time with Ottawa last season, if I'm remembering correctly. So there's another move for the Alouettes. Final question here for you before we let you go here. And maybe this is a tough question to answer, but given where we're at with all the signings that have happened thus far, and knowing more is going to change in the coming weeks and months before the season hits, how do you see the Alouettes? Where do you see them fitting in that East Division standings in 2022?
Well, it's definitely way too early to tell. I mean, it's I think the moves that Montreal has made so far are encouraging because they know what they have as far as talent goes. It's just a matter of keeping the talent in place. And they've done a very good job of that by and large with a lot of their signings or re-signings or extensions or what have you. I think Montreal realizes the core elements that are in place. They had a very good team last year, all things considered, that just didn't live up to its potential. There was a lot of games that Montreal lost that those could have easily have been wins and would have changed the entire landscape of the CFL's Eastern Division. That's last year. We're now looking at 2022. I want to see Montreal improve. They're going to be in tough this year when it comes to teams like Ottawa, for example, who's made a lot of moves. Toronto keeps improving, keeps trying to be better than they were. Hamilton, I think it's a bit of a wild card, but again, that organization knows what it takes to win. They've been to the Grey Cup the past 2 seasons. Obviously, even if you start counting them out, they'll find ways to bounce back better than ever. Montreal is up in a very tough position in that you cannot be complacent at all. They have to get better. They have to stay better. And I think that's going to be key for Montreal. I think based on the moves that are made so far, they obviously have a lot of faith in not just what they have in the lineup, but also to what they have coming in down the pipeline as well. There's a lot of young players too that are now going to get that opportunity to prove that they belong on this team and that they can step up and be members of this organization. So I can't help but be excited. I'm really curious to see. I've talked about this in the Alternative blog, some of the moves that I'd like to see Montreal make, and a couple of those players are still available as well. So I'm hoping that the organization kind of feels the same way I do, that maybe these guys should be brought in to take a look just to help bolster this team a little bit further. And honestly, I'm just really curious to see how things are going to shape up in 2022 for Montreal. I think the potential is there. I think there's no doubts about anything as far as I'm concerned. There's areas of the team that need to be improved upon, and I have every confidence in the world that it's going to be. But the pieces that are in place right now are absolutely fantastic. I definitely have a lot of confidence in Vernon Adams as quarterback. I have confidence in William Stanback being able to run roughshod over the league again. Having Geno Lewis back catching passes is just going to make more magic for Montreal as far as I'm concerned. There is a lot to like in Montreal that's already in place. And if you can just little tweaks here and there, as they've been doing over the past couple of seasons, just keep doing that, keep improving, keep making things better. This is still going to be a very fun football team to watch for the next coming years. That's really, truly how I feel. And I'm just excited. I'm just excited to see what's going to be happening now.
Cliffy, one more for you just on the way out. I don't know if you touched on this earlier or not, but one of the names that strikes me as far as this regime change is the GM, Danny Michalcha. I know him as a young kid in Edmonton, leading the third place Edmonton team in the West to a Grey Cup at BC Place in overtime. I do not know Danny Michalcha, the general manager. What does it mean to the people of Quebec, in your mind, to have a guy like Danny who knows the community, who comes over from coaching university football in Quebec, who knows the market, to be the general manager? Does that help the marketing at all? And there seems to be a lot of Quebec players that Danny likes to bring in to give opportunities to, not necessarily start right away, but to be on the roster, whether that's the practice roster, training camp, to give an opportunity to craft this team. What do you think his presence, along with former Blue Bomber quarterback Kahari Jones as head coach, what does the presence of particularly Michalcha mean to the people of the Montreal fan base, but by extension, the Montreal Alouettes being Quebec's team for the time being?
I'm glad you touched on that, because that was the one thing that Danny Michalcha said at his introductory press conference was he wants to make the Alouettes Quebec's football team. In the same, like I've always felt it should be like that, in the same vein that the Saskatchewan Roughriders, even though they're in Regina, they are essentially all of Saskatchewan's football team. And even though it's the Montreal Alouettes and not the Quebec Alouettes, this is definitely Quebec's football team. And that was definitely the mandate that Danny Machocha had when he took over as general manager, was he wanted to make this Quebec's football team. He wanted to give every opportunity possible, because Quebec has a lot of great football players. And it almost feels at times where the rest of the league didn't seem to know or realize or understand like just how good of a football player comes from Quebec. Danny Machocha knew that because he saw it firsthand with the Montreal Carabins. He got to coach a lot of these players. And to me, I laughed at first because, okay, obviously if you've played for Danny Machocha, you will eventually become a Montreal Alouette. And that kind of was the narrative to get things started. And even if you looked at the draft last year, I think with the exception of one player who is technically Franco-Ontarian, everybody else came from Quebec. So he definitely wants to give Quebecers a chance to make this football team and help really build Quebecers up as far as not just great football players, but representatives of the Canadian Football League, which is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Like, you want to give as many opportunities to great players as possible, regardless of where they play. The fact that if you have great football players that just happen to come from Quebec, and if you can get them to play for the Montreal Alouettes, I mean, that's a win all day long as far as Danny Machocha is concerned. And it's kind of funny to just assume that all the French-born, the French players are just going to want to play for Machocha and play for the Alouettes. Not necessarily the case, as you see with David Menard going back to the BC Lions, but it's clear that the Alouettes want to become Quebec's football team. Danny Machocha wants the Alouettes to become Danny Machocha wants the Alouettes to become Quebec's football team, and he's doing everything possible to make sure that happens. I think a lot of people it's resonated with a lot of people. I don't know if people necessarily buy season tickets because of who the general manager is, but I think just knowing the fact that this team is willing to grow and develop Quebec-born football players, in addition to the Quebec CEGEPs, in addition to the Quebec universities, trying to help develop the players along as well. The fact that Montrealers, in theory, could always have a home with the Alouettes, or at least that's the perception. I think it makes a big difference as far as trying to market to this team, as far as trying to get people excited here in Montreal about their football team. And knowing that someone like Machocha, who is bilingual, is a Montreal guy through and through, knowing that he's at the helm, and at the same time focused on building a winning team, even with other players of other countries, of other states, what have you. He wants to build a winning football team. And I think that's really what it comes down to more than anything else, is that he wants to win, and he wants to prove that he can build a winner. He won a Grey Cup out in Edmonton. Some could say that that team was kind of built for him. Now this is his opportunity to build a Grey Cup winner all by himself. And by and large, I think he's done a great job with what he's done. A couple of misses here and there, but every general manager is going to have that no matter what. But I think the pieces that are in place right now for the Montreal Alouettes are a lot of fun to watch. I think it's a very exciting football team when you get down to it. Every week, you're going to get pretty much an interesting football game to watch when it comes to the Montreal Alouettes. I think Machocha realizes that, and he just wants to keep building upon that, whether it's with Quebec-born players or otherwise. But I think he knows what it takes to build a winner, and the pieces are starting to come into place. So now it's just a matter of being able to go out and execute. So I think it's important for Montrealers and for Quebec residents province-wide to get behind this football team. I think it matters. I think they want to feel like they matter. Their presence matters. And I think Machocha realizes that and is doing everything he can to give the people what they want. And they want winning football at the end of the day. And if it just happens to involve a bunch of Quebec-born players, so much the better.
Very well said. Well, we're going to let you go here, Cliffy, so that we can get to the final wrap-up of Free Agent Frenzy. But first of all, we thank you for taking the time to join us here, talk all things Alouettes and other things around the league. And second of all, where can people find your podcast and all of your other content you got going on?
All right. Well, you can certainly check out the Alouettes Flight Deck podcast. Pretty much any major podcast platform will have the Alouettes Flight Deck. Just have to search the keywords Alouettes Flight Deck. Failing that, you can always just go to www.alouettesflightdeck.ca. We're also on Instagram. We're on iLily. We're even on YouTube now, too. We're looking to increase our YouTube presence this year. Season 7 will be getting underway very soon. Tim Capper and myself were very excited to be able to present Season 7 because we are looking to really take things to the next level as far as podcasting goes for the Alouettes. If you ever just want to read my thoughts on the Alouettes, you can certainly do so at the Alternative. That's www.alternative.com. And by all means, shoot myself a follow on Twitter at CliffyD. And make sure you follow Tim from the Alouettes Flight Deck at REPPACT. And Alouettes Flight Deck at Alouettes FL Deck.
Right on, right on. Well, thanks again, Cliffy, for joining us here today. We'll let you go now. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the rest of CFL free agency.
All right. Thanks for providing us this great platform. It's been awesome to talk football with you guys, and it looks like it's been a great day altogether football-wise. So it's just too bad that free agency can't be every day, right?
Yeah. Although I don't know if I'm doing this for 8 hours every day, but but anyways, we'll let you go here, and thanks again for joining us. All right, Mike, it's down to you and I. The guests have come and gone. What a day it's been. 7 hours, 40 minutes in. We are just here now for our final wrap-up of the day. We'll get into the closing finale stuff a couple minutes before 5 p.m. Central Time hits. But let's take a look at the day as a whole. We've had a lot of big signings throughout the day. You know, Kenny Waller going to Edmonton, Andrew Harris to Toronto are two of the big pieces. There's been major pieces. Greg Ellingson has been involved. A bunch of defensive strong defense players going to BC. We've got not too much from Calgary here. So much from the Elks that we almost need to scroll down the page. Hamilton, a couple of small moves. I should probably be showing these teams. Let me go back here. There we go. Here's what we've got for the Lions so far. Not much from the Stampeders. So much for Edmonton, like I said, that I need to scroll back down the page here. The Ticats, pretty quiet day, as we were talking about some decent moves for Montreal, but nothing big and flashy necessarily there for them. Ottawa, the additions page here doesn't do it justice because there's still a bunch that are pending, but pretty much confirmed. Ottawa has had a busy day. Pretty quiet day for the Riders outside of a couple linebacker signings early on. Argos with a number of notable additions, including the aforementioned Andrew Harris and Greg Ellingson, the one change for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers thus far. Going through all of those teams there, which teams stand out to you from today?
Well, I think what jumps out, Ryan, is the teams that needed to do something did something. The question is, did they do enough, and did they do it at the expense of getting better, or just to do something to the appearance of their fan base? So, we won't know until that winds up coming to fruition, likely end of November, right? When whoever wins the Grey Cup, you say, yeah, you had a great free agency, but then you got to the end of the road. As far as what surprises me, truly is Andrew Harris to Toronto. I never thought I'd see the day. If you would have told me 6 months ago Andrew Harris playing for somebody else, I would have said, what are you thinking? Like, what happened? Again, I wish Andrew Harris nothing but the best, but the amount of sadness and gratitude that I'm seeing on Twitter, I just hope the organization doesn't live to regret this decision. Kyle Walters and Michael Shea have shown that they can be trusted with moves like this. But again, it's one of those scenarios of wait and see, right? I mean, did the long game, Brady Albera, Johnny Augustine, whatever, it's a tough day. It's a tough day when you see a franchise icon want to leave the franchise. It's a tough day when it's a tough day all around. I'm not all that upset about Kenny Lawler. I think it's crazy, $400,000. It's just absurd to me. I thought that was money reserved for a quarterback, but
$300,000. I think he said 400, but
yeah.
the sentiment is definitely still the same.
Yeah. Sorry. So $300,000. That's just absurd. Again, it's the end of the day for me. Going to come down to Andrew Harris, as much as we thought it's coming, I thought it'd be retirement. I'm actually glad that he doesn't come back to Winnipeg this year in his playing career, because I truly think as gratified as the stadium would be, I think there's those people that are very upset. I think there's going to be people that feel that Andrew Harris betrayed the Bombers, a very small minority. I'm not in that group. I don't believe you are either. Because I don't think we win either of the last two Grey Cups without him. Particularly the one in 19 when things got really difficult. But good franchises make difficult decisions when the time comes. And there's no better example of that than Wally Buono, who let Andrew Harris go the first time, thinking there was an expiration date that had passed on Andrew Harris. He wins 2 cups. Then there's multiple examples out there, Ryan, and as difficult and as emotional as I feel about it, I know the Bombers are better off where they are right now.
To me, the two biggest day one winners of free agency are the Ottawa Red Blacks and the BC Lions. Just looking at what the Red Blacks have done, solid changes on both the offense and the defensive side of the ball here. Hunter Stewart, Darius Siracco, Yacombre Williams. That's a great overhauled offensive line there for Ottawa. They've got their quarterback in Mazzoli. They've got a solid group of receivers here as well. They've got a running back, William Powell. Like for a team that has struggled greatly for the past 2 years, I think this was a home run on paper to start off the free agency period here. I'm very impressed with what Sean Burke has done taking over, and I think he's showing that he was the right man for the job. Now, I think there were other good options available there too, but Ottawa, if we want to talk about air quotes winners on day one of free agency, absolutely has to be up there for me. The other one, I'll go the BC Lions. I think I like what they've done on the defensive side of the ball today. I think there were some concerns as the season went along, especially along the defensive line. And I think they've overhauled that greatly. They've brought in some more defensive backs to one that, you already have Marcus Sales, TJ Lee, the likes of that there in BC. You've got Woody Barron also on the defensive line here. Daniel Peterman, a change at wide receiver there. But they are the big question marks because we don't know what this is. A lot of banking on Nathan Rourke to be successful as a starter and to see what Michael O'Connor comes out of it. But I do like the moves they've made. Also, Edmonton making a lot of moves here. The big one is going to be Kenny Lawler. But they have made some changes, offensive line, improving the defense as well. I'm not as high on Edmonton, though. Even though they've done a lot today, I'm not necessarily as high on them and what they've done so far in free agency here. Just because, yes, you bring in 5-6 receivers as the bulk of this here, but take that with the 5 receivers you have on the roster. Like half of these guys aren't playing this season in an Edmonton uniform, right?
Yeah. I just go back to what Ryan said.
Ryan from the Horseman Radio.
Ryan from Horseman. I just go back to what he said. But an hour and a half ago now, and the more I think about this, the more I think he's absolutely correct about Chris Jones and then Kenny Lawler and trying to load up the defense. And, you look at a lot of the guys. I mean, McKenna Henry, Saskatchewan, Anita and Toby Antida, Arsenal, Daney, Lacey, Holly, Bowman. There's a very Saskatchewan Rough Rider-esque feeling to that.
Oh, yeah. Chris Jones is going to bring in his guys, right? We saw that with his coaching staff as well. We've seen that with his group of players he's brought in so far. I touched on Edmonton. I touched on Ottawa, BC. You touched on the Bombers there. Of the other teams around the CFL, any closing thoughts on any of those? We saw Calgary not do very much today. Hamilton hasn't done a ton. We just talked a bunch of Montreal Alouettes. Saskatchewan really not doing much either. So let's talk about this. Calgary, Hamilton, Saskatchewan, Winnipeg. I'll throw them in there as kind of the four teams that really haven't done much today. Are there any of those teams that should have done more?
Winnipeg, no, just because I think of the financial restraints. Bringing in Greg Ellington to me is a pretty darn good replacement for Kenny Lawler. I'm assuming much more affordable, which is good, for almost the same kind of production. And then, you were asking earlier about some of the rookie DBs. Jared Nichols, I think, was the one that went to the NFL.
No, that was DeAndre Alford. I think Nichols is under contract still. Let's check.
He was one of the two guys that was under contract.
Not on the free agency list here.
So the Bombers will be okay. Do I expect them to take a step back? Yes. How far back? I don't know. Maybe Kyle Walters has no choice but to hunt. To use another line from Ryan of Horseman Radio, he has to wait till Sunday at the garage sale, preferably 10 minutes before closing time, to rummage through the bargain bin to find some pieces. Keeping in mind, of course, that's how the Bombers currently found Adam Batehill. He became a free agent right before the season, and the Bombers could find the cap room to put him in the salary cap structure of their team. And
looking at some of the other teams that haven't done a lot today, Calgary, we talked about that earlier. We really don't see much from them regularly on free agency day. We'll see some more from them probably in the weeks and months to come, and some training camp additions that are going to be superstars that we don't even know that they are, who they are at this point in time. But a number of big key names re-signed here for Calgary. Of course, all of the ones that weren't ended up going to Toronto pretty much. But Hamilton, also another team that fairly quiet on the new additions front, but for a team that talked about a big amount of turnover, I think potentially, I think the Ticats have done an excellent job of bringing pieces back. Offensive line, Van Zyl, Revenberg. Those are two huge pieces there to protect Dane Evans as the starter. I think they've got some of the best running back depth in the league. And that defensive line in Hamilton is just downright absolute scary. With Laurent brought back, you've got Dylan Wynn there. Heck, you have Micah Johnson, who's still pending at this point. But you do lose Jagarrett Davis, but that's a nice substitution there for you. And even Saskatchewan, I know you were a bit down on what the Riders have done today, but I think having, the linebacker crew here with Sankey, with Moncrief added to, Micah Tights, not Dion Lacey, he's going back to Edmonton, I believe, Larry Dean. I think that's very solid crew there on the defense for Saskatchewan. I think the Riders are going to get several pieces, back this year just because they don't have Achilles injuries that missed the entire season there as well. And I think they did a great job, the fact that they could bring back Kyron Moore, bring back Shaq Evans, who hopefully has a bounce back season, and re-sign Duke Williams, who is potentially getting big money to go elsewhere. Yes, the Riders haven't done a ton today necessarily, but I still think that's not a bad thing.
I think one thing we have to keep in mind, though, a guy coming off an Achilles injury is only at about 70% of what he was before in year number one. So to go out and expect Larry Dean to play as the best Canadian, all-Canadian defensive lineman or the best defensive player of the year in the CFL, I think is a little bit expectations a little bit too high. But I agree there is some value in having your own guys. But again, it's one of those scenarios of, do you try the third time with the group that you have, or do you try the fourth time with the group that you have? Winnipeg has shown some kinks in the armor today a little bit on the defensive side where maybe they could be that. I think the Bomber fans are going to have to be very patient this year with what we get. I think to have the same type of season as last year would be nice, but I think would be setting the bar a little bit too high. I've been into some getting used to with the two running back scenarios, and that might open the door for a team like Saskatchewan or Calgary to, come back. And, in the East right now, I mean, I would say competition number 2 goes to Hamilton. From Hamilton to Ottawa. Montreal, Cliffy had told us told me anyway, while you were away, that, he had some concerns with the secondary in Montreal, and I would concur with that. The funny thing is, right, everybody thinks they did a great job on free agency day, and then you wind up at the bottom of the standings because of different circumstances, right?
Yeah, day one of free agency by no means is all encompassing. We're going to see teams with signings throughout the rest of the offseason that will change a lot of our perceptions from today. And I think we've seen, some players that maybe in the past you would see sign day one. I think they're going to wait a little bit. I look at, maybe Trevor Harris now, like you had talked about earlier, I believe, maybe waiting to see if there's an injury during the season. Can you get an opening for a job early on in the season there? I think a guy like Brandon Banks is maybe just waiting for all of these signings to roll in today before he, try to up his contract value based on all of that after being let go by the Ticats. So we'll see a number of big name players come in the coming days as well. But I think it's been a very good day here of CFL free agency. We've had a lot to talk about. We've been at this for 8 hours as we get ready to wrap things up here, but it flew by. I thought it was going to be a real struggle to get through this. I mean, my voice is dying, I'm not going to lie. But I thought it was going to be a struggle to get through this today. But I thought things moved along well. We had a great group of guests along the way here. Just want to shout them all out real quick and thank them for their time. We had Brian Peterkin from GameTime TV, GameTime
I remember
Today.
Hammy joined that like 60 years ago.
Yeah, that was 9:30 this morning. Or that feels like ages ago. We had Robert Dalton from the Rouge Radio podcast, Steve from the Piffles podcast, Will from the Argos Fancast, Zach from the Let's Go Bombers podcast, Andrew from the Turf District. Who else do we have here? We had Ryan from Horseman Radio. We had Rod from the Wood Cookie Sawcast, and we had Cliffy D from the Alouettes flight deck along the way as well. Very much appreciate all of them for dedicating their time to join us here. Mike, I appreciate your time as well involved in this. This has been a blast co-hosting this throughout the day here with you. Before I do the typical final wrap-up here, do you have any final thoughts on free agency?
Ryan, I have to give you a shout-out because you told me 2 days before this whole thing came to fruition, I don't know if I want to do this again. It's a lot of work. It was just an awful, awful lot. Just to put it in context here really quickly. So I made nothing of it. And 2 days later, he texts me back. He goes, on second thought, would you be around to do some kind of show? I was like, okay, yeah, it's a Tuesday, right? I'm kind of not busy on most Tuesdays, and that's how this was born. And Ryan, I hate to say it, whether you like it or not, your wheat lawn coding project paid off nicely. I just want to commend you for that. That was not easy. I know the amount of work that you put into it. So you should be commended. I just want to thank all of our guests too. Without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to get through this. Just a quick note, if you're watching us on GameTimeTV.ca, we will sign off on the network at the same time as we sign up on this broadcast, and I will talk to everyone on Saturday morning. Actually, I won't be. I have Saturday morning off. Kat Erickson and Kyle Millett will have the doubleheader of hockey for you on Saturday morning. They were gracious enough to give me Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon game off, but I should be back for the evening game on Saturday and the evening game on Sunday. Folks, the U18 AAA playoffs begin 1 week from tonight, exclusively on Game Time TV. That's it for me.
All right, Mike. And quickly, where can people find all of that stuff you've got going on, and where can people find you on Twitter as well?
Well, people can find me. If you haven't been able to find me on Twitter, it's been in my window screen here for the better part of the last 6 hours. You can find me on Twitter at Mike Darrell. You can find me at GameTimeTV.ca. You can find me at Facebook.com/GameTimeTVMB. You can also find me on Mitzler.com/MikeFM Winnipeg and Mitzler.com/GameTime Radio MB, where we are 2.5 hours away from a puck drop.
Wonderful, wonderful. I agree with many of the same sentiments as Mike. It's been an absolute blast here today putting this show on. I appreciate everybody tuning in along the way. For our podcast, of course, we don't do 8-hour live streams regularly. This is a once-a-year thing, but we do try to do weekly episodes of the podcast. And this year we are focused on trying to bring them regularly throughout the off-season as well. We're in the middle right now of a 2021 season team-by-team deep dive series. The most recent episode, we chatted Hamilton Tiger Cats with Mike from the Podski Wee Wee podcast. I will be bringing back the rest of that series here in the coming weeks. No regular episode of the podcast this week because you have 8 hours of content here. If you missed any, go back and enjoy that. It will still be available on the YouTube page for you there. And you can check that out whenever you want as well. You can find our podcast on all your favorite podcast platforms, whichever one you like to listen on. We appreciate if you leave us a review, rating, like, subscribe, comment, all the fun little things you can do on a podcast platform that help us grow the show. You can follow us on Twitter at CF Countdown Pod. You can find us on Facebook, facebook.com/CF Countdown Pod as well. Make sure you check out all the other great shows from around the Canadian Football Podcast Network. You saw plenty of them throughout the day today. A lot of great shows around the network. I recommend going to check those out. You can find them on Twitter at CF Pod Network. For myself, you won't be able to find me anywhere for the next couple of days while I go into hibernation and recover from all of the time and work spent on this. But you can check me out on Twitter as well, at CooperTrooper42. Mike, you were wanting to butt in on there.
At Mike Joe. Promise me one thing, pal. You do not touch anything podcast related for this week and next week.
I make no promises. We'll see. Stay tuned for the podcast to come back. Of course, if this is not enough CFL content for you, you can also check out the Canadian Football Fantasy Fix on YouTube. It is a weekly show I do during the season dedicated to CFL fantasy during the off season, different content and news updates throughout as well. No video there, right now either this week, but should be back to the regularly scheduled programming shortly. I think I mentioned all of the thing. Again, thank you all to all of our wonderful guests throughout the day. Thank you to you all for watching, and enjoy what's to come with the rest of CFL free agency. Day one was a lot of activity, but lots more to come along the way. So on behalf of all of our wonderful guests, for Michael Garrell, I'm Ryan Coop saying thank you for watching 2022 CFL Free Agent Frenzy, and we will talk to you again next time. Bye, everyone.